What's up? How's it going, guys?
Yo, what is up?
What's up?
My, one second. Let me fix
Guys,
some stuff
guys,
here.
guys, Anwar has decided to bless us today with his presence and his new haircut.
Yo,
It's not real. Clearly, it's fake. I can see it. I can see all
The-
the.
I'm
the
so
le-
I'm so in love to Pioli. Right?
Yeah.
the Lex Luthor look.
Okay, it looks like Saponara, the player, the Dina player.
No,
Is
it's
that
not.
not-
It's not real. It's not real.
It's not.
Wow.
It's not real.
Oh,
Yeah.
whoa! I didn't see the transition.
Transition.
happened,
Okay.
Man,
Okay.
even his,
What?
it's pretty
It's
good
an-
to be honest.
It's an app?
Yeah. It's on Snap camera, but you need at least like a good video graphical card just to help out with that.
Snap camera? On
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Snapchat thing?
Yep. No, you download it for your Windows, so you can install like all the other and different.
Dude, it like follows you, bro. It's like
Yeah. Look at this one,
wow.
man.
Dude, this
this
We
is
need
fucking-
a Milan one. We need actually a Milan.
We should actually do an episode like this with a cartoon face and
Dude,
actually
that's
make it like
amazing.
a thing of the video.
Yeah. Look at this one. Like this one follows you everywhere.
Wow. That's
Anyway.
sick.
Dude,
I
I need
love
a,
that
I,
one.
I need a Windows. I need a PC basically. I don't think my Mac can do that. Probably my Mac you can find.
I
it.
just got this new dude here. Oh, okay. This new dude here.
Oh yeah, but
What is
is it?
Of course.
That's beautiful. I think the guy that designed that one is the same guy that designed our logo.
Really?
Yeah,
Nice.
it's
He's the one with the Milan Club, right? Worldwide.
I think he's the South African guy. I think he's from South Africa. He's on Twitter.
But his
so
work is nice for real.
He's a
Like,
good
I've
designer,
seen the other designs for Maldini and the other legends. It's really good.
He's an incredible designer. Really talented.
How are you guys? How is the chat doing, man?
Chat is going crazy, man. I can see Zlatan injured already. First news.
Guys,
feeling
we
about
need to
that?
skip the injuries at this point. Like,
yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know what to say anymore. Like, it's beyond the joke, you know? It's actually beyond the joke. It's actually like,
but say for Ibra,
yeah,
it's to be expected. He's 40.
Yeah, exactly. You can expect. I mean, he did.
Bro, it's
basically- he was available
not just
for 15
Ibra.
games.
Rebic, yeah.
For the
Guys-
others, I agree with you.
Guys who are so freaking young have muscle problems. Like, you know, like, I don't know.
Yeah, we talked about that, and
It was inevitable. It was inevitable. It was coming.
Yeah,
The Ibra injury was coming, man.
Actually, I'll be honest with you. Thank God he came now, because he has 3 weeks to recover and to get better and be in a good shape in January. So I don't mind that. I don't think it's a serious injury. It's something like you need to stop 2 weeks and do some.
Yeah, just a knock.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing. We can handle Empoli without Ibra, and as I say, tactically Ibra sometimes gives us some limitations. So we need to grow up now and do it without
I mean,
Ibra.
we only have Giroud, Ibrahim Diaz, and Messias for this game. Maybe Theo Hernandez is back.
Who are we playing again, guys?
Empoli.
Empoli, you have a
Damn.
point of view, man. Cutrone is there, dangerous Cutrone, and Cutrone is
Dangerous
dangerous.
Empoli this season, man. Dangerous.
Yeah, Empoli is good.
Anwar,
me
where
see
have
the
you been?
comment, yeah.
You've been missing for a long time. I see you're very active in the chat, as always.
I've been trying to avoid the live, man. I was gonna criticize the team. You are not gonna like that.
Well, we criticize him.
We like it. We like it.
No, for me, sometimes the way I criticize, people see it as hate or something. I don't really hate on anyone in Milan. I just want to see my club do better.
Don't say some people. Say Roy.
No. It's not you,
I mean,
Roy. You with Roy, we have like this banter with each other, so that's fine. But some people take it like seriously, and
For me,
Um,
I have some favorite players and some players are not my favorite. But at the end, I don't care. AC Milan comes first. So if I have to criticize someone, for example, I don't mind criticizing Selemakers or Krunic or Casti. It's just the funny thing is that I'm not expecting a lot from them anyway. So it's stupid to criticize them. I criticize Kessie, I criticize Romagnoli, I criticize Leao because I'm expecting a lot from them. I guess that's the way I behave usually. Theo Hernandez, I'm really harsh on Theo Hernandez because
Yeah,
I'm
you
But
want
they're
to
expecting
this
sell
season,
him.
guys.
You want to sell Theo Hernandez. Does
exactly.
anybody
I want to
agree with
actually
this?
sell it.
Me and Lair, we both had the same opinion in the summer. We said if an offer come in for 70, even 65 or something, let's sell the guy.
Bro, let's be
I
honest.
think so.
I'm not saying I want to sell Theo Hernandez. Like let's
But
put
look
it
at
out
our
there,
situation.
but-
Like the
but if they-
context makes it.
Yeah, if an offer comes, is an important offer, 70 million. You cannot say no, man. He's not the next big thing. He's
We
good.
don't need to sell him because we're getting a new stadium. Boom!
Yeah,
I mean, the thing is, Roy, what worries me now is that we're gonna invest in the stadium, in building the stadium. So probably we're not gonna spend heavy
Right.
on players.
That is true, actually.
That comes with a cost. Like you see in Juve, you see in Madrid, all these teams who rebuild even Tottenham, like all these teams who rebuild the stadium, most of them they go around like 3 years.
Arsenal as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I mean, I believe like Arsenal, they were sponsored for the stadium with the Fly Emirates, right? Like they had a special deal with that one.
Yeah,
But
but
we're
they
gonna
haven't
be
spent
getting-
money at all. They haven't
we're
spent
going
money
to be
at all when they
getting
moved.
an extra 100 million per year. Like, there's no excuse not to buy top players at that point.
Yeah.
yeah.
Do you think it's
It's
a
gonna
good
be-
thing that we're sharing it again with Inter? Honestly,
No,
I
I
don't.
don't want to.
If we share it, doesn't that mean half the profits for ticket sales go to them?
No.
No.
You get your own, they get their own. They're responsible for selling their tickets.
Yeah. Then other than
Actually,
that, the only
on
thing
the
I don't like is
on
the
the
pitch.
economical, Nathan, on the economical side is completely fine. It's perfect because you pay half of the price
Yes,
and you
Paul.
make the same amount of profit.
Approximately. Sorry.
So
Yeah, but it's still bad on the field, though.
Yep.
I hate sharing the stadium with Inter. I hate it.
Yeah,
But
fuck
it-
guys,
be
there's
fair
just
with you,
9
like-
people on the live. That's not good.
Like you have Real Madrid, Atletico, they both have like worldwide amazing stadiums. They don't need to share a field.
Exactly. That's a good
And Atletico have been growing that way. Still, like they have this amazing derby in Madrid. It used to be like a big team against. It used to be a big team, and now Atletico is back again to competing. So yeah, like for me, I was hoping we were gonna get our own thing.
It will be so nice to have our own stadium, you know.
Yeah,
It will be so
I mean,
amazing.
the city of Milan, they act like it's like the size of like some small state or something. Like, just build it somewhere else. Like, I don't understand.
well, I believe Nathan. Like for San Siro, I think it's crowded. Like when I went there, you cannot find most places where you can park, or I don't know. Like maybe they're gonna relocate to a different place. That's what they're thinking, I believe. And since I've been to San Siro is beautiful, but like it's not modern at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
yeah, it's
Old stadium.
really old.
But I mean, I haven't been to Milan clearly. But how big is the city? Like, can you put more stadiums in there?
Yeah,
Yeah. It's not about space.
city. I think it's like second biggest city in Italy, right?
So what's the problem then?
Yeah. It's about it's something special. It's something no one has. The two big teams share the stadium in the same city. It's a brand thing. It's a brand thing. You can sell that in a romantic way. You can make money out of it.
Yeah, but
And
you're
people
wasting.
and people see it that in that way. They are like people outside Italy. They are not supporters, of course, of Milan and Inter. They kind of envy that thing because they say, "Fuck, this is the only thing that thing is just in Italy, in Milan, that the two big teams share a stadium."
To be fair
Yeah,
with you,
they
Laird,
don't-
like,
I was just gonna
you
say
actually
they- go ahead.
have it
go ahead.
all over. I'm sorry, you have it all over Italy. Like Lazio and Roma share the same stadium as well, right? So it's like, but I think for the city of Milano, it's actually very true because, for example, different from other cities, in Milano, it's not like you have neighborhoods or parts of Milano which are with one team and parts of Milano which are with the other team, right? It's everything is more
It's
homogeneous.
mixed. Yeah.
It's mixed.
Okay. I see.
Get it? So in the same household, the father is an Inter Milan fan, the son is a Milan fan, and his wife is a Milan fan as well. Get it? And given for this reason, I think it's part of our identity to share the stadium with Inter.
And yeah, it's not
Right.
hostile at all. Like when I was at the stadium in the derby, even when we
Mhm.
lost 4-2, like outside the stadium, I pictured with Inter fans. They were singing, besides me, and they were all about banter, but there was no actual hatred. You know what I mean?
100%. Like I think even the two curvas, they have made the deal since the 80s that there would be no fights between the curvas.
And they
And it
stand with
makes-
each other a lot, the two curvas.
Exactly. Like for example, I remember once when the curva of Inter wasn't allowed to go to the stadium, the curva of Milan didn't do any display. Like I'm
Yes.
hearing cars everywhere. Like I don't know
Yes.
what's going on. So the curva
Well,
of
to
Milan.
be fair with you guys, like even locally here, we have a derby in my city, and it's a well-known derby because it's two teams in the same city, same story. One team came up from the other team, and that created the whole fire in the city. But I agree with that. Like it can be an attraction, but they need to market that. It's not Inter and Milan only. It's the Serie A. It's a Serie A job. Like it's Serie A need to go to Middle East. The way now they're doing in YouTube for us in the MENA region, we can watch the best 5 games every week for free, HT, and that's a nice move because you're bringing new people to the league to watch the league, and many of these games they end up with very good scores like 4-3. I don't know, like. It brings joy to the league. I think in this direction they should continue for sure. Do a lot more marketing because that's where they lose compared to EPL and La Liga. And
Yeah, but I'm sorry to interrupt you again.
go ahead,
Listen, if they display it for free on YouTube in some parts of the world, it's because they didn't get a good offer from those
Yes.
broadcasters there. So,
but it
It's
is
like
still a good opportunity for them to gain people for free. Like next
100%,
season,
but they are forced to do it.
yes. But I think like even with Bain Sports, they offered them like 3 times less than the price they offered to La Liga and EPL and Bundesliga, and they were like, no, our national team just won the Euro, and it's based on players who play in Serie A, so you gotta give more. And honestly, they deserve more. But I agree. For me, for the Milan to grow, it's not just about Milan; it's about the whole league. Unless we get like an Arab owner, not from Morocco, but probably from the other Arab countries.
Yes,
Saudi
but
Arabia or some shit.
there is a problem in the sense that for the league to grow, it takes the teams to invest more. It's not like the league itself cannot just grow.
But Red John, would you agree with me?
stadiums help.
Is it just invest more or invest better?
Invest.
Both.
Listen. It's
It's a
invest
combination
more.
of both.
It's 100% invest more and not just invest better. Investing better would be Bundesliga. Bundesliga invests good. They invest in young players, but they don't invest a lot because Bundesliga, just by the way clubs are shaped.
All right, I'll give you an example, Red John.
Yes.
I'll give you an example. Like you talked about Bundesliga. Let's take Red Bull Leipzig. They're very hated in Germany. Most teams don't like them because they're like a buy to win kind of club. But still, I recognize their strategy. They go for very young kids who most people don't know, and they bring them to the Champions League level, and they resell at 50-60 million.
Yes.
That's not Bayern. We're not talking about Bayern. This is a new club in Germany, and it's already doing this. They bought Haaland for 25. They bought this guy for 15. It's not, they don't buy for 100, 200. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Like in Italy,
but
they do the same purchases. They buy for 20. They buy for 15. Yet it's not the same quality.
But listen, here's the problem. That is not the way. Neither Bundesliga or Serie A are comparable to the EPL, because because the EPL spends a lot. This is the difference. Bundesliga and Serie A.
Yeah, but it's not just players; it's also coaches as well.
Let's
coaches.
give some order. Let's give some order here, just so everyone can talk and we keep it short. So I guess the topic is how to grow the economical level of the Serie A. No?
Yes,
Because
for
we're
Milan
making
to
a lot
grow, the whole thing needs
I
to
mean,
grow.
Milan is gonna grow because Milan has 4 million supporters. That is more than Tottenham in England. That is more than any other big club in Premier League, for example. So if they get 100 million a year from the stadium, tickets, merchandising, TV rights, it's fine, 60, 70 million a year if you get the money of the stadium. And you get sponsorship, and you are one of the biggest club in an entire country. AC Milan is going to do fine. Inter as well, Juventus as well, because that is the main thing. You get those 150 million to spend every year on the club to buy players, to renew the training facility, whatever you want to do. If you have that, you're going to be healthy, and you're always going to compete with Premier League clubs, because at the end, players are going to choose the way you play football, what you are competing for, the country. They're gonna like more Italy instead of England. They think Milan is better than Manchester.
But
So
they
there
need
is
better
a difference.
PR still.
Yeah, but the PR comes with a new stadium, with a new facilities.
Yes.
Everything comes
Yeah,
slowly,
but
slowly.
look
It doesn't
how-
happen in one night.
Look how the EPL is promoted. It's not
Yes,
just from getting good players and shit like that. The announcers, like the commentary team, all they
Yes.
do is shove down your throat how good they are.
But because Nathan, but I think it's also because it's easier for you to advertise a really good product. Get it? Like
No,
the
no.
EPL. Listen, the EPL has the necessary investment in players and in teams and in infrastructure in order for everything to be advertised easily. Serie A doesn't have that.
You're right, but that's also in terms of what the fucking say
Guys, it's the
how
language.
aggressive they are.
It's the language.
It's
No,
the
They
language.
speak
also-
English. It's the
Yeah, but-
language. It's not.
Yeah,
It's
but
not, you
just-
can do all the PR you want. If Pioli is doing the interview in Italian,
I agree with you,
less
Laird,
people.
on this.
It's the
Like-
it's the language, guys.
But-
Every content created around the Premier League is in English. So
But
also,
let's look at La Liga. La
United
Liga is
States-
very similar. They have
Yeah,
Spanish,
but,
which is
okay,
worldwide.
so I'll give you an example. In United States, unless you are, you came from those other countries or you're Hispanic,
you follow
all
the
you
EPL.
ever hear is EPL is the best. EPL is the best. If you
Yes.
have
because every
never
content
watched-
is in English.
No,
every
wait,
content
but
you
if
go on
but
YouTube.
it's not just that.
No,
Laird. If
it's not that.
you
It's
have
not that.
never watched a game of football in your life,
Yeah.
and you're trying to get into it for the first time, and all you ever hear is EPL this, EPL
Yeah, because
that,
they say it
your
in English,
natural-
Nathan.
But
They
listen,
say it in
your
English.
natural,
That's
listen,
Laird,
your
Laird,
natural reaction,
even-
your natural reaction is gonna want to go see it out, check it out because they claim it's the best. If
Nathan,
you're not
I'm
aggressive
sorry.
with your PR,
Okay.
it's not gonna help you, man.
There's truth in that. There's truth in that.
Nathan is there was a moment La Liga had Real Madrid with Ronaldo and insane 11 football or 15 football players, and Barcelona on the other side, Messi, and insane other 20 football players. So they were the
Atletico.
biggest two. And
But those
Atletico,
are
but
teams,
listen-
Laird, not the league itself, man. The league,
Yeah.
even when they had
Again, I
Messi and
cannot
Ronaldo,
finish a concept. I cannot finish a
even when
concept.
they had Messi and Ronaldo, it didn't matter. The
Finish
EPL
the
was
concept.
still the most watched league.
I don't know about that.
No, I'm talking about the league in general, not El Clasico. The league in general was still the most watched league.
Nathan, in Arsenal grows supporters not because PR, because supporters they introduce themselves in football, and they introduce it. New supporters, they go where they can understand what people are saying. They open
have a
the
question
YouTube
for you
channel
guys.
speaking in English. They see the TV, everything. The commentary is in English. The TV deals are already done. The Premier League makes 3 billion on TV rights. La
Yes.
Liga makes 1. Serie A makes 900 million.
So it all comes
That is
down to
because,
quality and the players there in the
Well,
league.
there is some truth to both
Italy
parts,
had that
guys.
quality. They never made that because they never been an English speaker.
But Laird,
It's not an
to
English
be
speaker
true,
league.
to be
No.
true and
Oh, come
honest,
on, man.
you can think about late 90s, early 2000. We can all agree that Serie A was the most watched, most
Yes.
popular league in the world,
And the
and
best.
they were all full Italian.
Because at that
And they
time,
did- and
people
what-
were.
But the only difference
I'm-
there is at that time
Anwar,
is the quality
Anwar.
of the players. Would you
No,
agree with
but
that?
But
you-
what? And what
Anwar,
did
you
they
have
do
to-
to
Actually, I agree with
capitalize?
Anwar on this. You know
What
what?
did they
Yeah,
do
yeah,
to
but-
capitalize on that?
What
Anwar,
brings?
Guys,
How many Americans were watching Serie A at that time?
guys, but this
How
is
many
Laird,
Asians were watching?
Laird,
Many.
this is exactly
Guys,
the problem.
I'll be back. I'll
Guys,
just take a
just-
phone call.
Okay,
Yeah.
just give me 1 second. This is the problem. What you just said right now, Laird. What the EPL did was invest heavily in the American market, heavily, and the EPL was the only league in Europe that did that. This is why Serie A didn't capitalize when they
Exactly.
had
There's no aggression.
the power.
There was no aggression in
the-
how
the-
they expanded the brand.
The EPL changed brand in the 90s, became the English Premier League, changed everything, and they invested heavily advertising in the US and in Asia, right?
Yeah, but
And after that, 10 years later, they started getting the fruits of what they
John,
Uh,
but the
can
English,
I?
the English
can
thing
I-
is a big factor in all of
Is
this.
it,
Yes.
Guys, I'm sorry, but John, let me explain.
Same with
why I
Africa.
think-
Same with Africa.
why I'm thinking the language is everything. I'll tell you an example. You do a
That's
content
undeniable.
on Sky. You do a content on Sky Sport in England. You don't need to do the dubbing. You don't need to hire people in English. They are already speaking English. You don't need to hire somebody to speak in English for your club because you have already the people around you. The advertising you're doing in England is already in English. So what do? You just copy and paste that advertising and you move it on the platform in the United States. So zero cost. You're using the same cost of advertising without extra zero cost.
But it's
Sorry,
not-
without extra cost, and you just move it in different countries. You move it
Yes.
in Asia, you move it in Saudi
Right,
Arabia,
but
without
that-
change. Let me
it's
finish.
not-
Let me finish.
But it's
I-
not how
no,
Let
no,
him
that is
finish.
the
Let him
cost.
finish, and then
That
Let
is
him
the
finish. Let
cost.
him finish.
That
It's
is
not
the
how it
cost.
works.
The-
It's not how it works.
it works like this because that is. Listen,
No.
this is entertainment at the end. Forget about the football. Football is good, okay, but this is entertainment at the end. If you want a film, let's say an Italian film, to go and make money in the United States, the actor has to be Italian. American. They need to speak English. They need to be a story that an American relay, and so you can make money. The Premier League, Americans relay because they speak English. It's an English country. The advertising is already done. The talking, the interviews, all the content around are already in English. You don't need to add an extra cost to make it in English. You don't need to hire extra people. All the content of the Serie A, La Liga, Bundesliga is made in the native language. So that's why it's hard to export that content.
Yes.
Because
Okay,
you need to
Larry,
spend more
this is
money.
true, but
Yes,
this is
exactly.
true, but it's still there's no aggression in how they advertise. Zero
Exactly.
aggression in advertising means you're not going to get any reward at all.
But
Just
guys-
because it's hard to get translators does not mean you don't try.
listen, in my
John,
opinion,
sorry, I'll have to go. I'm sorry, I'm gonna cut you short, guys. I have an unexpected thing coming up, but I want to say one thing. I think that the quality changed, but for sure, I agree with you, Laird. I think on terms of advertising and language, that helps a lot. But to be very honest with you, I think when we had the Ballon d'Ors in Italian football, people, even if they don't understand the language, would want to watch Ronaldo
Yeah,
playing.
I agree with that. It all comes down to winning. You gotta
100%.
win.
Like who would want to not watch Messi and prefers to watch Martinez play? Like,
it's so simple. It's so simple. Just take a look in the last 15 years. In the last 15
guys,
years, the-
take care. I'll see you soon, man.
Later,
See you
bro.
soon, guys.
in
Peace
the
out.
last 15 years, the game that created more revenue than any other game was Real Madrid versus Barcelona. In a league that does not speak English. Right?
Yeah, but that's listen, Rajon. What I'm telling you is because they realize that La Liga is never going to be the Premier League. So putting everything on Real Madrid, Barcelona, because they know it's a massive cost to translate an entire league in English, so to export everything.
But can we all just say that the EPL is absolute trash? Just disgusting trash.
You are factually wrong, man. 4 years ago, EPL wasn't the best league in the world. It wasn't.
Yeah, no, Red John, they were listen. We are talking about TV rights here, man. I don't care who is the best league in the world. Premier League 4 years ago was getting 3 billion of TV rights. La Liga was getting 1, and there was Ronaldo and Messi playing in that league.
You are wrong. You are wrong again.
Okay, I'm wrong. Go and check it, man. Yes, go and check it.
It's not a matter of opinion, man. It's a matter of numbers. The EPL 4 or 5 years ago made only 200 million more than La Liga.
Any league that has Manchester United is trash.
In broadcasting, but this is numbers, guy. This is not me.
Show me these numbers, because it's not true. It's not true. Show me these numbers.
Okay.
What are you talking about, man? The deal of the Premier League is signed every 3 years. It's a fucking 9 billion deal, man. 3 billion a year, worldwide. Forget about the fucking TV rights they make the clubs. It's 200 million difference. The total deal, man.
Wait, I want to ask Lars something. Maybe I understood wrong. You said that the quality in the Serie A is just as good as the Premier League. There's just no advertisement. That's what you said?
I don't know.
No. I didn't say that.
I understood wrong.
No. I said that you're gonna see the Serie A clubs when they're gonna get their stadium, and they're gonna buy a lot of good players, and the quality is gonna grow. You cannot sell the TV rights of the Serie A more than what they're doing. Maybe a little bit. You can improve it a bit. You can go, instead of a 1 billion, you can sell it for 1 billion and 300 and 400. Because the limitation of the language, the fact that everything, all the buzz created on social media for 80% is in Italian. So you don't go further. As much as advertising you want to do, how do you do that advertising? How do you locate that advertising?
I mean, this is a fact, guys.
It's not easy. It's really complicated. I mean, you can see it in a lot of other entertainment entities. They try to export other things that go really well in Europe. They cannot do it in the United States because the language, the culture.
Nobody gives a shit about Italy. Let's just be honest. Nobody gives a fuck.
You can definitely
about
do
Italy.
it in the United States. That's what I'm trying to tell you. In Texas, it's very diverse. In more central United States, yeah, there's more white people, but like along the edges, you can do it. Like California is heavy with Hispanic people.
The Hispanic people don't give a fuck about Italy either, dude.
No, that's actually not true.
I look, most of my I work in football in California, so
I'm in Houston.
Trust me,
I promise. We probably got the same amount, man.
The vast majority of people in California do not give a shit about Italian football. They give a fuck about Barcelona, Real Madrid, Man City, PSG, EPL. But
and the reason why the EPL has so much following in the US is not only because of the language. The language is also a factor, but it's because of the fact that the EPL invested first. The EPL put their attention into the American market in the 90s, man. When Italy didn't even know where America was.
Red John, but what I'm saying is not that is not true what you're saying. I'm just telling you that the EPL didn't invest. They just took something they were doing it at home, and they just move it in the United States without packaging at all. No packaging, no investment.
So what should Serie A do then?
They just took the broadcasting and they put it on.
So Italy shouldn't. So Serie A shouldn't broadcast anywhere then, according to you.
But
there's just no point in them broadcasting anywhere.
No, what I'm telling you, Nathan, to broadcast Serie A in United States. Paramount Plus, I think, does that in the United States.
Right.
They need to hire an entire team
of
30, 40 people that speak English. They need to hire commentators. They need to build a structure around that. to sell the product, just to
And
sell the product.
Laird,
Laird, but
this is where you're kind of missing some points. The reason why all of this happened in America, with the Serie A being first in ESPN, now in Paramount, happened when Ronaldo moved to Juventus.
No.
So
let me go to the point of Red John, because Red John says from the 90s Premier League was moved in.
But that,
let me finish.
I'm trying to tell you this 30 times, man. The EPL does not just send a package just like they do at home.
Now you're talking about now, but when you say they started in the 90s, 90s they were just showing what was happening in the studio in London, on United States and in Asia. They were doing just that, and that helped with zero investment because the language.
Yes, but yes, of course, yes.
If you do that 25 years before, if you do that, you need a team of 100 people. You don't have the internet, so you need to do it fucking satellite. So it's a massive expenses that is not worth it, because you lose all the money you're making.
Again, Larry, in order to make money, you got to spend money. If you're too afraid to invest in your own brand, your brand's not going to grow.
Why you guys don't listen? See, you guys don't listen to me, man. In the
Because,
90s,
Larry, with your train of thought, if you had a business and you wanted to expand outside of Italy, it would never grow because you're too afraid of the expenses. That's how you stop your brain from growing.
Nathan.
How do you say no? What do you mean?
Red John says
I want to say
they
something.
invested in the 90s. They did an investment.
You are wrong.
I am telling you guys, investing in the Serie A in the US or in other countries is not going to do much. Unless you have Mbappe, unless you have Messi, unless you have Ronaldo.
Yes, but we're talking about before, Roy. Like when Serie A was on top, that's when it should be done, because we were getting.
But Nathan, I'm telling you, to do that, it takes a lot of money. And
it doesn't freaking matter, Larry. That's how you build a business and a brand.
Please. Please,
guys,
stop repeating this. It takes a lot of money because it's nonsense. Hiring 100 people. Okay,
Red John, hiring 100 people in the 90s to do that is really expensive. You don't know.
It's nothing. It's nothing.
Yeah, it's not in the 90s.
Guys, in the 90s, in the US, in the 90s,
it's pocket money.
In the 90s, the US, football or soccer was made fun of. They said it's a girl sport. Nobody gave a shit about football in the 90s.
Exactly, man. And this is why I'm saying that the EPL invested.
No, didn't. Oh, Red John, stop here. You're saying something wrong. They did an investment. They took a product and they give it away for free, basically. Red John, why are you laughing to me? Listen what I'm saying, man. In the 90s,
do you understand?
No, you don't understand. And now you are saying a lot of lies, man. Because it doesn't work like this, man. Listen to me. No, it's not true. You are saying a lot of lies, man. I have a master on this. I have a master's degree on this. You're saying a lot of lies. You are saying a lot of lies. What BBC was doing. Listen to me. What BBC was doing in the 90s in the Premier League. Man, you are crazy. You're saying a lot of lies. Whatever broadcaster owned the Premier League in the 90s, they were giving the product to the broadcaster around the world for cheap money without touching it, because it was already in English. They was just running it on their TV, and that's it. With no dubbing, nothing, no work at all. The interview was made by a player in England, and that's it. And they were listening, and no one was giving a shit. No one was giving a shit.
How did they do it in Asia, man? How did they do it?
Like, what do you mean? In the 90s?
In the 90s, how did the English Premier League just send fucking English in China?
They were getting nuts. They were getting nuts. No money. They were getting nuts instead.
Yes.
They were giving the product. They were filling the TV. The dead moment. At 3 a.m. in the morning, they were running a football team. And they got... Why you don't listen? I'm talking. Why
guys, the thing that I think Ray John is missing, though, the thing that Ray John is missing.
The point. They were giving it away for free.
It's not even a matter that they're giving away for free. Maybe they were, but in most countries, because of how the world is and the Commonwealth and all that shit, right? Like for example, Africa. like EPL was what you got in on TV because everything that the media, it was English media, blah 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 blah, and of course most of the planet speaks English, so most of the planet is going to get EPL. It's just the way things are. Serie A is who gives a shit about Serie A in Africa? What, Eritrea?
Yeah,
Eritrea?
but do you know how you
Guys,
get those places to watch? You invest in those players.
guys, it's pretty simple. It's the same exact logic you can follow for the EPL in China. If the EPL did not invest in China for people to translate it, to talk about it, to
They don't
promote
translate it,
it,
man. They speak in English.
that but what do you mean? They
That's
speak
the funny
English?
thing. You're saying translated. They don't translate it, man. They send the product. Man, you are amazing, man. They buy a space on the broadcaster,
Yes.
and they run the football.
Yes.
That's it. That's
And-
what they
and
do.
who-
You cannot do
who-
that with the
who watches
Italian
it?
league
Who,
in the
who
90s.
watches it?
No one, because it's 3 a.m. in the morning,
So,
and they
so
just
you
give it
think
away.
that
But
You
can
are
I just speak,
incredible,
man?
man.
Can I just say one
Wow.
sentence until the end? Which Chinese gives a fuck or knows English to follow the fucking Premier League in the 90s, man? And how is it different from the Italian?
No one was
No,
watching Premier
nobody
League
was
in the
watching
90s in China.
in
because
China.
it was
Nobody
fucking
gave a
communism,
shit about
man.
about
What are you
soccer
talking
at the
about,
time.
man?
Guys, but do you understand my point or not, man? Because it's becoming kind of painful right now. Right now, I'm telling you, the way the broadcasting rights are uh, uh, delivered or are spread is like this. Someone makes an offer. If the offer is deemed too low, you give it for free. The Italian league, if in the 90s was getting no money in the fucking US, it was free in the US.
So
You
in the
understand?
it-
So you saying that they just gave it for free in the US in the 90s, the EPL means jack shit to me because everything was for free because there was no
Nathan,
demand.
Red
There
John,
was
you
no
see,
demand for football
Red John,
in the
this is
US.
the proof that you're not listening what I'm saying. You go in a fucking market, TV market, and you sell a product.
Yes.
Now, let's say fucking Telepiù was running the Serie A in the 90s in Italy. Telepiù owns the rights of the Serie A and goes to fucking Fox News or fucking broadcast, ABC, NBC, all the broadcasting in the United States, and say, do you want the Serie A? And they say, I want it for $1 million. And they say, okay, no, I'm not giving you for $1 million. Why you want it just for $1 million? Because I can get the Premier League for $1 million, and I don't need to put anyone to work on that content because it's already in English. I don't need to touch it. I just need to run it on my broadcaster, and it costs me the same amount you're asking for the Serie A. And I don't give a shit if the Serie A is better and all the best players are playing at the 90s. Because no one knows anything about soccer in Italy, in United States. So I'm gonna buy the Premier League because it's already in English. And if you have that advantage 20 years before, you get the results 20 years
But
after.
Larry, if you
But
want
how
someone
does-
Do you
to
understand that?
But
So how did we get
How
more
does this
Christians in Japan?
translate to Asia, man? How does this translate to Asia?
Because
how-
it works the same to Asia as
Okay,
well.
how?
That's the way
How?
their logic is.
How?
You try to
How
sell
does
the
it work?
league.
Uh-huh.
I'm telling you how does it work. You sell the Serie A to Asia
Uh-huh.
for 10 million, and Premier League sells the same content for 10 million. The guy that is buying the content sees the Serie A and he says, oh shit, this is in Italian. Who the fuck understands Italian in India? I have to put another 10 million investment to run that product on my country. No, I'm not buying it. I'll get the Premier League because it's already packaged and I run it in my country.
Also, guys, one thing that you have to give
Jesus Christ.
Man, but
as far
No,
as
you don't
packaging goes,
understand what
as far as
John, they have
packaging
an
goes,
advantage.
something that
No.
needs to be said,
Underestimate
guys.
that
Guys, one
advantage.
second. Let me say
Wow.
something that needs to be said. Also, when it comes to packaging, a presentation, and all of this, Premier League has always been above everybody else. So if you don't give a fuck about soccer and you see it for the first time, you look at the Italian league. And okay, whatever, it's teams play in the 90s. It's teams or early 2000s, whatever. It's team playing kind of like a scrappy defensive football. But then you look at the EPL, beautiful pitches, the stadiums are packed, the commentators are super hyped, the players are playing like their life depends on it. The whole product has always been superior to the Serie A. It's just been that way. So EPL will always have this advantage, even though they have not only they have the language advantage, but they have a presentation advantage. Serie A is dog shit. Let's just fucking say it.
Okay,
Serie A
but
is dog
how
shit.
do you get viewership from countries who are not interested in your brand?
By winning the Champions League.
Oh, not only that,
But by
you
creating
invest in
Ballon d'Or
players.
players.
But you invest in players from that place as well.
And the way to invest
If we
in
got
players is,
if Milan had got Landon Donovan from on the team, the viewership in the United States would have skyrocketed just because you have Landon Donovan.
Exactly.
So if you again the EPL, and not only did EPL, you know, send
Tim
the
Howard
you know,
and
the
whatever.
TV over there, they also invested in American players.
Also,
so as an American who doesn't care, if the only players I care about on the national team play in England, why the fuck would I waste my time watching other teams when my players play there?
Nathan, in the 90s, actually, there was Alexi Lalas that played in Serie A, right? So Alexi Lalas
but
was
that's
maybe
one player, man.
But there weren't any Americans in the Premier League. The most representative American player played actually in the Serie A. And then we even had the ball guy, I can't remember his name, Roma. I don't think it's come on, dude. In America, nobody gives a fuck about football, bro. Nobody cares about Pulisic, McKennie. They care about LeBron. They care about Michael Jordan. They care about Tom Brady. They care about this shit.
Yes, and what Roy is saying is true, but the facts and the numbers show that the how's it called, Major League gets a lot of money, and it's a growing business model, man. The MLS in the United States gets new fans, gets more money each year. So football is becoming more popular in
it's
the
actually
US.
the most popular sport among
Kids
people who are like 17 to like 24, some shit.
Yeah. So it's not like the US is just the. To be honest, the way I see it, Europe is the most advanced continent in football, only because football is not that liked in the US, man. Because in the moment that football becomes the number one sport in the US, Real Madrid, whatever, all these clubs will become irrelevant, and people will start watching Portland or I don't know, LA Galaxy. Because the US is a bigger market, is a market that, I don't know, knows how to advertise shit. But anyhow, we have also an example right now with Serie A. Serie A did not get any bids for its rights in the Middle East. They decided to give it for free and to translate it in Arabic. Not in English, not in French, not in German, in Arabic. They put money into it. This is investing.
No, Red John, they gave it for free, and and YouTube that got it for free. If I'm not wrong, YouTube that got it for free.
Other guys, hold on.
No, sorry, is YouTube got it for free in Saudi Arabia or whatever Arabic country?
No, Milan just broadcasts. Serie A just broadcasts in YouTube for free. That's it. No one got it.
Man, if you broadcast for free, YouTube owns
it.
Get it for free. Man, I'm broadcasting it for free, and YouTube owns this content for free.
I can't talk about Middle East and Asia because I know.
I understand that.
YouTube got the content for free, and they say, you know what? Because I didn't spend any money on the content, I actually invest some money on the how you call it, on the pundits and all the things, so I can actually make money on the advertising with the product. So what happened here? The English Premier League is already packaged because the country speaks English. So what they do, they don't do nothing. They just sell it. Other leagues, they need to package it in a way that you can actually sell it outside their own country. And that costs a lot of money. And that money, the broadcasters don't want to put that money on. Why they don't want to put that money on? Because the broadcasters have the Premier League already packaged, and they don't give a shit about it.
But this works only for the US, man. It doesn't work for China. It doesn't work for India.
Yes,
no, it doesn't.
It works. If you watch football, if you go in a broadcaster in China and you watch the Premier League, it's completely in English. The advertising is in Chinese. No one is doing the commentary in Chinese. It's completely in English. In India, it's in English. In South America, you have a Spanish commentator. So what are you saying, man? He helps. He helps. In the United States, you just send it there. You don't need to do anything else. ESPN, if ESPN buys the Serie A, they need to hire people to do the commentary. They need to cut the highlights and put it in English. All the things, interviews in English, news in English, everything has to be in English.
Yeah,
The
and
people
South-
are actually reading
that's
news. They need
still
to
worth
translate it.
doing. Larry, that's still worth doing because if the rest of the world speaks English and ESPN does this, it's not like they're just getting money from one place. They're going to get money from every other country in the world as well. So again, it's still worth. Yes, you have to spend some money, but if you're not willing to spend money, you're not going to make any money, and you're just going to stand still for the rest of your life.
Man, because this is super funny to me. Because that is like the English just had.
What
to,
is funny, Rajon? What is funny?
It's funny to me the way you see it. The way you see it is like this.
That's the way
Serie A-
the broadcaster see it, man.
Yes.
You guys live in Narnia. The broadcaster is a guy with a suit that wants to make media.
Okay.
And it comes a product that is the Premier
Yes.
League that he doesn't need to touch it. And there is a product, the Serie A, that he needs to touch it and to
No.
make money on it. He's going to say, I don't want it. I get the
doesn't.
Premier League. Because
He
he doesn't
doesn't-
understand football.
he doesn't
and
need to
America
touch it
doesn't
either.
understand football.
He doesn't need to touch it either because Serie A hires 5 people to speak in English and they just send it back there.
5 people. Yeah, it's simple as that.
Yeah,
5
man.
people. Okay, you know
Yeah.
what? Serie A
Yeah.
is going to do that. He's going to do that. And let's see the results, what it's going to be.
Let's
Let's see the results.
But Larry, I'm trying to understand
That-
because Larry, I'm
because-
trying to understand your point
Well,
because
yeah.
in the most of the Italian commentators, a lot of them they also speak English.
and they
so
suck.
if it doesn't matter if they suck or not. I mean, they speak
They really
English.
do.
I mean, you can
Very.
find even around the. Okay, Roy, do you speak Italian?
Roy is
Roy, do you speak Italian, right?
Yes.
Okay, so why is it that you're the only good English speaking / Italian speaking person in the world?
he's asking that question as well. Why is he the only one?
That's a good question. actually.
Exactly.
Why is the only
So
one?
Roy, you're clearly
Have
not
you ever
the
heard
only
the Prime
one
Minister
in the
speak
world
English?
that can speak both languages.
I swear,
Very
I am
well.
one of the 1% in the world that can actually speak English like.
Well, there
like an
you
English
go,
person.
Roy.
Native,
you
yeah,
need to
like a
sell
native.
yourself for $500 million because you're the only one, and you can monopolize that right there.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
like,
It's just
but
what they're gonna
you
do
see how
with that
stupid-
skill.
But you
What
see
they
how?
gonna do with that
What do you
skill?
mean? What do you mean?
Yeah,
If
what
you-
they gonna
if-
do with that skill?
If Roy's the only one, he can monopolize that entire thing, and that even extends to outside of.
That's a good point.
football.
actually. I didn't
Yeah,
think.
that's
I
what
have
you
never
can
thought
do.
about this.
Exactly. So clearly, Roy, there are more people like you, especially in professional commentating.
Nobody in football. Nobody in football.
Roy.
So that's the thing. Like Larry is acting like you're a unicorn right now.
He is,
in
man.
football,
He
yeah,
is.
yeah. I
He
think he is.
doesn't look beautiful like a unicorn.
like
he-
like who have you heard that can speak decent English that is an Italian in Serie A? Like who?
Guys,
the only one is Bobo Vieri because he was raised in Australia.
Is in Australia, and even his English is not that
His
great.
Yeah,
English is-
exactly. It's not
that great either. Yeah.
He's okay. He's lost it, but he's a good English. He's a good English. I mean, how much you Roy pay for to watch the Serie A Paramount Plus?
Well, I do.
it's like
you
$10.
can pick. Yeah, it's $10.
Because I have it as well. It's like $10.
$10 a month.
That's good. That's a good price. $10 is €8, something like €9.
Right, 120 a year.
So does Serie A have like Paramount Plus? They're not owned by Serie A. Does Serie A have like their own dedicated thing, like how the guys at ESPN? I mean, they're supposed to be covering multiple leagues, but it's really just the EPL. Do they have a dedicated group? Because if they have a dedicated group of pundits, kind of like how ESPN does, they need to cut out the middle person, unfortunately Paramount, and then they need to do that type of branding themselves.
But for, Nathan, for the EPL in the US, they have their own shows, man. It's not like
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what Serie A needs to do. They need to invest in it and see what happens.
All I'm saying is that you in the US, you don't actually hear people speaking with British accents explaining you the EPL, man. You listen. Also, some people invited there, but most of the people are Americans talking about the EPL, man. That's it. So they have their own shows, just like the Paramount Plus does.
Yeah, but Paramount Plus is it strictly for one league? Or
Yes.
how do they do it in like other places around the world?
They bought again. Paramount Plus bought the rights of the Serie A, and they also organized a pre and post match show. Right, so they are just like us here. They invite X amount of people. They organize what they're going to talk about before and after the game. So that's independent from the league itself. And this is exactly how the broadcaster that has bought the EPL rights does it with the English Premier League. It's the same exact thing. It's not like in the 90s, like Larry is saying, that the English league just sends the raw material and the broadcasters in the United States, they just play the raw
but
I found one. I found one.
John, Zola,
No, not Zola. There's an Italian that actually speaks English like properly.
Giuseppe Rossi.
I was thinking about him, but he lived all his life in America.
But
Vialli, that's the one.
Yeah,
he talks like this. Hey yo, pom, pom, pom. You know, he talks like a proper British accent.
Roy, but haven't you as well lived most of your life in the US?
True, but I also speak Italian like a normal Italian.
Yes, but have you actually lived for a long period in Italy? I don't think so.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So
Giuseppe Rossi counts.
Yeah, Giuseppe Rossi could do it. As a matter of fact, he was invited on Paramount a few times.
Are you guys happy because we choose this stadium? I think I'm really happy. This is a better option than the other one.
The other one was just like a random modern stadium. Like I like this one a lot.
Yeah, this is beautiful. Fucking amazing. And it's gonna be on the same area where there is the San Siro Stadium.
Yeah,
it's gonna be built.
And
they're gonna.
They
600 million. The cost.
They're going to tear the stadium down still, though.
No, it's going to be like this. The stadium is going to be the last thing that is going to be teared down. Like first they are going to build the stadium, then in 2026 it's going to be the Olympics in the San Siro.
I went to Italy.
And then after that they are gonna tear the San Siro down. But the whole cost of the whole project is going to be 1.2 billion. The stadium itself is going to be around 700 or 600 million.
Guys, by the time that we're going to actually see the fruits of the stadium, like some of us are going to have gray hair.
I hope I'm going to have 3 kids.
Yeah, you probably will by that time. We're talking about a decade from now. Because 2007 is when it's built. But then it's going to take a little bit of time before it starts actually paying off. So it's a long time from now. We're talking about a decade from now.
The whole thing is gonna be ready in 2030.
No. In 2027, the first match is gonna.
Bravo, Mohammed.
Yeah,
guys, Mohammed gets it.
The garden
Mohammed gets it.
Yeah, what is that?
He gets it.
Oh, okay. Well, we know it's not a democracy.
A dictator.
Guys, is it going to be the same capacity of San Siro or 20,000 less?
65,000.
It's still good. It's still very good.
Yeah, we almost never get 60,000 people in San Siro anyways, so might as well.
It's the perfect amount of for Milan and Inter because we cannot put more than 65,000 consistently.
And they're going to demolish the San Siro and put it in place of it or near it? What they're going to do?
They're going to build next to it and then they're going to demolish it.
Yeah,
if you see the picture, the garden, all the park over there is where San Siro is at the moment.
Oh.
That tower over there. The stadium is gonna be built, and the parking is gonna be underground. So all the cars are gonna be parked underground. All the sports facilities around the stadium are gonna be for free, or controlled by the council, so everyone can use them. And I think that we're gonna have Inter and Milan is gonna have the headquarters around one of those buildings.
Did you
around
see
the
that
stadium.
Milan is about to sell Casa Milan?
Already done it, man.
Yeah, they sold
It's
it
already been done.
When did this happen? Why am I
yesterday.
out of-
Yesterday.
The
Oh,
money's in
really?
the bank already, man. 60
Yeah.
million in the bank already.
And where are they gonna go? Where are their offices now? Like where are they gonna go?
It's still there.
Still
They're just
there,
paying
but
the rent now.
Oh, they
Yeah.
just don't own it.
yeah,
Yeah.
They're paying rent.
just like before, because Elliot was actually the one that bought Casamida for 40 something, 41 or something like that, like some months ago, 8 months ago, 1 year ago, and now they sold it for 20 million profit.
And what is the purpose of selling this?
To buy Vlahovic, man.
Making cash, bruv. Make it rain.
And what are you gonna do with?
Make
Buy
it
a
rain.
new TV at home, man.
That's right, bro. He needs that.
Buy-
So they're selling their assets in order to buy players. That sucks.
No.
Well, players are assets if you think, man. Especially
Yes.
for a football club, are more important assets than.
Actually, players
Then
cost
offices.
more cost more than the entire Casa Milan. Which to be honest, I have no fucking understanding how Casa Milan can be worth $60 million.
It's
Have
not.
you
It
watched
doesn't. It's not worth the 60
Plus
million dollars.
Valencia.
Is a way to ask to borrow money with a low percentage of interest. So what do? You give the building to a company that is specialized in this type of business things. You give the building, they give you the money of what the building, how much money you want, and you pay them the rent. So let's say, to explain it better, so you agree with them that they're gonna buy the building from you, but you're gonna pay them the rent for the next 10 years. So at least they get the building as a guarantee that you're gonna buy the rent for 10 years, and you're gonna buy the building back after 10 years.
Isn't
So
this like a sign of decline rather than the opposite?
No, it's just cash, man. They need cash at the moment. Fucking this defender is important for the club. They didn't plan, so they need cash, and that's the quickest way to get 60 million cash with a low interest.
Me personally, I don't think this is about cash, because I don't think Milan has
because
a cash problem right now.
No, the financial fair play forces you not to put cash in your club if you don't own that money. So if Elliot wants to put 60 million cash to do whatever he wants to do, he needs to prove that money, and UEFA is gonna give him a problem. With this situation, he just made a plus Valenza. He has 60 million, and UEFA cannot say anything because he sold. I mean, Real Madrid did it at the end of the 90s. They sold their training ground for 500 million, and they still stayed in that training ground, and they used the 500 million to buy Figo, Zidane, and all the players. They did the same exact thing.
Yeah,
Milan is doing it in a small way because they're selling just a building, and clearly they're gonna use that 60 million for something in the club. They can be a player, they can be renewing the training facility or other things, or they just need cash to cover some expenses for the year or for the next 10 years.
Lars, I'm gonna ask you, do you honestly, I mean, I wish it could happen. Do you honestly think Milan is willing to spend 50 or 60 on a player?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I think that a club like AC Milan, if it's not a football player, it doesn't need 60 million. There is no operation that a club like AC Milan needs 60 million. To renew, for example, Milanello, you need 10 million. If you want to make it more modern, build a bigger gym or whatever, some offices, you need 10 million. So if they need that 60 million cash, clearly they're doing something. They're buying a player, or there is a big maneuver to do in the transfer market next summer. That's why.
Larry Majidin is asking you a question.
Yeah, man. Because Juventus are the sponsor. The Juventus
Yeah,
are
their
cheap.
sponsors give them that money.
Yeah, is part of the same the ownership. The ownership owns the.
What car group is one of our sponsors? Was it BMW or Audi? Well, which one was it?
BMW.
Oh, BMW.
Yeah,
It's a
so it'd be
partnership. It's not a sponsor.
Yeah,
It's a partnership.
Nathan, I want to ask you
Oh,
something.
okay.
In Texas, which clubs do you see in the different football communities, leagues, whatever, Sunday leagues? Which clubs are the most represented in Texas? Where are you? Oh, Houston?
Houston.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to figure out like how the way you word it is kind of interesting. Like, are you talking about like who do the fans support the most?
No, like when you're around, what shirts do you see? Really, like who's wearing what, etc., etc.
I've seen some people
to be
with the
honest-
Aubameyang shirt of AC Milan.
To be honest, I've actually seen just like randomly. I've actually seen more AC Milan jerseys lately. Next up would be
AC Milan number
next
one.
up,
Maybe
even
you-
like in the past year, I've probably seen at least 4 or 5 like random people with AC Milan apparel on. Well, I thought it was interesting too. Like I didn't expect to see that, but that's what I've just seen. And then after that, I think it's Real Madrid, and then Barcelona, and then it's just like a mixture between like the EPL and whatever. But you got to remember, I'm only 10 hours from the border, so there's a lot of Hispanic people, and they actually don't care for the EPL compared to like La Liga and Serie A.
Yeah. It's all La Liga, right? And also right now, Mexico is really attached to Napoli because of Lozano. Yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like we need to start marketing or getting players from some of these other, parts. Like how come we're not getting, players from Mexico or the United States? Look what happened when we got Honda. Our numbers rose in Japan. Like that's how you're gonna build your brand. Like you gotta get the best
let's get a
players.
few Brazilians. I don't mind the Brazilians.
Yeah,
Let's get a few Brazilians.
Argentinians, and by the way, Juventus dropped out of the race for that Argentinian forward as well.
I saw some highlights. He seems freaking amazing, to be honest. I hope we get him.
He has some scary numbers, but you never know, man. It's always a bet. Like just like Lucas Paquetá. Paquetá was the best Brazilian ever.
He seems not that expensive. I'm willing to take that bet over seeing some of our players starting at the moment, to be honest.
Me too.
I mean, if the numbers are good, it's gonna be expensive. It's gonna cost because, as I say, 20 million a Premier League team is nothing. It's coins for them. So why not them betting on him?
Hey guys,
So
vote.
I think his price is gonna be higher.
Vote on the poll, guys. Keep on voting. Come on, let's get these votes up.
By the way, guys, are you watching this? Udinese is playing Udinese today.
What? Oh,
yeah, because Salernitana did not show up due to COVID, and Udinese just decided to play Udinese A versus Udinese B team.
And it's being televised?
Yeah.
Wow, that's bad, man.
I'm watching Juventus Cagliari.
No, I'm not actually watching. I just saw it on Reddit. They are.
There is an interesting news. There's some players from Cagliari are leaving. They're literally leaving. That Cagliari is doing a revolution. That I was saying. Godin, Nandez, and Joao, the striker as well. So, I heard the striker is going to Fiorentina, and so I would say Godin could be a great option for us.
No.
Why not?
Because he's gonna get injured right away, man. The guy is 36. He's last years of his career.
Well, for 6 months, I'll be honest with you. He's a good player.
I mean, maybe for 6 months. Out of those ones, I would get João Pedro, to be honest.
The striker.
Yeah.
The Italian João Pedro.
Yeah, the Italian João Pedro.
He's going to Fiorentina, Roy. Bro, he's going to Fiorentina because Vlahovic is leaving.
Guys, but I don't understand this whole notion about getting a striker when we literally aren't feeding our own strikers shit to score. I don't think a striker is gonna Aubameyang, even Vlahovic as a freaking dream. They're not gonna solve anything, believe me, when they get no service at all.
Well, but
You need to
Aubameyang
switch like
and
Jota
Vlahovic,
or
two
Firmino.
different things.
Well said, Eastbourne. Well said.
Yeah, he's born, but it doesn't look like this. No, yeah. Safe, I understand your point, but at the moment, Pellegrini is injured, Ibra is injured, so we have just Giroud. And Pellegrini should leave. Pellegrini should leave, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Just whatever they want to do, Pellegrini should leave.
You are not happy
Just
with
terminate his
Pellegrini?
contract. I've never been happy. I thought we didn't need a third young striker. I always said Rebic and Leao can cover that position. Of course, we get mad injuries. We get 10, 8 injuries, and we cannot even do that. But a normal squad, a squad that actually gets normal injuries, Leao, Rebic can cover that position in an emergency state without any problem. Us, we need 3 players in each position because the fucking apocalypse is going to happen at Milan.
So wait, Lart, you are of the idea that if next year Ibra renews, then we don't need a third striker?
No, I didn't say that. I said if you add as a third striker, I always make the example of Vlahovic, but whatever, any other type of player. If you are the player that is a good player, that you are investing on that player, you're spending 20, 30, 40 million, of course you keep Ibra as a third striker because fucking Ibra is not Pellegrini. But Pellegrini is just adding dead wood at Milanello. So don't add it. Just stay without. If you're adding an important player, yes, I'm fine with that. If you're adding Pellegrini, no, don't do that. He's useless. He's not even training, the guy. That's my opinion.
It has been a useless
Purchase.
operation
Useless
so
move.
far.
Even if he doesn't get injured, it's still useless because Pioli doesn't see it. He's playing just when the other 2 old guys are in the hospital. So fuck it. In a normal situation, just play Rebic or Leao, and that's what we were doing when Rebic was healthy. Rebic was playing, not Pellegrini.
Yeah.
Well, look, Vlahovic is definitely not coming to Milan. That's never going to happen, guys. So get that out of your head. But it is possible that Scamacca might come to Milan. That is more of a possibility.
Because we have a great relationship with Sassuolo. I mean,
Yeah. Sassuolo loves us.
they don't ask crazy money to us. They love us.
I saw a Marseille report saying that Vlahovic has already a done deal in England. So.
I honestly just think that we need a freaking capable. I'm not gonna say world class anymore because I don't know what this club's gonna do. We need a winger, man. I think it's more important a winger / cam, because believe me, Ibrahimovic is good enough. This season he's been playing most of the games. He's good enough to score goals every game. But when you don't have wingers, or when you don't have wingers that feed him the ball, when you have Diaz, who has disappeared over the last few weeks, what do you expect from the guy?
But we do
Seriously,
have
what?
Yeah, but Steve, you cannot go into the next season with Ibra again as a starter, man.
No. I agree. I'm saying if we're gonna do one investment in the winter, it should be a freaking capable winger or a cam.
Oh,
I
agree with that.
Yeah, we shouldn't get a striker. We should not get a striker. It'll be useless.
Yeah, but safe on the long projection, we actually need a striker anyway next summer. You know what I mean?
Let's just get him next summer. Let's get a winger this January.
But why you're so 100% sure a good striker is not gonna help us to achieve points in difficult games?
Because he doesn't get service.
Is there a striker right now, in your opinion, there that can do the things that Zlatan can do?
I want
Because-
somebody that
because-
does different things, not what Zlatan does.
Okay,
I want a
but
guy that
hold
runs.
on, Larry, Pioli
That does the
wants to
run.
play a target man. Okay,
We don't know that
So,
because we never
do
bought a
know.
proper striker to Pioli. Can
I don't think
somebody
there's
agree with
anybody
this?
that can do what Ibra does.
Exactly, and we don't know what Pioli wants. We don't know what is the budget of our team.
I think we have an
Because
idea
what-
what Pioli wants.
No, if somebody tells to Pioli, listen, I want to buy you Mbappe as a striker, Pioli's not going to say, oh no, I want a target man. I don't like Mbappe. What are you guys are talking about? We don't know what Pioli really wants. It's an economical situation. We are doing it because we don't have money.
Something, okay, but Larry, if he wanted something different, why is it that we went with Giroud when there was a million strikers
Because
that
it was
we
for
got
free.
that provide something
Because it
different?
was for free. Because it was for free.
Okay, but if you want something different and we have the money, why not go for something different?
When we bought
Sorry, but
Giroud,
like-
we didn't have that money. That's what I'm saying. It was for free, and we got Giroud for free. Because if we had the money, probably Pioli would have asked something different. So if Pioli wants a target man, Pioli doesn't play Rebic as a striker man in big games. If he wants a target man, of course he likes a target man in some games, because some games the target man is what you need. But we don't know Pioli wants a target man. And going back to what Saif was saying, we need a striker anyway next summer, or a young, strong striker. So why not try to get him in January?
But do you
Because
think
if we can't give him the ball, he's not going to score.
There's
That's
no
the-
way we're
Lart,
getting Vlahovic, man.
Lart,
No
Lart,
way.
Lart,
No
Lart,
Blau, in general, a
Lart,
striker.
do you think a striker is more important than a winger at the moment?
Yeah, it is more important. That is
No, come on,
that
man.
is
No,
100%
no, no,
my
no.
opinion.
Okay,
Yeah,
hold
look
on.
at-
So, Larry,
no.
if Zlatan
Yeah.
is given 10 chances to score a goal each game, how many do you think he'll put in?
He'd be top scorer of the Serie A. I'm not
Okay.
even joking.
How many
Nathan,
chances do
who
we
the
give
fuck is
Zlatan?
gonna give 10 chances? Who the
how
fuck you gonna
many
buy in January that is gonna give 10 chances to Zlatan?
How
in
does
Serie
the
A?
forward get
Who is
chances
this
to
guy?
score? How
Give me
does the
a
forward,
name. You guys
Larry,
are fucking
Larry,
dreaming.
how does a striker get the ability to score goals?
Which striker, Nathan?
It doesn't matter. As a
No,
striker,
it matters.
as a
Some
striker,
strikers,
unless you're like,
some strikers, you
unless-
just throw the ball.
okay,
I'm telling you,
Larry,
some strikers just throw the ball, they create a chance. Just
No,
throw
it's
it there,
not.
bad in a
That's-
bad way. Yeah, yeah. It is.
Okay,
It is.
okay. I'll go off of what you just said. If you just if you just throw the ball up in there, they can do something with it. If the ball does not get past the first defender, he cannot do anything with it. Do you understand now? If the player cannot even put in a ball into the area where the striker is, he cannot do anything with it.
Well
Exactly.
said, Ollie.
So
well
unless you get a striker who's like Firmino or Jota, who is gonna be coming back in as a false nine, that striker that you want is primarily going to be sitting in the center of the box waiting for a good cross.
Yeah, but
So
if,
unless the ball gets there, he's not going to be able to do anything.
if
if
you
the
have
ball just-
Rebic and Leao
Yes.
and everybody is
That's on
healthy,
one side, though, Roy. That's only on one side.
you have Messias on the other side. You have
Messias
you
could-
have Calabria. You have Salamanca. I mean, yes, we can always add better players. True, but it's not like we don't have them.
But Roy, even when we had our best players on the field, our goals were not coming through play on the right side. They are still coming from the left. That's the point.
Center, not
Well, the
necessarily.
center as well. I won't just say only left.
But
it was
Calabria
center
and
the back.
Salamanca's pushed a lot from that side also.
I understand that, but the goals were still not coming from the right. I understand what they've been doing, and I understand Calabria has goals, but at the end of the day, the service is, I'm not saying 100% not coming from the right, because, they do put crosses in, but almost all of those crosses do not even reach the center of the box.
And I think they will get players there. They will get players there.
Right, but that's the whole point. But if you have another striker, it won't matter, because if the ball doesn't reach him, if he's not creating for himself, Zlatan can create for himself.
So you're saying
That's
a
why-
right
that's why I
winger
asked-
is more important than a striker?
Yes, because if that's
Yeah.
why I asked if there's another player that can play like Zlatan, because you need that striker to create for himself if the players around you are not getting you the ball. So if that
See, Roy,
forward
what
cannot-
happened?
Am I wrong? Am I
4
wrong?
weeks ago,
I
Roy,
don't know.
4 weeks
I don't
ago,
know.
they were
Maybe.
saying that Messias is going to bench Telemakers. 4 weeks ago,
I mean,
they
he
said
has
that.
been Salamakers. He has been.
No, it
Salamakers.
does. And we haven't win a game. But whatever. Yeah, whatever.
I'm sorry. No.
He benches-
Live. Let me just say this.
Yeah.
A few weeks ago, I also said we have to lower our expectations. He is a great player. He not great. He's a good
No.
player.
No.
Let me continue,
finish
man.
the point. No, I was doing the point with Roy.
Let him finish. Let
You-
him finish. Bro.
You say that 4 weeks ago Messias is gonna bench Telemakers. Now you're telling me we need a right wing. We're gonna buy that right wing, and in February, end of February, you're gonna tell me we need a better right wing.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
What do you guys are
What
talking
do you mean,
about,
man? What do you mean?
Yes,
We
what do you
also
guys mean?
Larry,
These
we
guys
also
from
said
France
Messias. We
coming
also
out.
said that we see Messias more as a cam than a right wing. We also said that
Okay.
as well. But you're not going to mention that. Though.
Well, he can do both.
He can do both, but we all see him primarily more as a cam than
Why?
a right wing.
I
But-
see him more as a right winger.
But Pioli only sees him as a right wing. by the way.
Exactly. He only sees him as the right wing.
Only as
Only?
Guys,
and by the way, guys, Inter Milan's offices were raided by the police today. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
for
of
Guys, Calciopoli was never done by Juve. It was all Inter.
Yeah.
Inter made the whole thing up because they were salty as fuck that they couldn't beat Juventus. So they made all this shit up. It's going to bite them back in the ass. You guys will see. You guys will see.
I hope
was
it
all
does. I
Inter.
hope they get crushed into oblivion.
oh my God, Nate.
You guys will see the Inter that were like, oh my God, poor us. So we got blah blah. It's all them.
I would sleep like a fucking baby if Inter got crushed. I wouldn't care if they all became jobless. I wouldn't care.
Nathan, Juventus has 72 transactions, man.
Hey.
Inter maybe has 20. So if Inter get
Hey.
crushed, Juventus get deleted from the history of football.
How many
Hey,
do
I
we
don't
have?
care.
Zero, because we haven't bought
Zero.
an Italian player in the last 2 years, man. And we never been in Champions League. So we didn't
As long
need
as
to
Elliot
actually.
is there, we will never be there, man. Because Italian
And by the
players
way,
are too
the guy
expensive.
that runs AC Milan is good at balance and economy. So don't worry, man. They are good.
I have
And
a question.
another thing.
Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead. No, finish.
No. And another thing is we didn't need to do plus valences because we were not in Champions League. So we didn't need to follow strictly the financial fair play.
Watch
because
out for Pobega.
not- Yeah, 40 million, man.
Watch out for Pobega. That could be a plus Valenza right there. That could be like, who knows?
Yeah, if they pay 40 million, they need to pay 40 million.
Guys, I have a quick question here. I want to know what your opinions on this. First of all, guys, please vote. Guys, vote.
What
on
are
the
you
poll.
asking? What do they need to vote?
Well, no, the chat needs to vote. But I have a question. So obviously, the goal that Napoli, the goal that we scored against Napoli, was a goal every day of the week.
No,
It
it was
supposed to be-
offside. Roy, it was offside. You're
Okay,
wrong. I'm sorry.
okay. So there are people that believe it was supposed to be offside. People are not. I think it was never offside.
No, it was offside.
In
man.
any case, even going back to the whole referee things, going back to the Champions League, if you guys look at Galliani and how he would be so vocal about it, and he would put pressure on the Lega, and he would really, make it known that he was disappointed with referees. Do you guys think Maldini should be doing the same thing, or should he be quiet the way he is? Should he be more vocal about the referees and saying they need to put more respect on AC Milan and blah blah blah? Maybe even pushing them and saying, "Hey, you guys are, there's something wrong, blah blah blah." Or do you guys like his approach right now?
Is first of all, that's not a big mistake that you need to be vocal at the end of the thing. And it's not like consistent. They don't do mistakes against us like every week. So when you do a mistake against us every week, you can actually say something. And And you know what? That was a period when Galliani was saying that there was a period there was no VAR. So people don't remember, but they were doing bigger mistakes at that time. And
every
against,
game was mistakes.
yeah, every game there was like massive mistakes. So now the offside problem is solved. That was offside, guys. You need to
How
check
do you
the
think
rules
that was
of
offside, guys?
It
That
was
a
not
simple-
offside. Larry,
How?
hold on,
Impossible.
Larry.
Impossible.
Larry,
Do you want to
Giroud
hear
Get
my
him,
opinion?
Nathan. Get
in the
him.
beginning of the. Hold on. No, wait. Larry,
Yeah, Nathan,
in the
go for it.
beginning,
Yeah,
Giroud was not called offsides, okay? Because he was called.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
wait. So he was not called offsides at all, and he was technically still not offsides when he was on the ground, because he was still part of the play. When the ball ricocheted off the defender, it ricocheted off of a different person. Giroud on the ground cannot even move his body, so he's not even part of the play. Okay? Now
Okay.
let's say if the defender hit the ball and it hit Giroud is still not offsides because the defender played the ball. No matter how you look at it from both,
No, see, Nathan,
he is
no,
not
Nathan.
considered offsides. Plain and simple.
Okay, can I say my
Yes, that
opinion?
is the rule. That
my-
is the actual rules.
No, that's not the rule. The moment, see, you say something
go
wrong.
ahead.
If the defender touches
It is
the
the rule.
ball and Giroud,
No, because it
no,
already
Nathan.
happened. It already happened. It already happened.
Nathan,
It already happened.
breathe. Nathan, breathe. I explain you what you say wrong.
Hey,
You say if Juan Jesus touches the ball and Giroud touches after, still Giroud is not offside. You are wrong there, because the offside starts the moment that Kalulu brings the ball forward.
it already happened.
Not when Juan Jesus. Yes, when Kalulu brings the
But
ball
that was
forward.
not what they
and
called, Laird.
Huh?
That is
That's
not what
they called, man.
Yes, Kalulu brings the ball forward, and Giroud in that moment is offside.
But that's
Yes,
not what they
Giroud doesn't-
called.
No.
What they called, man?
But
What they called?
They called the offside where Giroud was on the ground.
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly. When Giroud is on the
Exactly.
ground, Kalulu brings the ball forward, so the ball is going on the Giroud direction. So Giroud in that moment is offside. Even if Juan Jesus touches the ball, Giroud is offside.
But-
Now,
No.
I ask you a question, Roy. Roy, I ask you a
but
question.
it's not
Why
a pass,
Juan
bro.
Jesus
It's not a pass. Larry,
I disagree here, though.
doesn't
It's
need
not
to
a
be an
pass,
intentional
man.
pass, Nathan. Doesn't need to be an
it does
intentional
need to be a
pass.
pass.
No,
No, it does.
Larry, if I'm
It
playing
doesn't.
forward right now,
Nathan, it
if
doesn't.
I'm
It
playing
doesn't
forward
need,
right now,
Nathan.
and I
It doesn't
stand-
need. By accident,
No.
you give a pass to a guy that is offside.
no.
He's still offside.
It's offside. Yeah, it's offside.
No.
Nathan,
Wow. Let me
Nathan,
finish.
it's
Let
offside,
me
man.
finish,
He
Nathan.
he
It doesn't
he is
matter.
he is in an offsides position.
No,
Yes, he is technically in an offsides position, but he is not part of the play. He's not
This
part
I
of the play.
agree
Okay.
with.
I can go stand
This I agree
offsides
with.
right now.
Nathan, okay,
If I can,
Nathan.
I
Let's
can go
Insanity.
stand. No, I can
Okay,
go
Nathan.
stand
You say
offsides
he's
right
not
now,
part of the game.
and I can be
Nathan.
like, look, I'm not part of the play.
Ah.
One at a time.
No,
one at a
no.
time.
I
Nathan,
can go
But
finish.
he's
Finish
saying
first.
too many
Let-
things, man.
Let
Too many
Nathan
things.
finish,
I can-
and then
I
Laird,
can
you
go
go.
stand. I can go stand offsides right now. I can go stand offsides right now. And if the ball's kicked in my direction, I can put my hands up and like, look, I'm not part of the play. Let the ball go. The referee's not going to call offsides.
Okay,
One of my
okay,
own players
Nathan.
can run and get the ball.
Okay, Nathan.
And
This
yeah,
is
they will
a.
not call offsides.
Yeah, but why you don't analyze the Giroud case? Not you are in a situation.
Because
Let's analyze
Giroud is
this
not
one.
part of the. Giroud is on the ground. That is why.
Nathan,
He's on the
Nathan,
ground. He
let me
doesn't make
ask you a
movement
question,
to the
Nathan.
ball.
Nathan, let me ask you a question. Why Juan Jesus touches the ball? Why Juan Jesus pushes the ball away from him?
The ball
Because
got kicked
No,
into.
I'll tell you. Why Juan Jesus? Give me the answer. Why Juan Jesus with his left foot pushed away the ball?
Because he's
Because he's trying to make
ball
sure
was
Giroud
next to the
doesn't get the
defender.
ball.
Let's watch it. Let's watch
But
it right now.
Giroud is on the ground.
Guys, we're gonna
Giroud's
watch it
doesn't
right
know.
now.
are not moving.
Nathan, he doesn't know the intention of Giroud.
Giroud?
He doesn't know.
It doesn't
Nathan,
fucking matter.
what the
bro. It don't
fuck,
matter.
dude? Well, I
It
know
don't
he's on the
matter.
ground. Don't say things that we all know.
Guys,
Just
let's watch
Try
it.
to add something on the conversation, man.
No,
we
no,
know
no.
he's on the
Nathan
ground.
is right.
Try
Nathan
to
is
add
right.
something on
Nathan
the
is right.
conversation. I'm asking you why when Jesus does that tackle and tries to put away the ball
Because the ball
I'll
is
be,
in
I'll
his
be
foot.
slick with it, Paul. I'll be slick with it.
Because Giroud is there, man, and he's trying to bring the ball away from Giroud.
No,
Giroud being there is active.
Giroud,
He's active.
even
Yeah, I
if
don't
Giroud
care.
was
If
not
he's
there,
Hey,
a
let's
defender's
watch,
natural
guys.
reaction
Guys,
is to clear the
pause.
ball.
No, Roy.
Pause.
Roy, can
No,
I
no,
ask
no.
you something?
No,
No,
let's
no,
watch
don't.
it.
We're gonna
and then
lose.
let's
No,
go.
we're
No,
gonna
no,
have a
I
strike.
know how to do this,
No.
guys. I know how to do
No,
this.
no, no.
Look,
We're gonna have a
look,
strike. Listen, man.
It's
We're
not
gonna have
gonna
a
be.
strike.
It's not
Put
gonna
a
be a strike.
footage. Put a
It's
footage.
not gonna be a
Not even the
look,
video.
look.
Put just the. No, no, no.
Look at it.
We're gonna get a strike.
No,
See,
no,
that's-
no, no. We're not gonna get a strike because I know.
We're
how
gonna
to
get
do
a
this.
strike. We're gonna get
We're
a
gonna
strike.
do it slowly, and we're going to pause, and we're gonna commentate. It's called fair use,
Fuck. Again.
guys. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Wait, let me put mute first, because okay, really slowly. Okay, so maybe there you can say Giroud committed a foul, but that was not what they called.
Yeah, keep
But
going.
here's Kalulu. Kalulu coming in right there. Kalulu.
The ball goes forward
There.
to Giroud. He's
But-
offside. Giroud now is offside.
Okay, and
The ball is going on Giroud. Juan Jesus does something to stop the ball to go from Giroud. So Giroud is active because
Don't, bro.
yes, Giroud is active.
No.
he's
bro.
just
No.
moving his
You
leg.
don't.
Giroud is not part of the play anymore.
Yeah, but bro, John, Juan
Exactly.
Jesus
Not-
doesn't know that.
Not only is he not. No. Not only
His
is he not part
decision
of the
making,
play, but
Nathan.
once-
His decision making
No.
is because
No.
Giroud is there.
The rule states. The rule
No,
states.
okay.
As soon as that defender makes the play for the ball, Giroud is no longer offside. Even. It
I just-
already
Nathan,
happened
what
in
do you-
Serie A.
oh my
They
God,
already
Nathan.
explained it.
I just want
They
to let
already
everybody
explained
know.
it,
I want to let everybody know in the world that if we lose the Scudetto by 2 points, it was because of this stupid call right here.
Nah, Roy, listen what did Nathan, see this moment here when Kalulu brings the ball forward, Giroud is offside. Doesn't
It
matter
don't
what happened
matter.
after.
It don't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't
No,
matter. He's
guys,
offside.
he
because
guys,
that's the
But
ball.
one
He's
Jesus
not
touches
part
the
of
ball.
play.
Guys, can I tell or speak my mind on this? For me, it's very simple. In the moment Kalulu touches the ball, Giroud is offside. That being said, just because a player is offside, if he's not part of the gameplay, the offside is not called.
But and Red John, let's add
Now,
this too. Let's add
here-
this too.
Tell
If
me.
you are in an offside position and the opposing defender deflects the ball to you, that
It's
is
still
not
offside. It's
it's
still
not
offside.
He's
It's
still
not
offside.
It's still
not
offside.
offside.
No, it's still offside.
Red John,
Listen.
guys, everything here is Giroud active or not? I'll
No,
tell you why
no
Giroud is
way.
active. I'll tell you why Giroud is active. First of all,
He's
close
not.
to one.
Look at his legs.
Why I cannot finish, Nathan? Why I cannot? He's active. First of all, Juan Jesus is on the ground because Giroud is there. So Juan Jesus is on the ground. Now, stop it here, Roy. Stop it 1 second. Stop it. Stop it in that moment. Go back when Juan Jesus is doing the challenge. Why Juan Jesus is doing that challenge? To make sure Giroud
Because the
doesn't
ball's
do the
near him
No,
anyway.
No, Giroud is
because
moving.
the ball is
Man,
coming
Giroud is
towards
moving.
him.
No, but Giroud
The
is
ball
moving.
is coming
Giroud
towards
is
him.
Giroud is moving.
No, but
Yeah,
Giroud,
Larry,
you
how
know-
do you stand up? How do you stand up, Larry? If you're on the ground and
Don't
your back's on
move.
the ground, how do you
No,
stand
don't
up?
move. Nathan,
No,
he's
how
active.
do you
man.
stand
I'm
up,
sorry,
Larry?
man. He's active.
Can you tell
I'm
me
a
how do you stand
defender.
up? You must be Jesus and you can float in the fucking air because in order for you to stand up, you got to move your fucking legs. Larry is the
Nathan,
new Jesus
Nathan.
because he does not need to use his
Nathan,
legs
stay
to
on
stand
what's
up
going
any
on
longer.
here. Stay on what's going on here. I'm a defender, and
I
my
am, bro.
attacker. No, I'm not saying I'm a defender. I'm explaining the situation, man. I don't care about.
I need you
Fucking
to
hell,
look
man.
up the
I'm a-
rules. I need you to pull up the
No.
rules.
The,
'Cause you don't know the rules.
Bring me the rule says actually that this is offside, man. This is the rule. If a striker is close to the defender that is doing the challenge, he's active. Because the defender in
he's
his
not.
mind.
He's not.
Okay, Nathan.
It doesn't
Nathan,
matter
I get
in the
it.
mind of the defender.
Nathan, I know your opinion. I got your opinion. I'm trying to stay.
So you're
If
saying
I'm a
just
striker-
because Giroud moved his leg. you're saying.
Exactly. No, Giroud is close to Juan Jesus. So Juan Jesus, everything that he's doing is trying to make sure Giroud doesn't get the ball. So because he's trying to do
Juan
that,
Jesus
Giroud
is
offside,
laying on him.
Giroud is active. Giroud is active. Even if he's not doing anything, he's close to Juan Jesus. He's putting pressure on Juan Jesus, just being there. So he's active. He's not like 2 meters away.
No.
Or he's not
Bro.
running away from Juan Jesus.
There it
He's
is.
there.
Ollie said it right here. Very well said. Juan Jesus made an attempt to clear the ball. That means he played the ball, and Giroud has thus becomes not offside.
No,
Thank
but
you.
that's not how it works. It doesn't
Thank
matter.
you. I just
No,
said
no.
that. Thank
It
you.
doesn't matter,
guys.
guys.
That is the rule.
What
Guys,
are
it
you
doesn't
talking?
That is
matter.
the
What are you
rule.
talking about?
Wow.
Guys, no, but
Oh my.
guys, again, it does not matter what Juan Jesus did. All it matters
Yeah.
is if Giroud was offside or not in the moment Kalulu touched the ball.
Kalulu, that is the moment of
doesn't
the pass,
matter.
guys. That's the moment that is decide the offside. And because the ball goes to
Oh my God, are you guys
Wow,
serious? This is
No,
first.
guys.
Bro,
This
you
is,
guys
because
are crazy.
Kalulu-
You don't know the you don't know the rule of the
Is
offside,
Kalulu
man.
passing the ball to Giroud?
You
it
No.
doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
man.
It
It doesn't
doesn't
matter. The
matter.
ball is going forward or the player that is
Exactly.
No,
offside.
but if
It
a
doesn't
player is
matter.
out of the play, it doesn't
No, it's
matter
not,
because the Napoli
bro,
player
it's-
deflects the
Guys,
ball.
Bro,
It doesn't
he's not
matter.
out. He's on the same direction of the pass and he's
Yes.
sticked with the defender. So he's active.
It wasn't
Yes.
a
Even
pass.
if he doesn't do anything.
It's not a pass.
I don't care.
It's not a pass.
It's not a pass. first of all.
Nathan,
Guys,
Nathan.
guys,
No, Larry, you
listen,
simply
listen,
do not
listen,
understand the rules.
Guys,
You
no,
Wow.
simply are
no, no,
ignorant
no.
of the rules, bro.
Listen.
That's all it is.
No,
Guys,
no,
I
no.
listen. I disagree with that in the fact that I don't think this was offside, but this part there is 100% right. Are you kidding me? Again,
Giroud is active, man.
That's no, because that's not what's happening here, Red John.
guys, listen. If I touch the ball or if Kalulu touches the ball, regardless of the intention, and the ball goes forward, automatically it is activated if Kalulu's teammate is offside or not. This is how the rule works. If Juan Jesus touches the ball, it does not matter if he touches the ball and Giroud is not offside anymore. If Juan Jesus touches the ball now and he moves the ball forward, then it would have become if Giroud is offside or not. I don't know if I'm making myself clear. Meaning,
Guys,
again,
the whole point here that we can disagree all day is if Giroud is active or not. But that is an offside, guys. Giroud is offside. We can discuss is active or not the whole day.
Yeah.
I think he's active because he's close to the defender, he's touching the defender, he's putting pressure just being there to the defender, and the ball is going in his direction. So clearly the defender is on pressure and needs to do something and does something wrong because he doesn't clear the ball properly. So Giroud is active. Juan Jesus is doing something wrong. He's doing a wrong clearance because he's on the ground, because Giroud, and because he's close to Giroud as well. So Giroud is active, man. Forget about, Giroud is not moving. Who fucking cares? I'm a defender. I don't know if he's moving or not. I have to defend against him. So he's active for me. So that is the whole point. Giroud is there and is an obstacle on Juan Jesus, and he's active.
But I don't know. I don't think so.
He is active.
I don't agree
He's
with
clumsy
you,
that he falls down. If he doesn't fall down and he runs away, he's not active anymore.
That makes a good point here, to be honest. Like, I still don't know. I still think it shouldn't have been given as offside because Giroud is not participating into the play and he is on the ground.
How can he participate to the play if he's he's not even like you're basically saying because he does that with his leg.
Because he moves
He is
his leg.
close to the defender.
Because he does
Right.
that. No, it doesn't matter that he's close to the defender. They were marking each other and they're on the ground. But you're saying
but
just
the
because
defender
he does.
But the defender, every movement he's doing is on function, so the attacker doesn't get the ball. So he's active.
No,
That's the whole point.
But
And he says on the rule, if you check the rule of the referees in Italy, it says if the defender and the attacker are close, attached with each other, and the defender touches the ball, is offside. Because the defender, what he's doing is trying to get the ball away from a guy that is an offside.
But this part is unclear to me because I imagine myself if an attacker is clearly offside and the defender in front of him tackles the ball wrongly and gives it to the other attacker and the attacker scores, is that offside or not? Even though the attacker...
exactly. That's a good point. I'll explain it to you.
There's no explanation. That's what the rule is.
No. Red John asked me a question. I'll give you an hypothetical. Let's say
I'm not giving hypotheticals. I gave him the
okay, you don't listen.
Exactly, Ollie. Ollie is
you
correct.
have your opinion.
Juan Jesus was lying on top of
I'll give
Giroud.
you a situation. Red John, Kier is marking an attacker.
Yeah.
Let's say we are playing against Man City. So Kier is marking Juan Jesus that is doing a run. The run Juan Jesus is doing, he is offside. The ball is a perfect ball from De Bruyne, but Juan Jesus is offside. Kier doesn't know he's offside, and he's playing football. And he does a clearance, and that clearance goes on goal. That is not an own goal, because the run of Juan Jesus to try to get the ball is an offside, or just the fact that Juan Jesus
you're wrong. Hold on, look, that is
the pass.
Nathan, wait.
Even
Nathan,
if Juan Jesus
Nathan,
doesn't
wait.
get,
Yes,
the
but
pass is going to Juan Jesus. So even Juan Jesus doesn't touch the ball; he's far away from the ball. And Juan Jesus can say, "You know what? I was just running. I wouldn't touch the ball."
no, but
that's wrong.
No, but wait. So
it is right, man.
guys, because I have to go in a bit. If now it's the same exact construct of the game, okay? But Juan Jesus is offside, but he does not attempt to get the ball. He just stands. And Kier takes the ball anyways and scores an own goal. Is that an own goal or not?
Still you need to see if there is another player going for that ball. First of all, you need to see, because if the only player is Juan Jesus,
and he is offside, but he does not attempt to get the ball. He does not run. He just stands.
Well, that is a different situation. If he doesn't attempt, he runs in the opposite way. It's not offside.
No, but I think this is the exact situation here, and I think all we have to value is the movement of the leg that Giroud does. If the movement of the leg of Giroud is deemed as active playing, then it's basically Juan Jesus or whatever running. If Giroud does not move his leg and he does not attempt to play, is Juan Jesus not moving but just watching Kier score the goal?
But Rajon, your situation is considering that Juan Jesus is meters away from Kier.
No.
My explanation is that Juan Jesus and Kier are running close with each other. They are touching each other. So it's impossible that Juan Jesus is ignoring the attacking situation. He clearly is making a run to go to the direction of the pass of Kevin De Bruyne. And Kier intervened and he does an own goal. That is a fucking offside. Because Juan Jesus just being there, just being there, Kier doesn't know he's offside. So he has to do the tackle and try to stop that ball. Even if Juan Jesus is ignoring him. The pass.
But as soon as the defender makes a play on the ball, the player automatically becomes onside. It doesn't matter what you say or what the direction is.
No.
Yes, it's already happened. Is what I'm trying to say. It's already happened in Serie A. It already happened, and the player was far offsides, but the defender hit the ball first. And the player got it,
Nathan,
and he went and scored. They went through the whole process, man.
Nathan, this is getting embarrassing.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Stop saying, because we are recording this, man. We're recording.
I don't give a fuck if you're recording. I'm telling you what I saw,
Roy. Stop here. Roy, stop here. 1 second. Just try to go. So I can explain, Nathan, the offside rule. In this moment, Giroud is offside. Okay, I don't know the offside. In this moment,
he's in an offside position.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is the moment that the referee is deciding, man.
But he's not active. He's not active.
But he decided that Giroud is active.
Well, that's why he's a piece of shit.
No, because
he's a piece of shit, and he's ruining the
guys.
Laird,
I have to go, but I will. I have to go, but I will just say
the guy's laying on Giroud.
just 1 second, Nathan. The problem is here. As long as now Giroud is offside, it does not matter what Juan Jesus does with the ball. Because if Giroud is active, that's offside. It does not matter if Juan Jesus touches the ball or not. If Juan Jesus would clear the ball, then Giroud would not be offside anymore because the game would go on.
The only case that you have to make this valid is this right here. The moment Giroud right there moves his leg right there, where he opens up his leg right there, the referee deemed that as if he's trying to interfere in the play, therefore it was offside. That is the only thing right there.
That's what Juan Jesus is thinking. Giroud is moving the leg left to give it back
No,
to.
that's I
to
don't agree.
Juan Jesus is just
What-
thinking about clearing the ball out.
Yeah,
That's it.
exactly.
He
Thanks.
doesn't
So
care
you
about where Giroud is.
see, that's the
He's
funny
a
thing,
defender
Nathan.
on
You
the
know,
ground.
Nathan, you know what Juan Jesus is thinking, but you don't
It's
know what
obvious,
Giroud is
right?
thinking. That is the funny thing.
Giroud cannot do anything because
He's moving his left
literally-
leg, man. He's moving it. He's trying to
Larry,
get the ball with his left leg.
if someone is laying on your leg, do you let him lay there or do you move it?
Nathan,
Come on,
this is
answer. Come on,
everyone.
No. See, you
I don't
even
move.
answer
I
that.
don't move. I know the rules
don't
of
even answer
football.
that.
I don't move, Nathan.
So
I know the
Giroud,
rules.
you're
I just
saying,
asked
right?
a question.
I don't
Giroud
move.
should
I told you.
have
I'm
not
on
moved.
offside. I don't move. I stay still. I don't even touch the ball. I don't do
So
any
you
movement.
let.
Actually,
so
you know,
just
Nathan,
let someone
what I
lay
do?
on top of your legs.
Nathan, you know what I do? I raise the arms to tell the referee that I'm out of the game. I'm not moving. Giroud with his left foot is trying to give the ball away back to Kalulu so he can shoot. And
How
one
close
Jesus
is his
sense
foot?
that. One
How
Jesus
close is his
sense
foot?
that. What?
How close is his foot that Giroud can actually make something happen there?
He can
How
make
close
it
is it?
because one Jesus
How?
made it. One Jesus made it.
No,
Just touching the
his
ball
body
to the
is a half body in front of them. How is Giroud going to be there when he has a whole half body advantage on him?
If
There's
one
no way to
Jesus,
make a play there. There's no way
because
to
one
make a play there.
Nathan, because one Jesus makes the intervene,
Who
and one
cares?
It matters
He's-
because he's wow, man, you are
I'm
incredible.
sorry.
He's doing it to make sure Giroud doesn't get the ball.
He's
because
doing
he
it because the
doesn't know
defender
Giroud's
clears the
offside.
ball out. That's why he's doing it. As a defender and you're on the ground, you see two opponent players coming towards you and the ball's right in front of you. You don't just sit there. You try and clear it out regardless of who's around you. That's what a defender does.
Yeah,
Doesn't
but
matter if the
Giroud is
person's
there
offside
and he's
or not,
active.
man.
Giroud is there, he's active.
He's not, bro. He's active because he's breathing.
Well, I'm sorry, man. He's active. He's moving his left foot.
Because
He's there.
He's a breathing person, and he moved his leg an inch to the left.
Nathan, he's active, man. I'm sorry, man. He's active.
Well, Larry,
He's
you're the only human being on this earth that says that. So
Well, actually, there's many
Congratulations.
people that are saying
He's
that.
active, man. I'm sorry, man.
Okay, look. So listen, I'm going to not fully retract my position. There is a case in saying, this is just my opinion, that in this moment right here, when Giroud is moving his leg, is he trying to go for the ball?
Yes, he's going for the ball. He's
does his
Kalulu.
leg go to the ball? Like, does his leg outstretch to the ball? Can you push
But because
the
one
replay
just
so we can see?
intervened, man.
No, I don't care about that. Can you do the replay, Roy? Does his leg extend to the ball?
No, it doesn't.
So if it doesn't extend to the ball, he's not active. He's not making a play for it if his leg
He's
does not extend to the
calculating
ball.
so he can hit
No,
the ball.
no.
He's coming.
Does
He's
his leg
calculating.
extend
That is
to
okay.
the ball?
Okay.
Does it go
that.
to the ball?
You
Roy?
know that.
Roy,
You know
if
that.
you're offsides and you make
You
move it to the
could
ball,
interpret.
you are active.
If you are a Napoli fan, you could interpret that way.
Nathan, we are lying ourselves. Giroud is trying everything to get that ball back.
Does his leg
We
go
are
towards
lying
the
ourselves.
ball?
He doesn't manage to do that.
Yes,
because
it does.
Sanchez
Because if you're offsides and you are offsides,
he doesn't
and you
know he's
run to
offside,
the ball.
man.
But my thing is,
Wow,
doesn't-
Nathan.
No, I'm asking you, if you're offsides and you run to the ball and you get it, you have made action towards the ball. You are offsides.
but
If
guys,
you are offsides and you don't run to the ball, the referee is not going to call offsides because you are not part of the play. If Giroud is not moving a body part to the ball, he cannot be considered active.
He's moving.
I don't know if that's completely true.
No, that is he has to be moving. He has to be making some sort of action to get the ball.
He's actually doing it.
And that's the thing. Like people are interpreting this as if he is.
He's doing it, man.
That's
it's
what
clear.
the referee
His left foot,
interpreted.
look at that. His left foot is trying to give the ball back. Come on, man. We are lying to ourselves. He's active. He knows that. He's trying everything to get that ball back.
But there is a case to say that if a defender deflects a ball from in an offside position, then it's not offside anymore.
That's the rule.
That is the rule.
That is literally the rule.
No, Nathan, he's defending.
It's true.
That's the
guys.
truth, man.
Roy, that is a situation.
Let
I'm
me
sorry,
show you an
Roy.
example. Let me show you an example.
So, but it's not
That's-
the same example, man.
It
It's not
is
the same example.
example.
No, because Giroud is already
Okay,
offside on the
okay.
first pass.
So you
the
say he
game
moved his
is
leg.
stopped before.
So you're saying he moved his leg back to get the ball, but if you're on the ground and you're standing up, your leg goes back as well to stand up. So how can you say he's not standing up?
Listen, I have a question here, Laird. If let's say Giroud here is in an offside position, right? He's in an offside position, and Kessie, or let's say Kessie, kicks the ball here, and then the defender deflects the ball into Giroud's feet. That is not offside.
Well, technically, that is a different situation. It's not the same.
Why is it not different?
Because first of all, put the pass of Kessie in direction of Giroud and another player, the same direction.
Okay, and
So that's
but it
so
wasn't a
let's
pass. It wasn't a
Yeah,
pass to Giroud.
let's say the ball is going the number 2 and the number 9. You need to do a line, defensive line, bro. I cannot tell you who is offside. You put a defensive line, so I can explain it, or I'll do it with a graphic if you want.
All right, there's your defensive line.
And now you put a striker close to the number 3. Put a striker. No, that's Giroud is offside. Put a striker close to number 3.
Okay.
Basically, Kessie is giving the ball to the striker close to the number 3. No.
Right. Yeah. And then
Exactly.
Something happens. It gets deflected by
the number
defender.
3. The number 3 deflects the ball, and it goes to Giroud. Giroud is offside because the moment that Kessie passes. No, listen to me. The moment that Kessie passes the ball is going in the Giroud direction. Is for Ibra, but it's going in the Giroud direction. The defender deflects it in a way that goes it goes straight, so it doesn't go far away. Giroud is offside, man, because the moment that Kessie passes the ball, Giroud is offside.
Yes,
that is the moment when the ball started.
there he is.
That is the moment the ball started.
Yes,
and that is the moment when the direction of the ball goes. That is the moment when the ball goes from direction Kessie to direction goal.
Yes, but
it doesn't go in the opposite direction.
But that's if the defender doesn't make a play to the ball. If he passes and it hits the defender who's unaware and Giroud is offsides, yes, then he is offsides. But if the defender actively makes a play to the ball and it still gets to Giroud after a deflection, Giroud is therefore onside.
No, he's still offside because
no, he's not. The defender, if the defender makes a play for the ball and it's still
the defender in this case, I'm sorry, Nathan. In this case,
all right, guys,
I've
changed my mind. I've changed my mind.
The defender in this moment, Nathan, is diverting the direction of the ball, and it does it really bad, so the ball keeps going directly.
That's not the rule, though. The rule states if the player's offsides, but the defender makes a play for it and deflects off the defender.
Nathan, can you show me the rule? Show me the rule, please. Can you show me the rule?
Explain this rule. It doesn't.
No, it's
You know what?
not.
I think I've changed my mind on this.
No, Nathan. Oh my God, this is embarrassing, guys.
It's embarrassing that you don't get the rule.
I think I've changed my mind on this. You know, Nathan. I think I've changed my mind on this. I mean, I think it's harsh, but I think there is a case for Giroud moving his leg, therefore being active in that play.
Roy, can you lay on the ground, flat on your back, and then stand up and tell me which direction your leg goes?
But no, I understand that, and I think if you want to be inactive to the play, you kind of have to kind of do this with your hands, and you have
raise
to show
your hands, don't move.
You have to show the referees that you're not participating in the play. At that point, Giroud is trying to move his leg. You could interpret it as in he's trying to kick the ball.
Yeah, but then you go off of, is that a clear and obvious mistake? Because that's a 50-50. You can make a case for it, and you can make an even case for and against it. So if it's for and against it, you need to go with the original decision. Right? Is that not correct?
Yeah, maybe it happened so fast they didn't notice it. But I don't know. I don't know, man. At this point, I don't know.
But if the case was one way, then I would definitively say yes for one or the other. But you can make a 50-50 case for both ways. So if it's a 50-50 case, then you cannot just backtrack like that.
Nathan, the rule. I've read the rule. The Italian fucking Federation of Referees rule. I've read the rule. The rule says that if the player that is involved is a stick, is touching the body of the defender, is active, man. Is the rule? That's the Italian rule.
So does the rule say if
Giroud is touching the?
Does
Oh my
rule
God!
say-
Even if he doesn't move, he's unfortunately touching the body of.
Larry, does the rule state even if the defender?
Yeah.
Does the rule state if the defender falls on the forward and pinning him to the ground, that still counts?
No,
Because then you can make a
the
case
issue,
But that is an
fouling-
unfortunate situation.
No, but
That's
the issue,
that's
the
not-
issue remains. The issue remains that the interpretation is that when Giroud opened up his leg, he was trying to be going for the ball, therefore active. So that's how they interpret it. If that is the case, then I have to concede, yes, it is an offside.
Yeah, but how can you say that? How can you say that if he's on the ground? Like if his leg doesn't even extend to the ball? Like if the ball's coming to your left and your leg is already extended, why would you bring it back instead of just moving your leg to the left completely extended? Because then you have a better chance of
But
getting
he
the ball.
does open up his leg. He does move his leg.
Yes, but
He
his
should have
leg
stood still. He
extended,
should have not moved at all.
But Roy, if his leg is extended and he moves it to the left, like extending your groin, you have a better chance of actually intercepting that ball compared to moving your leg backwards.
That's
Now,
I
you
think
understand.
I think
That's
just
your thought.
moving and interacting with the play, one way or the other,
Yes, but then
deems
you-
it
but
upside.
then-
But the
but
question
then
is,
can you-
did he do that? Was he interacting with the play?
But,
That's the
Roy,
question.
but then we do the same thing if a person who's standing offsides and the ball's kicked toward him, instead of just standing one spot,
Yeah.
they always move out of the way, right? So
Right.
he made movement,
I agree with
therefore
that.
he should have called offsides.
And I think
And they don't call him offsides because he is not part of the play. It's the same concept.
and that's what it looked like to me. Watching this replay over, I can just see why the referee would.
Yes,
would make
I
that
can
decision.
too, but you got to interpret it as: does he make movement to the ball, or does he moving his leg away from the ball? If the ball's
Nathan,
coming towards you, no, hold on. Is the ball going towards Giroud when he moved his leg? Yes or no?
Don't need to know that because
Roy,
the rule says
It looks
if
like
the
it is.
attack-
It looks like it is.
Bro,
so the
Nathan,
ball's
you
going
don't
towards
need.
him, right? Hold on. If the
It looks
ball's
like
going towards him-
the ball is going towards
yes,
those
And-
players. Yeah.
yes. So what does Giroud do? He moved his leg backwards, right?
Well, he opens it
Nathan,
up.
Okay,
Nathan,
but he
the
opens
rule
it up
says
and it
if
goes
he
backwards,
touches
right?
the defender, is active, man. The rule says if he touches the
Hold
defender,
on,
he's
hold on.
active.
I would
Why
argue.
hold on? That is the
Hold
rule,
on.
man. He
I
doesn't
would-
need to
hold on,
move. If
hold
he's
on.
touching the defender,
Wait,
he's active.
hold on. But I'm
Yeah, hold
actually
on.
using
Okay.
the point. I'm
I
using the
would
point against you right
argue-
now. I'm
I would
using
argue
the point
that-
against you.
Sorry.
Plain and simple. If-
No, guys, this sucks.
What happened?
Guys,
Look.
the poll. I'm not winning anymore. Damn.
Bro, like, if he opened his leg up and his leg went backwards, that is not making movement towards the ball. If anything, your leg is actually moving away from the ball, not towards it. So in that
But-
case, he's actually actively trying to get out of the way. If you look at it,
But is he? That is a good
That's
faith.
true.
That's a good faith interpretation of the cause. If you were trying to go for it, but the question is he trying to Guys, stop vote. I wanted to win the poll today. I'm losing it, but the question is he interacting with the play?
and no, just because
You don't think he is?
like I said before, when a player is offsides, they move themselves out of a position to receive the ball, therefore not making them offside. The ball is going towards Giroud, and he opens his leg, and his
Okay,
leg
Nathan,
actually
Nathan.
goes back. Shut. His opens.
You're
his
just
leg,
you're
and
the only one who's talking, man. You're the only one
okay,
that's talking.
because I'm
It's
talking.
just-
I'm making sense.
and you're
He
saying the
opens
same
his
thing.
leg,
You're saying the
he
same thing
opens his
on
leg,
loop.
He opens his
Yeah, he
leg,
opened
and the
his
ball
leg.
goes,
He doesn't
and the
attend
leg
the
goes
ball.
backwards.
We heard that.
and his leg
Okay,
goes
we
backwards.
heard that.
Therefore, he cannot be considered off. He cannot be
Okay,
considered.
Nathan,
And I'm telling you,
I gotta be honest with
Nathan,
you. I know.
Nathan, I'm telling you the rule
I'm totally
says
with
that
you
he's
on
active
this.
touching the defender. The
doesn't
rule
matter if he's
says
touching the
that
defender.
he's active. Yes, just touching the
That is
defender
not the
doesn't even
rule.
need
That
to
is
move.
No,
not the rule.
that's not
That
the
is
rule.
Go
not
and
the
check
rule.
the
That's
rule.
not the rule.
Go and
That is
check
That's
the
not the
rule.
rule.
That is
That's
Go and
definitely
not
check
the
the
rule.
rule.
That is
That
Go and check
definitely
the
not
rule.
true.
Not
No
even
way.
close
Okay,
to the rule.
That is definitely
go
not
and
true.
check the rule. Go and
It's
check
not
the
even
rule.
close.
It's
Okay.
whether or not he's interacting with the play, not touching.
Bro,
the
if you are
defender.
touching, listen, Roy, we see this situation always with the attacker being 2 meters away from the defender. So
Yeah.
basically just ignoring
But the
the
attacker
attacking
is
great.
making. He's 2 meters away and he's actively
Exactly.
going for
We
the
never
ball.
seen exactly.
That's
The
the
rule says
difference.
if yeah, bro, but Nathan, I'm telling you, the rule says if the same situation happened and the attacker is touching the body of the defender, he is active anyway.
No, he's not. That's definitely not.
Yeah,
the rule.
okay.
That is
I'm
definitely
telling you
not
that
true.
is the
That is
rule.
definitely
That is
not
the
true.
rule.
That is definitely not true.
Okay, man. You know what? I'm gonna show it to you. Roy
Yeah,
is gonna
please.
translate it.
Okay,
Roy is
yeah.
gonna translate
And
it.
if it is the
And-
rule, I'm going to concede. And I'm telling you guys, I am 90% conceding that this was an offside. But I don't show me that rule.
Yeah, I'll find it for you and I'll show it.
But the interpretation is whether or not he interacted with the play. It kind of does look. It kind of looks like he is opening up his leg because he wants to touch the ball.
Yeah, but his leg doesn't go forward. It goes backwards when he opens his body up.
But his intention. What is his intention? That's the
Yeah,
thing.
but
What
but
is?
the ref?
What do you think his intention is, Dave? What do you think it
No.
is?
He's just moving his leg.
But that's a good faith interpretation, I think.
Okay, so do players who are normally in good faith with the refereeing and the game in general, do they not get favorable decisions? Like Harry Kane this weekend, who should have got a straight red but only got a yellow card for his tackle, but he's known for not doing things like that, so he's looked upon more lenient. That also happens.
Roy, Nathan, they went to check the VAR, man, and they
Yeah, and
followed
that
the
should have
rule.
been a straight
And the
red card.
rules, dude, you don't believe me? That is amazing. You don't. The rule says if you are touching the defender and the ball is going,
I
your
want to
direction,
see
you are
this rule,
offside.
dude.
Even
Where
if
is
you-
this rule?
Larry, it's
Because,
taking you
Roy-
too long to find this rule. Even
Wow,
it's taking you too long.
Where is this
Man,
rule?
there is
Baba?
a-
I've never
there
seen
is-
this rule before.
There is
Yeah,
152 pages of rules, man.
You can search it, Larry. You're smart enough to
No,
know that
I'm
you can
going.
search.
No, man, I'm not searching Google. I'm going.
Oh, I
have
bet
the-
because you can't
I have
find it.
the-
That's why.
No, I have the rule. I have the book, Roy. I have the book of the federation.
Okay, let's bring it up. Let's bring it up.
I have
Sure.
the book. I'm just going and checking the offside rules. If you give me a second.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
page 85.
Page
Oh,
85.
page
Okay.
85. Let's go. It's like how many pages is?
Do
in
you
total,
want me
though.
to? Do you want to read it? Do you want to share it on this? Share it on the screen.
I just 1 second. Because can be even on the section when is the ball is not on active or not. That is another thing. Let's see, 11.
Okay, as Laird is searching for this, I do want to say that Juventus beat Cagliari 2-0. Bernardeschi and Keane. Bernardeschi with an assist and a goal. Bernardeschi without Cristiano Ronaldo is growing. Good for him.
So
Well,
2-0 Juventus.
Juventus can play more as a team now.
Yeah. Bernardeschi, I think, has been active in almost every goal Juventus has scored these past weeks. Good, because we need some Italian players for this national team. Getting confidence.
I agree.
I honestly don't think you're gonna find this rule, Laird.
I've seen it, man. Don't worry. Here we go.
And it wasn't even explained by the announcers either.
All right, let's see it. Laird, by the way, somebody hates you.
That's fine.
One person.
Wait, what's the poll? Because I came in later, so I don't know what this poll is.
The poll is: who do you hate the most, Roy, Laird, Nathan, or Red John?
Man, hey, what's my rating at? I'm supposed to be the villain.
So I have 30%. Lart has 4%. Nathan has 26%. Red John has 39%. But I was leading.
Damn, Red John passed me.
But I was leading most of the time.
Damn, I gotta do a better job. My standards have dropped, Roy. I'm disappointed in myself.
Yeah, I liked being in the lead earlier. You got to surpass Red John.
Yeah, I know. I think people just get mad when they hear the truth and they don't like it.
But Red John is like ultra super duper negative. Like you don't really get that way. You mostly criticize some of the decisions the players that buy, etc. Red John will criticize everything. Literally everything. Where are we, Larry? Did we find this?
Almost that.
You should have just Googled it.
This is the probable formation for tomorrow. Magnan, Florenzi, Tomori, Romagnoli, Teo. I like that freaking defense a lot.
Tonali, so still no Kalulu? Or is he injured and sick as well?
No, Pioli obviously prefers Florenzi right now. Tonali, Benacer in the midfield. Maybe Kessi, not bad. Messias on the right. Krunic or Diaz in the middle. I mean, we need to have Diaz.
Wait, where's Salamakers? Because honestly, I think we should be doing. Oh, okay. I was about to say good. He needs to be on the left and then have Messias on the right.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have Krunic in the middle. Like we need creativity, man.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. I don't. Is Diaz not starting?
It looks like it maybe is starting. Krunic is in front of him, according to the reports.
Yeah, that's. Again, we're going to be back at the same point of the last time we did this, and then we were complaining that we don't create anything.
All right, here we go. Here we go. The moment of truth. Infrazione di fuorigioco. Offside infraction. Do you want me to read it?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, un calciatore in posizione di fuorigioco nel momento in cui il pallone viene giocato o toccato da un suo compagno deve essere tenuto coinvolto. Okay, so here it says, Laird, so you're not completely 100% right. It says if you're touching a player, if you're active in the play, it's offside. But it doesn't say that if you're not active in the play.
Thank you.
Because it says
no, Roy. This is not the moment I say, man. You're gonna read a lot of things, a lot of situations.
Viene giocato da un suo compagno, deve essere punito soltanto, only if the player is involved in the active play.
It's all the situation.
Okay, so keep going, because so far, Larry, your point has been completely wrong.
Interferendo con il gioco, giocando o toccando il pallone passato, toccato da un compagno oppure. Yeah, okay, this doesn't really matter. Interferendo con un avversario. Okay, here it is. Impedendo, so it is offside if the player does not allow the adversary to play the ball, which that didn't happen. Juan Jesus was able to play the ball, so Giroud did not disallow Juan Jesus to play the ball. Contenendogli il pallone, so covering the ball.
No, contendendogli when they're fighting for the ball.
Fighting for the ball. Now that there could be a case for that.
Which we already said he opened his leg and his leg went backwards, not to the ball, impeding the defender from making a play.
Tentando
that's your opinion. By the way, that is your opinion.
That's what happened.
Yeah, that's your opinion.
That's what happened.
That is your opinion.
That's what happened.
Yeah, okay. That you get inside the head of Giroud, you know. Giroud is not. Okay.
All right.
Okay, but
And then the
we're
next
going off
point,
what we saw.
the next point is tentando chiaramente di giocare il pallone che è vicino quando questa azione impatta sull'avversario. So if you're trying to play the ball pretty much next to the adversary, and again, this is a matter of interpretation. You could say that Giroud was doing that.
Right. So if it's 50-50.
Now this one, no. This point here, absolutely not. Facendo un'evidente azione che chiaramente impatta sulla capacità dell'avversario. So playing an action that imposes the defender to not play the ball. That did not happen.
Exactly. At no point did Giroud's actions impede anything. I get he opened his leg. You can make that case. But his leg also went backwards and not towards the ball. You have to look at what the action of his leg movement was. That's why I kept pointing out where if a player's offsides, if it's offsides, he moves his body to get away from the ball. But that's still body movement.
So there are, yeah,
Go ahead,
I agree. And there are 2 points here that could give the referee the leeway to deem this an offside, according to this rule book. It's basically interpretation, how he interpreted it, and it goes back to, was Giroud trying to be active in the play? So it's an interpretation. You can either interpret it.
There is more points here.
È rimbalzato o è stato deviato dal palo, dalla traversa. Okay, this is if the post, this does not apply to this situation. È stato effettuato intenzionalmente un salvataggio da un avversario, un calciatore in posizione di quel gioco che riceve il pallone da un avversario. Quale lo gioca intenzionalmente, compreso con mano? No, this has got nothing to do with that.
Yeah, but there is a.
I'm still waiting to be proven wrong.
No, there is an intentional situation, a disadvantage, and the football player, the opposition football player, is trying to save that ball. That is offside. So Juan Jesus is trying to save that ball, and he's close to the guy that is offside. Is offside.
Is that what the rule states?
Which point? Which one are you reading?
This one.
Which one?
1 second.
Oh, that one, the one in the middle?
This one, yeah.
Un salvataggio si ha quando un calciatore, per interrompere o tentare di interromperne la traiettoria. That. How does that apply?
Yeah, and then on top of that, again,
Nathan, you don't know Italian.
You got Italian.
Laird, how does that apply?
From what Roy said,
salvataggio.
Said,
Juan Jesus is trying to do a salvataggio. He's trying to save the ball.
But was he impeded?
Exactly. There was he impeded?
Listen to me. In the moment that the football player is offside, and in that moment Giroud is offside.
You ain't got shit.
And they're trying to interrupt the ball to go at him. That is offside. It's clear here, man. No, Nathan, he's here, man.
Was he impeded? Was he impeded?
Man, he's not.
I don't think he was
impeded.
I don't think he was impeded.
It doesn't need to. Man, this point here doesn't care if he's impeded or not.
The problem is now, Larry, is that Roy has read the rules.
Oh my God, Nathan!
Can you
he read the rules?
Can you translate? Can you translate this? Because he's talking without.
No,
this
but
point doesn't ask for impedance.
But this point does not even apply.
Yes, because at this point, the rule doesn't care that the player is active or not. The player is trying to do un salvataggio. He's trying to save the ball away from Giroud. That is the whole
he's
point
trying
here.
to save the ball because it's near him and there's two players coming towards him.
Vabbè, Nathan,
so
that is your opinion again.
So wait,
it is a clear opinion. He's
according to what I read here,
and Giroud is offside.
According to what I read here, if you scroll up, Laird, going back to the point.
Roy, sorry. Interrompere e tentare di interrompere la traiettoria. That's what Juan Jesus does. He tried to stop the ball to go in that direction. and Giroud
Okay.
is on that direction, is offside. So it is offside. He doesn't need to do an
No,
impediment.
no.
He
There is
doesn't need to do an impediment.
there is the
Nah.
stipulation whether or not Giroud is trying to be active in the play.
But Roy, this rule
That is
here doesn't.
interpretation.
Roy, but I'm sorry, man. Focus here. This rule says that doesn't care if he's
only
active or
focus
not.
on what
No,
you want to be
it's not
focused
This is
on,
that.
and
no,
not the entirety
Nathan,
of the rules.
Nathan, this is
Got it.
part of the.
Got
No,
it.
Nathan, this is a situation. They are explaining
Uh-huh.
a situation.
Uh-huh.
In this situation, when there is a defender that is trying to save a ball that is going on the direction of a player
Yes.
that is
Yes.
offside,
Yes.
is offside. It doesn't matter if the player.
But the player has to impede him from clearing that ball.
No, the player needs
If
to
you
be
don't
there.
apply
He needs to be
all of
there.
the
The
rules
player
to
needs
that
to be there.
situation, if you do not apply all of the
Wow.
rules to the
Like-
situation,
No, it's not connected with
Sorry,
the
can you
argument.
scroll up
will be
a little
thrown
bit?
out. Your argument,
No,
if you were
scroll
in
up.
court, it'd be thrown out in an instant because you're
Scroll
not
up the
applying all
other
the rules.
direction, Larry. Scroll up. Not down, up. It's this one here. Tentando chiaramente giocare il pallone che vicino quando questa azione impatta sull'avversario. That's the point that the referee
Yeah, but
used.
Roy, these other rules covers the situation as well. This is another rule that covers. If you follow this rule and you look at that
If
situation, he's
He's
offside.
impeded.
No, if man,
If
he's
he
a
is
rule.
impeded. Yes,
This is
it's a
only
rule.
deemed if he's active.
Exactly.
Only deemed if he's active. Because you said it. If
sorry,
you
Larry,
do,
but the
if you
rules are
put
not in your
if you
favor,
put your
my
hands
guy.
up and you give a signal that you're not being active, the referee is not going to say it. Right? They're not going to stop the action. You said it too, Larry. This is only if
Roy,
the player
this
is...
doesn't care
And
about
Roy,
the,
can you
the,
tell me how
the
a player is
active or
active?
not.
The player is
Roy, can you
active.
tell me how a player is
The
active?
player is active if he is showing that he's trying to interact with the play. That's how he's active. Now, the interpretation
So
is
if any part of
Giroud
your
trying
body,
to
if the
interact with
ball's
the
coming
play.
towards you, if any part, right? So if the ball is coming towards you and your body, and the video is showing you actually going away, you got to interpret that as you are not actually going towards the ball.
Roy,
wait.
Nathan, it says the
Plain
rule
and simple.
here in a case when the defender is trying to save a ball,
Where?
that ball is going in the direction of the player, is fucking offside, man. It says it clear because Giroud is there. He's
But
there
not
when
if-
the ball.
I
Giroud
understand
is
that.
where the
Larry.
ball is, man. You
I
cannot just.
understand that,
You
Larry.
should not be close to the ball,
But
man.
Larry-
Not just ignore the ball. You should not be close to the ball.
Larry, that's
You should
not
not
what
be
it
Roy,
close to the
Larry,
ball.
So I'm trying to
Man,
understand
are you
because
fucking-
you are
The
applying
ball stays
one
there.
rule
What?
to this.
Let
and
me
you're not
read a
applying all of the
non-infrazione.
rules.
Let me read non-infrazione.
Yeah.
So non-infractions. Non viene infratto di fuori gioco se un calciatore riceve il pallone direttamente da un calcio di rinvio. Okay, so if it's a goal kick, it's not offside.
Correct. Or throw in.
Throw in or a corner kick.
Correct.
In caso di un'infrazione in fuori gioco, l'arbitro segna un calcio. Okay, so this is the thing that I saw here that you showed us, Larry, is that the whether or not the interpretation is if he tried to be active in the play.
Thank you.
Oh God.
Thank
No.
you. Again,
This,
and Larry,
no.
you are applying one rule. You are
No,
applying one rule
Nathan,
to this
these
instead
rules
of the
are all
entire-
applicable. These rules
Bruh,
analyze different
Roy
cases.
literally just went over these rules one after the other. Okay, one after the other. You have to apply all of the rules that pertain to this situation. And
No,
all
Nathan,
of the rules are against
it
you,
just-
bro. I'm sorry.
No, Nathan, one rule needs to
But that's
decide
not
if
how
he's
it works,
offside
bro.
or not.
Sorry, that's
One.
not how it works. Then
No,
they
no,
would
it
only
is,
have
man.
one rule. They would only have one
Roy,
rule
Roy,
in
Roy.
the active and
Yeah,
inactive
right,
section.
right.
They wouldn't have 15 of them. They'd only
Nathan,
have one.
sorry, are
but
we-
they don't.
These are all.
they don't.
These are all. No, Nathan, sorry, you are crazy. I'm sorry, man. These are all cases.
Roy,
if one.
Roy.
Sorry, man. 1 second. What? These are all cases. If one of them is happening, is offside, man. That is how
Nah,
it
bro.
says.
You
don't
gotta
need to
apply
have
all
all
the
of this.
rules.
No, you
But
don't
you
need to
do.
apply all of this, man.
Roy, now
What?
that you've
Roy,
actually read
are
the
you-
rules, what is your
Roy, are
version of it
you-
now?
My
Roy, what are you
interpretation.
talking about?
My interpretation is according to the interpretation of a referee. He believed that Giroud moving his leg
Right.
deemed him active in the play.
Fuck, this truck is fucked up. God damn it.
And that's why he called it an offside.
Right, and yeah, it's his own interpretation, which again, like I've already said, you can make a 50-50 case.
I don't know if
But
it's
if you-
50-50. I don't know if it's 50-50.
Roy,
But you
Roy,
can make a strong case for each one. I'm not gonna give a number. I'm gonna say you can
Roy,
make a
can you
strong
read
case for
this?
each one.
Roy,
Right?
can you read this?
Salvataggio.
Can you read this and don't disallow AC Milan goal? Can you read this and don't disallow the AC Milan goal? Read this. It is close to the goal. The ball is going in the direction of the player. The player is close to the defender, and the defender is trying to save the ball. He's offside.
Did he impede him? Did he impede him?
I think this.
He doesn't care. He doesn't need
It does.
to impede him, man.
The rules don't care what you care about. Does he impede him?
Man, oh my God, Nathan, you don't know how to read Italian, and you are telling me what it's saying.
No,
there.
this article here that you're presenting is.
It's not an article. It's the book of the rules.
Well,
of the
no.
football.
This one here specifically, this paragraph is talking about is talking about if you like shoot on goal or the ball is going towards a goal. This is what.
No. It's not saying that, Roy. It's a salvataggio. It's when you save a ball. You know when somebody does a pass.
Tocca il pallone che sta andando dentro o molto vicino alla porta. So a ball that is going either inside the goal or next.
It's going to the ball. That is another thing. It's going to the ball. It doesn't say it's a shoot. The ball is going direction to the goal, and he has to defend it. The defenders have to defend it, and the guy close to him is an offside.
But this
so
was
he's
not
offside.
the case. Kalulu did not shoot the ball towards the goal, man.
No, it's not. But the rule is not saying a shooting. It's saying a savings. So even if a pass is a saving, it's not specifically saying it's a shooting. It's a pass going to the direction to the goal.
The rule that was interpreted.
You got to look at all the rules.
Is the one on top.
Nathan, these rules
can you
here,
scroll up again? Can you scroll up again?
These rules here, Nathan, you don't look all of them. You look at the case and you see if one of these cases is covered, is offside.
It's the second point right there. It's the second point right there. The second, interferendo con un avversario, and it's the second bullet point. That's the one. Or the third one.
Nathan, to have an offside, it doesn't need to happen all of these at the same time. One of these needs to happen.
You gotta apply the rule. You gotta apply the whole situation. You gotta apply active and inactive. You gotta apply everything, bro.
No, you don't need to apply everything.
Yes,
man,
you do.
No. Just one of these bullet points.
One of them you need, man, to be offside. You
don't
need all of them
because they have stipulations for each one.
Right, and the second bullet point and the third bullet point of here the bottom of page 1185 here. So second, contendendogli il pallone, so trying to win the ball, tentando chiaramente di giocare il pallone, clearly trying to play the ball. And being active. So that's what it is, guys. It's this one here. The referee saw that replay and thought that Giroud was active because he tried to participate in the play. He tried to kick the ball, thus making him active. I don't know. It's his interpretation. But watching the replay, I'm a little bit more on his side.
Roy, that's the thing. Roy, does he extend his leg to kick the ball? Why are you? Let me ask you. That's the interpretation. If you're on the ground, Roy, and someone's laying on top of you, what good does it do for you to control the ball? How are you going to pass it?
Well, that doesn't. They don't look at that. They just look at.
No, but that's the thing. That decision was made after like 10 seconds. There was no thought put into it. How is he going to do anything with the ball? Why would he trap the ball there? But how is he going to kick it?
No. But this is besides the rules. What you're saying, as long as you're active, whether or not your intention was effective or not, it's more so are you active, and that's it.
Right, and that's his interpretation.
His interpretation was that he was active. Yeah.
Right, and the majority of everyone else's interpretation was he was not active.
Majority what, man? AC Milan fans.
No,
The last
other
minute, the
people,
draw
bro.
against
They were
Atlanta.
non-fans saying
If
the
we
same
look at
shit.
that
Nah,
replay,
man.
you can make the case that Giroud was trying to interact with the ball.
And that is the whole point of VAR. You overanalyze every
Right.
single movement.
But that's
And you
the
did it.
thing.
Bro, what about
If
this
he's
one
actively
here?
going to the ball, his
Un,
leg
un
would
calciatore
not go
muovendo
backwards.
da o essendo in posizione di forza. Okay, so this one here could actually, this one here is a more specific. Let's see. Un calciatore muovendo da o essendo in posizione di fuori gioco si trova sulla traiettoria di un avversario e interferisce con il movimento dell'avversario verso il pallone, si concretizza un'infrazione di fuorigioco. Se ciò ha un impatto sulla capacità dell'avversario. Yeah, and again, this is kind of same of that bullet point. This is the same as that bullet point. It goes back into it always goes back to whether or not you're going to interpret Giroud's moving the leg of him trying to be active in the play. So this one here is specifically said is more closer to what happened with Giroud. But it always goes back down to when he moved the leg, was he trying to interfere in the play? If Giroud would have just stood still, or would have maybe raised his hands up, or would have not moved his leg, or would have moved his leg in a way that you could say he's definitely not going for the ball, then that's different.
That's the thing, Roy.
But because
his leg didn't even go to the ball.
There is an element there of seeing, yeah, he might have actually tried to go for the ball. Then at that point, the referee is going to be a piece of shit.
Yeah, but when you actually go and look at it, his leg doesn't make movement to the ball. To the ball. That's the whole point.
Nathan.
He has to make movement to the ball.
No, Nathan,
Bro,
everyone does things in a different way, man. He was calculating the trajectory of the ball to kick it with the left and bring it back. He wasn't going straight.
And do what, bro? Howard, have you done that before there? Have you been on your back and been able to control the ball and kick it with the person on top of you?
But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter, bro.
That doesn't matter, Nathan. It's not an unusual situation. It's an unusual situation. You try just to play the ball.
I've seen the replay 1,000 times. He does not make movement towards the ball.
Listen, Nathan, he's instinctively trying to get that ball.
No, he does not make movement to the ball.
Yeah, okay,
he does
whatever.
not make movement to the ball.
Because
you can also say he was trying to move his body away so it wouldn't hit him. You can also say that. Because he doesn't make movement to the ball.
And this is where there's a gray line. It comes down to
But Nathan, I'll tell you.
So if you're not 100% sure, then you shouldn't be calling it back then.
I'll tell you this. When this stream started, I was 100% sure it was not offside. But now, kind of going over all of this stuff, 80% sure it was offside.
Nathan, we know how football works, man. At this moment, you are there and you're trying to do every movement to get that ball and to bring it back to the game. It's like instinctive. He's moving. He's active. He's active in that moment.
So now you're trying to tell me. So you said I couldn't say what Giroud was thinking, but now you can. But now you can.
I told you.
See how that works? No, that's bullshit.
Okay, man, we can lie ourselves. Yeah, let's say he's not. Okay, let's say he's not active. Do you think I wanna say that he's not active, or that he's active? Do you think I
just don't understand the rules?
No, you don't understand the rules.
You don't understand
the
difference between active and inactive.
Exactly. I played enough football. In that situation, I will move my body to try to get the ball. And Giroud is doing that. But Giroud is 36 years old. But he's fucking slow, and that is the maximum he can do.
That's just slander.
But he didn't actually make movement to the ball. That's the whole point.
Nathan, he's clear.
I have been on the ground before, and when the ball is near me, my leg goes to the ball, not backwards and to the sides. It goes to it.
I don't know, Nathan.
No, man.
Plain and simple.
Brad John is here, guys. He wants to say something.
Plain and simple.
Okay, so here.
What John is doing, man? He's coming in, and that's it.
I have. I'm going to share another one here. Can you? Oh wait, hold on.
Do you want me to stop the sharing?
No, it's fine.
And he's offside the whole.
So here's a good angle of the play with the VAR, and we're going to slow it down so we don't get all that stupid shit. Where is right there? Oh, come on, you stupid fucking. So the question is, what is he doing right there? Is he interacting with the play right there when he does that with his leg? Ooh, from this angle, it looks like he's just moving normally. Like, is he really interacting with the play?
He doesn't interact, man.
He's looking at the ball. That's for sure. He's looking at the ball. He's moving his leg. This is a harsh call, guys. This is a super harsh.
Roy, is his leg going to the ball? Yes or no? Because that's the only way he could have interacted with the play.
It might look like he wants to. How do you say? Like charging caricare il piede. Come si dice? How do you say?
Yeah, he's preparing to hit the ball with the left.
It kind of looks
opening
like
his
that.
left foot to hit the ball. And
so if he didn't do anything, but if he still didn't do anything, it still makes him inactive. Just because you're ready to do something does not mean you're actually doing it.
No, but he does. He does right there. He does.
But does he actually make movement to the ball though? Getting ready to do something and actually doing
because
it?
He's lower
I'm sorry, guys.
He's less capable than one Jazz. It doesn't go close to the
guys,
ball. He's not gonna be offside.
I have made up my mind on this, and I'm 100% sure this is offside.
You guys still here, man? You're still talking about the same thing.
He's offside.
Holy shit! Are you kidding me? It's been 1 hour since I left.
I think this was actually a really good call by the referee.
It's debatable. Like, for sure, Larry makes a very good point about the fact that
I don't know.
Juan Jesus is being like, he has Giroud right next to him, man. So he has to make a move.
But if Giroud does not move, it's not offside. But because he does that thing with his foot,
but Roy,
that is where
we need to understand this, guys. If Giroud doesn't move, still one Jesus doesn't know if Giroud is gonna move, and second, one Jesus doesn't know if Giroud is offside.
That doesn't
so Giroud has to, one Jesus has to make a move. So therefore, he's making a move to make sure Giroud doesn't get the ball.
Sure.
So
that doesn't matter.
Exactly.
That doesn't
making
matter.
a move because he's a defender. That's all.
Yeah,
That doesn't
exactly.
move. That doesn't. The only thing here is Giroud moving his leg right there. Right there.
Like the fact that Giroud moves his leg to get the ball makes it offside. Yeah.
But does he move his leg to the ball?
It doesn't matter if he moves.
It kind of looks like
it does. It does matter. It does matter.
No.
I don't think that matters, but it kind of looks like he's trying to do that.
If Giroud moves there and doesn't stand still, it's the same as an attacker who's offside running to the ball, and he doesn't stop and put his hands up. This is how it works. So if Giroud moves his leg there like it does, then there's a good argument, there's a good point for it to be offside. And this is where Laird has the right. But if Giroud wouldn't have moved there, it's not offside. Because Giroud is not part of the game. It doesn't matter what Juan Jesus thinks Giroud could do there.
If I'm on the opposite side, if Milan is conceding a goal like this, I want to be disallowed. Because my opposition,
I would say that
if I'm playing a derby, Nathan, if I'm playing a derby and Inter scores like this, I want to be disallowed because the attacker is trying to get that ball. He's slower, he's older, and he doesn't get that ball. But the attacker is trying to get that ball, and I want this goal to be disallowed. Now we are watching in the eyes of AC Milan supporter.
I gotta say this: even if this goal, if I was on the other side, I would have called this a foul from Giroud. To be honest with you, when he puts his arms right there, like, look at it. Look at it. How's that not a foul?
That's just because he's tall.
No,
but to be fair, Juan Jesus is falling down backwards as well. So, and it's just unfortunate.
But
guys.
it's
Giroud
right here,
falls
guys.
down on
Look at
offside.
it. Look at it right here. Giroud has his hands up there because he's saying that wasn't a foul.
I'll tell you what. If Kalulu stops the ball. If Kalulu stops the ball properly and shoots on top of Giroud's head,
it's an offside. It's offside.
No, it's not goal because Giroud is on the ground.
No,
yeah.
no. If Kalulu here, right here, shoots the ball on the Giroud side and scores, it's offside.
Not necessarily.
Not sure because the goalkeeper can see the ball, can see the direction, he has a view.
It
But
depends.
still, over
it
there, we
depends,
can
though.
say he's on the direction. Giroud is there, and you can actually.
The thing is this, guys. Look at Giroud right now, and right there, he's looking at the ball. He's charging his leg. He opens up his leg right there. Yeah, it's offside, guys. It's offside. This conversation is closed. It's 100% offside.
It only lasted 1 hour, so I would say worth it. Crazy shit, man. Unbelievable. I come back, it's still about the same.
At least I feel a little bit better that if we don't make it for 2 points, it wasn't because of this. I think this was a good call.
Roy, I'll tell you what. If we lose the Scudetto for 2 points, I'm still gonna be happy. Because that means the difference between us and who wins the Scudetto is just 2 points. So it's not a big difference. And
sorry,
big gap.
Nathan, you have like your. Hey guys, I have to go. By the way, I have to go.
And Nathan has been turning his car for 1 hour now. What's going on?
Jesus Christ!
No, it's because when you're in the truck yard, you have to have your hazards on.
Yeah.
Nah, come on, Ollie. Be honest, Ollie. We gotta be honest. He's not. It's not because of that.
I'm going to maintain that is still not offsides.
If I concede a goal like this, I get upset. I say, why didn't go to the VAR? Why didn't see the striker making that move, trying to get the ball on Tomori? Imagine that is Tomori in the ground, and Tomori is faster than the striker, and always gonna get the ball, but he's never gonna get it clear because the striker is actively fighting with him, and we get a goal. That's not fair. That is offside. I'm sorry.
I mean, maybe there is a case, bro, but he's moving his leg because Juan Jesus is you see there, Juan Jesus kind of puts his foot over Giroud's foot. Maybe there is.
That's what I said earlier. Would you allow someone to lay on your leg?
But then this movement here looks very not. It looks almost clear that he's trying to be active with the play.
Can you get another angle?
The other angle.
No, Nathan. I mean, I get it. Your opinion is different, man. And how can I say it? In this moment, he is not offside, Giroud. In this moment, he's not offside.
Also, did you guys clarify at some point that after the defender touches the ball, Giroud is still offside? Because it doesn't matter after he touches the ball.
Yeah, because he's offside before. That's the
before,
thing.
Exactly, yeah.
He's already offside.
Yeah.
Here, he's offside. So even if the defender does that, still he's offside.
Yeah. Still.
I'm trying to pause
he's behind the line.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, Roy, don't worry. We lost this video. 3 hours video. We lost them. Are we gonna talk about? I mean, Romagnoli is not renewing, guys. I always say that he's not renewing.
Yeah, but who needs him anyways?
Oh well, we have few injuries, and the guy seems to never get injured. So.
All right, guys, I completely changed my position on this one. This one for me was offside. Good call by the referee. Well done. Very difficult at the last minute of the game. Very difficult to make that call. Congratulations.
And it's actually been a very polarizing thing, right? Because a lot of referees in Serie A have been coming out saying that this was not a right call by the referee.
Really?
The goal should have stood. Like Marelli, like who was the head of the refs before, yada, yada, yada. And also Gazzetta dello Sport, and also DAZN. Lots of companies and lots of papers have been writing that this was a wrong call by the ref. But to be honest, watching this, it looks like a right call.
It looks like a right call, right? Watching this, it looks like the right call. Hey, guys, by the way, right now, Roy, Nathan, and Red John, we're all tied at 32% for the people. We are the most hated.
So I have like
what?
Like
Man, I was like 40-something%. What happened?
Yeah, now Laird is nobody hates Laird. Only one person hates Laird. 4%. I have 32%. Nathan 32%. Red John 32%.
This is like crazy, man. I was like 43% or something before. I even voted for myself.
Oh, you vote? I didn't vote. You can't vote for yourself.
What?
So that means I'm winning.
Anyway, are we gonna close it? Do we have any topics to talk about?
No, guys, I actually have to go. But I guess last thing we can talk about is the formation and the game tomorrow. This is the possible formation. Any comments about this?
Yeah, what is the formation? Theo, Romagnoli, Tomori, and probably Kalulu, no?
Mm.
Well,
Midfield.
this says Florenzi right here.
Oh, okay. Are we gonna change the midfield?
Which takes, Ollie? Which takes? I like this comment.
Well,
the midfield here, Benacer Tonali. I think that's refreshing. I'm happy to see Benacer Tonali.
Yeah, hopefully.
Too much negative energy around Kessie right now. The guy needs to just chill out.
That's his fault, though.
Man, by the way, the African Cup is such an unfortunate period, man. Now I realize it's the beginning of January, the end of February. It's just mad.
Yeah, we have Roma, Inter, Juventus. We have all the hard.
It's 2 months. It's 2 months season.
Guys,
season that lasts 8 months is 2 months.
Nobody has Inter schedule though. Inter schedule is insane.
No, but Inter because of the Champions League. We don't care about that anymore. Okay, we only care about the Serie A.
You know what? I'm not even complaining about Kessie and Benacer. It's just so, it's so penalizing for African players because no one is actually going to invest to an African player knowing that season you're going to miss him for two years. And no player wants to actually play for an African team because for 2 months, sorry.
I'm going to share Inter schedule. It's literally insane. But what I was thinking about the African nation, it's like, why don't you do it while the Euro Cup, like the South American?
Because it's too hot, they say. In some African countries, it's too hot in the summer.
Right. Yeah.
What? But they only do it in one country, man, in Cameroon.
Yeah, but every time they do it, usually the country is quite hot.
I don't know. Unless you're doing it in North Africa, it's not true because I've been to Africa. The summer is not like super hot, like desert hot. Depends where you are.
I think it was it had something to do with COVID, man. Like the conditions were not there yet.
Yeah, I think it does.
No, but they always do it in the winter because temperature reason.
No, they never do it in winter, man. They do it in the same time period as the European Cup.
Forza Azzurri.
Yeah, because this would be an annual thing or every 2 years thing. That in December or in January the African players wouldn't play. But this is the first time we've heard about it in our lifetime.
Are you sure?
Have you ever? Yeah, I'm pretty positive because I don't remember another time in which I had to worry about the African players not playing in January. Get it?
Because we didn't have a lot of African players. That's why.
I don't know. Is it?
I'm not sure, John.
African Cup. Let me just Google it because to be honest.
Yeah, please, man. Because I always had this that they always play in the winter, January month.
All right, guys. Look at Inter's.
So they start with
Bologna, January 6th.
Away.
Then Inter Lazio, January 9th. Then January 12th, Inter Juve, the Supercoppa Italiana. Then after that, Atalanta Inter. Then they have Inter Empoli, then Venezia. Then they have Milan, February. Then they have Napoli, and then they have Liverpool. And then they have Sassuolo.
But to be fair, if they don't get any injury and they are pretty good the way they are because they don't get a lot of injuries, it's doable because at the end Inter is a good team. It's not like a bad team. They don't need to win all of them, of course, but it's completely doable for them. They're gonna draw some of them. Most of them they're gonna win it. Some they're gonna lose it, but it's not gonna be crazy. If you manage to keep the injuries. in control.
I mean, they don't get injured for some reason. I don't understand why.
They are good. They are good. They are physically good.
Milan has
Yes,
Roma
man. Holy
January
shit.
6th.
African Cup has always been played in fucking winter, man. Holy shit.
See, man, I told you, man. It's a done
This
thing.
is
And
this is a surprise for me, to be honest, because I've never wow.
I remember because Montari went once when he was playing at Milan. He went, and it was just him at that time.
Guys, our January schedule is fairly easy. It's we have Roma January 6th. Then we have Venezia. Then we have Genoa.
3 days.
Then we have
Genoa.
Spezia.
Yeah.
And then we have Juve. And then we have Inter. But then we have Sampdoria, Salernitana, Udinese. Yo, man, if we do not gain points this January, then what the fuck are we doing?
Yeah, but we need, I hope, man, seriously, about the injuries, we really need to have decent numbers in terms of injuries, just for the sake of enjoying our team playing football, man. I don't even, honestly, not even the Scudetto matter at the moment. It's just, I want to see our best players play football, you know what I mean? Imagine supporting PSG and all Neymar, Messi, Di Maria, all of them are always injured. What is the fucking point to watch football?
Oh, man.
You know, our
Hey,
best
guys,
player.
guys. I'm sorry to interrupt. Audi is actually making a really good point. Audi is saying Benacer won the last one in the summer before coming to us. So have I been reading bullshit now? Because, man, I'm getting
No, I think it depends on the country. I think the country they play. But to be fair, we need to check that. Usually, because the country is too hot, they play it in the winter.
Guys, Cameroon is like all green. It's no desert in Cameroon. It's all green. It's like all
dude.
all lush greenery.
I get it, man, but it's hot. It gets hot, maybe. It gets 40 degrees. Or maybe it's TV writing. I'm not sure. Benacer came to AC Milan in 2018. Anwar knows the answer of this.
Yeah, man. Where is Anwar when you need him?
Man, he's never around when we need him.
Oh, right here.
Oh, yeah, man.
There you go.
To us.
Wait, what's going on?
Oh, man.
Anwar, but where are you, bro? Anwar is like Superman, like Batman. You have to protect this thing on the sky for it to come.
Did someone light up the sky?
Yeah, exactly.
Who needs to be evicted?
Yeah. So when is African plate, man? Tell us.
Explain this African Cup, man, how it works. Why they do it in the winter? Or when
Well,
they do it.
it's always been in the winter since I can remember. Like since I started watching my national team. They've always been talks about moving it to the summer, but it always coincides with the World Cup or like some other major tournament, and that's why they keep it in January. Also, for African leagues, most of them, like the season does not end the same way it ends in Europe. Some of them they end the season by January or by December. It's like South America a little bit.
Yeah.
They don't have two leagues, but the league starts differently. Some of them do that, but like for Morocco, they follow the European calendar. Like they start with the European football. But I guess for other leagues, it's not the same. What I don't like about it is that it's very physical. It's super physical. Like you get tackles, like a hammer tackle. It's not easy football. It's very technical. You're gonna see a lot of dribbling. You're gonna see a lot of skills. But overall, like I think the African football have been developing like over the years. Especially, I think this African Cup is gonna be like something to watch. But mostly like semifinals, quarterfinals. You're gonna watch really good games.
Who are the best teams?
Well, for sure you have Algeria, although I'm Moroccan, but they did disqualify us from the Arab Cup. We played with our second national team. They played with their second national team, and we lost to penalties. Yet they're going on an unbeaten record. They're almost like 1 or 2 games away from Italy, so they can break the record as well for team going unbeaten. But
fuck already.
yes,
Yeah, they've been close the whole time.
yep, they haven't lost a game, and even like their second team now
has not lost a game since 2019. Even for Morocco, like they have not lost a game since 2019. So both these teams are going to be strong. I think also maybe Senegal for sure. Very, very, very strong team.
What's happening with South Africa? They used to be a good team. They have a good league.
Well, to be fair with you, Roy, like overall on the continent, they never overachieved compared to Egypt or Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria.
Yeah. That's
like
true, I know.
the Champions League locally, and it's only like right now, like over the last 10 years, I would say it's dominated by Northern African teams, like teams from Morocco, teams from Egypt, Ali, Raja, Wydad, all these teams that are really bringing it on. But South Africa never honestly saw them perform at the high level. Maybe like 4 seasons.
So it was just a moment.
Like it was a peak in the early 2000s. They had a very good team, but since then, not really. Like they never qualified to semifinals. I can't recall them playing that far in the African Cup.
Roy is mistaken with the rugby.
I would say like Nigeria is surprisingly not doing as good as it should be, for example. Because
didn't Benacer win the player of the tournament in the summer before coming to us?
Yes, and he played very well. He played actually like a Modric type of midfielder.
So it was in the summer?
No, it was not. It was yes, that year it was especially in the summer because it was canceled during January. It was to be played in Cameroon during January. They canceled it once. Then they moved it to Morocco. Then Morocco canceled it because of COVID. They did not play the African Cup. Then they played the African Cup in the summer. And now they're doing it again in Cameroon. Same scenario is almost happening. Like they're going to cancel it.
There was no COVID in 2018, man.
No, but the first thing, Cameroon could not handle the African Cup. And they moved the African Cup to Morocco because Morocco was actually trying to get the World Cup. And Morocco, when the virus started, Morocco resigned from taking over Cameroon. They were like, "Nah, we're not doing it." All football stopped by that time. Yeah. But it took a lot of like that African Cup, like it shifted. It was not played during its time.
Okay, because I remember when we got Benacer, everyone was saying that he was the player of the tournament in the African that Algeria won, right?
And you know what he played in Algeria? He played a role like not really a camp, but you watched Modric probably in Tottenham or Croatia. Yeah. It's different from Real Madrid, the role. He plays like a central midfielder, but whenever he holds the ball, it's like a 10 almost.
Yeah.
That's the same midfielder he played in that African Cup with Algeria. He had a lot of shots on target. So many dribbles, and then he used to intercept in the back. So seeing that kind of Benacer, I've not seen that yet in Milan. I hope we can see that because he has a lot more to offer going up front. That kind of player needs to do something up front because he can dribble, he can shoot, he can pass.
It's time for Pioli to do some changes, to move.
Honestly, Laird, I would suggest to Pioli to try Benacer as a cam.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that,
guys. But we've seen Benacer as a cam. Like he doesn't offer much.
We didn't really, Roy.
But what if we just use these guys as center mids instead of dedicated CDMs?
But Roy, would you get my point? If you're gonna just play Krunic for 3 years as a cam, why not try Benacer?
Okay, yeah. If you're not okay, fine. Yeah, in that case, sure.
If we had Isco, like I don't know, like a proper number 10, I would not be asking or raising such a situation.
Okay, if you put it that way, then yeah, I don't disagree.
Yeah. But here there's a comment about the African Cup saying Ghana and Nigeria have both been underwhelming, which is very true, and they have not been living up to their potential. I think we won over Ghana the last 4 games, friendlies and
which African team is going to be the first one to win a World Cup, Anwar?
First thing, we need more places in the World Cup.
Morocco or Algeria. I think one of them.
I think Morocco, Algeria, Egypt. These 3 are like the strongest. Tunisia as well, but Tunisia, the way they play, we call it like we have. I'm not gonna diss Tunisian football, but I understand the way they play. But it's an Italian school of football. Like
So-
you score one and you wait, and it's like a Juve style.
What's going on with Nigeria and Ivory Coast? Like, what's happening with those guys?
Well, Ivory Coast Ivory Coast had a golden generation. Like they had Zokora, Drogba, all these guys at once, and they were all raised at the same youth academy in Ivory Coast. So they started playing very young together. It's like the Masia in Barca. And then you have Yaya Toure, Kolo Toure, both brothers starting very young together. They got to where they got, and they won on an African Nations. They lost one final, but still they qualified for the World Cup twice. They got off the group stage, I believe, once. So that's I don't think the Ivory Coast over the years, like over there, it's existing in the continent. They have not been the strongest African nation. Probably, I would say Ghana, Nigeria, yes. These two have been very dominant.
What about
Egypt is the most dominant. They have most of the African cups.
And I want to say something. A lot in these last 10 or 15 years, the European national team, they stole a lot of talent recently from Africa.
Yeah.
Not properly wanted to stall it. It's just happened, you know. They choose the French team, the Belgian team, or whatever other team.
But you know what's also layered? I think that Africa is not done properly in the World Cup. We got like 4 or 5 spots, while Europe gets 16. And if you compare some of these teams, Slovakia with Ivory Coast, who's not qualified, I think if they play, Ivory Coast is going to win. Even right now. But like for me, these things need to change a little bit, because you have South America, they have like 6 or 7 places. They're already like 10 in all of South Africa. So most of them actually qualify to the World Cup. Europe, probably like 1 tier of the teams qualify for the World Cup. Asia, Africa, they get 4 spots. So if statistically, when you ask me the question, Roy, like who is the first African team who's gonna win it? Statistically, right now it's almost impossible, because you only get 4 teams against 16 from Europe, or 8 or 7 from South America. Right now, the process in Africa, you play the groups, and now we have to play, I think, Ghana or Ivory Coast face to face, home and away, and then the winner goes to the World Cup. I don't think that should be the system. Because I think if Morocco was in Europe, they would qualify to the World Cup every
I wouldn't
World Cup.
say 16 though, because I mean a lot of African countries like Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, like they would get trashed, bro. They'll get like 16.
But same for San Marino, Liechtenstein, and it's the same thing. When you compare the European groups, you have like 3 very good teams. The rest are shit.
I mean, 4 is little. I agree with that. Should be more.
I think the proportion should be retained.
South America, at least same amount of South America.
When you give that much spots to Africa, yes, the road to the final will be a lot more statistically much more feasible.
It is going to be the usual countries, though.
Sorry, Roy?
It is going to be the usual countries, though, when it comes to Africa.
But like South America, Roy, usual countries comes off.
Exactly, and that's why you have Argentina winning it 3 times, because they play the World Cup every time.
They play it every year. Man.
While in Africa, you have to fight for it against Cameroon, who are very strong. They go actually to the World Cup, and they actually beat these strong teams in the World Cup. So you actually face a very strong opponent. And playing in African environment is not so easy as Europe. A lot of these players, I see a lot of Moroccan players, for example, a lot of Algerian players, when they come to Africa, they go play in Cameroon or something. Some of them have troubles, either with the weather, with the food, with the travel, with whatever.
What about?
Are you sure it's only 4? That's really bad. I think it should be way more than that.
I think it's Asia, 5 now. I think it's 5.
How many comes from Asia?
I think it should be about the same. I think Asia, Africa have the same spots, like 4 or 5.
Because Africa has a football culture. They love football. They should have more countries.
And they do have surprises in the World Cup every time. Every time you watch a World Cup, there is a dark horse from.
So they want to increase the
5.
number of teams.
5.
They want to increase the number of teams in the World Cup. Should they do that, or should they decrease the number?
Well, actually, they're already talking about that. They're saying like they're gonna increase the number of spots in the World Cup, like bring it all the way to like 30, 40, 48. But even though they bring it to 48, it's gonna be the same proportion. Like,
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, should they increase
like
it
the
just for sake of
percentage
numbers or decrease the number of?
No, I think they should
other
rethink the
countries?
percentages of the teams representing each continent. It should not be a World Cup when half the teams are from one continent. That's the rest of the world against Europe playing a cup.
Yeah, but you know they need to consider the sponsorship, TV rights. And
Yeah, I get that. I get that, like the marketing point of it.
The continent that spends more money for.
Well, they will actually go to the stadium and fill these stadiums. That's why.
So,
wow! Hey, guys! Nathan has surpassed everybody now at 36%.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about,
dude. I lost ground.
Hey, man, I was nominated in the villain for a reason. This is to be expected.
But yeah, you can get away. You can take off one country from Europe. You can take off one country from Asia, and now 2 African countries more.
Yeah, there are these small countries in Europe that are also going to get trashed by everybody. So.
Oh yeah, there are a lot of countries in Europe which are just not good at football.
Yep.
But the level of football in Europe is so high now, man. If you think
in some countries, Laird.
I'm talking about the European countries that actually participate. How you call it, the World Cup? You know, they are banging. They are banging countries. If you think Portugal, let's do a list. And Italy didn't participate recently. Just to think how competitive it is. But let's say in an ideal scenario, you have Italy, Germany, Belgium, Switzerland, Portugal, Spain, England,
England,
France,
Spain.
The Scandinavian countries too are good.
No, but
Denmark, Sweden are good. But from now, I would say that's it. Maybe Russia sometimes get a good
Turkey.
Good run.
Turkey is also
Turkey sometimes get a good run. Croatia is another one that is historically good. Sometimes some Serbia comes up.
Serbia is really good sometimes.
Yeah, Romania sometimes.
But don't you think
now Belgium has added?
Okay, I'm gonna ask this. I'm not trying to bring to stir up something, but I just want to ask it this way. France won the World Cup in 2018. Most of the team have a lot of African roots. Now, let's say these African nations actually participate in the World Cup.
You should just say they are African.
Well, they're French too. Like they were born in France. They were raised there, and they grew up there. So I believe they are French, but they are African too. They're not half French.
I worked with PSG, right? And there's a lot of African French people, you know, and they don't they're not looking at themselves as African, man. These guys are French. They're patriots, and they fucking piss me off.
Roy, let me tell you something. Like my culture with francophone countries is very large, and like I've been there. I speak French. I know exactly what's going on there, and I have a lot of friends living in France. So when you do something great, this is one problem that has always been in the media. Like when you do something great, they call you French. And you're a French hero and whatever.
Oh yeah.
When you do something bad, like Zidane when he hit Materazzi, they said this is the Arab blood in him.
Yep.
Like that kind of reflection creates sometimes Europe's problem. And they used to call the French World Cup winner of '98 Blanc, Beurre, et Noir. Do you know what that means? Blanc means white. Yeah. Beurre means Arab. Noir means black. That's the how they call the French team.
Yeah, I know the history of the French.
But like. Imagine Zidane if Algeria was playing the World Cup every year, and now you have Algeria playing with Mahrez, Ben Nasser, Zidane, Benzema, all these guys joining the Algerian team. Don't you think they have the level to actually go to the semifinals?
100%, and you are right. And this is the problem that
I don't know about that.
That's why I said like when you readjust. Sorry, Red John, I'm just gonna add this one point, and you can add on. When you readjust these proportions, and now you give much more room to the African nations. Most of these players, they would probably choose that.
I don't agree if I totally agree with that.
There is other reason they choose it. Sometimes it's just comfort, you know.
It is true. Some actually chose France because they love France.
football development. They develop players in an incredible way.
But,
Like
and
those
what-
Don't
players,
forget, it's the
what-
player's choice as well. The players, especially with dual citizenship, they're the ones who are choosing that. It's not like
Exactly.
they.
No,
It's not like
so
they say
simple.
Mbappe has African roots, and other players as well. The
Well,
French are
Mbappe
not
is
saying-
Algerian and Senegal, so
Well, right. But what I'm saying is they're not
Whatever he
putting
chooses
a
wrong.
gun. They're not
I know.
putting a gun-
I'm not deciding on his choice. I'm not speaking about if he chooses France. I 100
But
back that up.
that's what it is, though, man.
But
that's
I'm saying he's
primarily what
choosing
it
France
is.
because it offers that opportunity to play the World Cup and go to the final because everyone is going there.
but they love France, man. Dude.
I know,
It's-
bro.
it's-
I'm not saying they don't.
Anwar, listen, it's a mixture of all things put together because we have the same problem in Albania, for example. Half of the Swiss team is
Yeah.
Albanian immigrants. Get it? Like, so in itself, we have the same. Oh, if the problem is that the players choose for themselves, man, and they choose
I know.
it for a reason or for another. Therefore, it's not right for us to. It's not right even for
No,
me.
I'm not
Sometimes I
questioning
think,
the
oh,
choice, Red John. I'm not questioning the choice. I'm questioning the opportunities.
He's explaining why that choice is made.
Yes, I'm not saying
Yes,
he
yes.
should not make that choice. I'm saying he's making that choice maybe because that country offers more in terms of sporting area, and he can go all the way to the World Cup final because
No, but-
Mbappe is gonna go there, Conte is gonna
Sure,
go there,
but-
Pogba is
That's
gonna
Anwar,
go
a
there.
Anwar.
shitty reason to do that. Man.
Sure, but Anwar, I'm talking about Switzerland. Man. It's not the country that is participating in every World Cup. It's not a country that.
I know, but they still go to most of the World Cups.
Uh,
Yeah,
like
but,
let's say
No,
Morocco.
Duarte-
Morocco had six World Cup contributions all over its history. I believe we should have more, but because we were fighting very strong teams, sometimes whatever team is gonna go there, it's about the same level, and they still deliver. It's not they get trashed like in every game.
No, it's just Anwar is right because the Albanian players, in their mind, they think Switzerland is gonna play more Euros and more World Cups, so I choose Switzerland. But they don't understand. If they all choose Albania, Albania plays more World Cup and Euros than Switzerland.
Exactly.
But they don't do that because their agent tells them, "Oh, play for Switzerland because you're gonna play the next Euros." Or
It's
choose
your career. It's a career choice.
Yeah, and when Nathan says, "Oh, they make the choice," no, a 17 years old kid makes the choice, so it's not a proper choice.
It's still
He's
their
a-
choice.
But
though.
they're not all
No,
first
it is,
generation.
it's
not.
They're
It's
not
their
all
parents.
first generation, guys.
And exactly, they're not first generation, and it's not them. It's their parents. It's their
Yeah.
agent. It's their coach that tells them, "Oh, don't go. You've never
But
been in
if
Albania.
you're
Why are you
born
going
in
to play in Albania?"
France, no matter what ethnicity you are, you're born in France, you live in
Yeah,
France.
you're gonna pick France.
You're gonna be a French. You're French.
I'll
You're
give you
gonna speak-
examples of players in Morocco who grew up in other countries. You have Hakimi. He grew up in Spain. He was born and he grew up in Spain. He started playing in the youth academy of Real Madrid. Then he got to the choice and he chose Morocco. You have Brahim Diaz, who is also the same kind of experience, but he chose Spain over Morocco. I believe the choice is good either way because now Morocco have a very good team. They can actually go to every World Cup. But before, and you didn't have that much structure, you're always lacking and it does not give you much choice. Imagine like those Brazilian players, they're born in France. Imagine Ronaldinho is born in France. Ronaldo is born in France. All of these guys are born in France. I don't think they're gonna still choose Brazil because at that point, career-wise, France is gonna offer more. Salary-wise, is gonna offer more. Marketing-wise, is gonna
You
offer
got to
more.
look at how they were brought up as well too. Like a lot of the players who have dual citizenship, even if they still choose their, the country from their roots
Yeah,
over the country that's even better, but that's also because in their household they are heavily integrated with their roots.
yep.
Like,
It's
like
not just that. Like
Giuseppe
Nathan, I can
Giuseppe
give you
Rossi.
other examples. Like we have in the Moroccan team probably players who have French names, don't have Arab names, and they speak French because their father is French, their mom is Moroccan. They were born and raised in French. They don't even speak Arabic. Yeah, they play in the national team. They don't have room to play for France. But I believe if they really had the choice, most of them would actually choose France because they're much more closer to that country than the Moroccan one. It's like, but you have players like, for me, Hakim Ziyech,
Career
he was
choice.
most wanted in Netherlands. every like media was talking about the next upcoming for the Netherlands national team, and then he chose Morocco over Netherlands. And it's not only that guy; you have the same guy in futsal. They're calling him like the next Ricardinho or whatever, and he's also from the Netherlands, and he chose Morocco over the Netherlands. So for me, right now, if you offer more space, I think most of these teams are going to bring more.
And there's also the fact that these countries, while the players are growing up in the academies and they're doing very well in the under 21s, under 20s, etc., of their respective national, the national teams, the federations retain the players, like they convince them. They you know, there's a lot of that going on.
Or some players just they don't see themselves good enough to go for France, and they say, "But I still want to play international football."
I still want to play international football. I can represent.
I think Jorginho made that choice with Italy. He wasn't
even Thiago Motta.
Yeah, he wasn't called by the Brazilian team, and he chose Italy. Italy gave him an offer.
Camoranesi
is another player.
We'll take Jorginho.
Diego Costa.
Thank you, Brazil, for Jorginho.
Camoranesi was different because Camoranesi was from Japan. So
what?
Really?
Right?
What are you talking?
What?
No, he was from South America.
I think South America. I think Chile or something.
Dude, are you kidding me?
He was Argentinian, guys.
Camoranesi was Argentinian.
Uruguay or
my
something
kid.
like
I got
maybe Uruguay.
Guys,
maybe
I'm
Uruguay.
an expert on the Italian national team, guys. He was Argentinian.
Mauro Camoranesi.
Juan Carlos
Argentina.
Man. Holy shit,
Argentina. He's Argentinian. He was born in Argentina.
Dude, I thought all these years I thought that he was from Japan, man. What the hell?
Yeah, he's Argentinian.
Man, he looks Asian. What the hell?
Yeah, basically Camoranesi did that choice. He didn't get called by the Argentinian team at that period, and he said, "You know what? I still want to play international football. I've been living in Italy forever, so I'll choose Italy."
The Jorginho story is very interesting. Very interesting because how did they miss him? How did they miss out on him, man?
Because he was good in Serie A, but he's never been like on the radar of international football.
But
and
like,
Sarri,
if you think about it,
Sarri brought him at Chelsea, and he gave him that international stage, bringing him to Chelsea.
And it must be really it must be really difficult for him because Brazilians are so proud about their national team, you know.
Yeah,
well, it has to be. Look at the youth team. Were these players called up for the youth team? You know,
I always support.
You feel at home when you grow up with that national team all the time, and then you get called up for the senior, but you never even played the game with the youth players, so you have no connection.
I think that's what happened with Jorginho.
Yep.
Jorginho started playing at the highest level a bit late. I think he came in Serie A at the age of 22. And for a Brazilian talent, that is too late. Other Brazilian talent has been playing from the age of 18 in major leagues around Europe. So that's why I never got
with Thiago here with more. But Thiago played for Spain, bro. I think they used to play Paulinho at that time. But Thiago he chose Spain over Brazil. Alcantara.
He chose because he saw an opportunity in Spain. Saw Spain better than Brazil, and he said,
"But it was a sporting choice." That's what I'm telling you. Like, imagine if you offered that same player the same choice. Either you go for France or you go for Algeria. You can still reach a quarterfinal or semifinal.
And guys, check this out. Imagine Messi, who almost played for Spain, in the greatest footballing generation maybe that football has ever seen. Messi could have been part of that team.
He refused to play for Spain.
No.
He received the call-up, bro.
When Spain won the World Cup,
I got your point. But I saw him speak about that. They told him, like, don't you regret your choice because you received the call-up for the Spanish national team.
Yeah, he's got.
And you refused. And he told them, no, I can never betray Argentina.
Right. But imagine if he did play for Spain, he would be twice as big as Pelé.
Yeah. I think Pelé, like, for me, you see, Roy, I hate to compare Pelé or like Di Stefano or these guys with modern football because it's two different areas, like two different types of
Too
football.
far away. It's too
I don't know
far
about
away.
that.
Like
guys.
I
don't
cannot
know.
tell you that Pele is more technical than Messi. I don't believe that. But
I mean, I don't.
he did more because football was not that hard. So
I'm
okay.
not. No.
I mean,
It's
I
all-
watched those games,
guys,
Roy. Like
Guys, it's
No,
all
no.
relative.
It's all relative.
it is.
But
That's what I'm
what-
saying. That's what I'm
but
saying.
what-
Like that's
but
why you
what-
cannot really compare. Like you don't know what Messi
what-
will do in that era.
But
For what football
it's-
was at that time, Pele
They
was
didn't have
way better
offsides
than
back then,
everyone
did they?
else.
no,
No,
I don't know.
They
I
didn't
don't
even
know.
have like
Guys,
proper
guys.
tactical understanding of like
But
like
no,
defense.
that's so not true, guys.
No, but Roy,
So
like
not
that like you have
Not
these
at the
new
level.
schools. Roy, you have these new schools of Ajax of these like they started over the 70s, 60s.
Okay, you're comparing it today. It's like comparing a Mercedes in 2021
I'm
to
saying,
a Mercedes, but relative to the competition.
All I'm saying is that it's two different footballs. Like you cannot compare the two football because it's not played the same way.
Okay, but
To
then,
me-
then in 100 years, you have to say that Messi.
Yes,
wasn't
yes.
nothing.
No, you should not. You should not say it's nothing. You should keep him at his. Like you should say Pele was the best player from this to this,
Listen, I think
and you don't say he was the best player ever because that does not
Pele
exist.
won 3 World Cups. I think.
No,
to
it's
be-
not. It's not about titles,
Roy.
Roy. You don't get my
Roy.
point.
Roy, I want to say something.
Like I would tell you that Ronaldo, the Brazilian Ronaldo, is the best player of the world from this year to this year. That's the best player on the world existing on that.
Then,
use Ronaldo
no,
from
guys,
that
this
time because-
conversation is okay. It's a good conversation piece. But then we're discrediting Milan's achievements.
No, I'm not discrediting it. I'm not saying
Guys-
Cheva is the best striker ever. I'm saying Cheva was the best striker in certain seasons.
Guys, but football has changed a lot. Now football is improving a little bit. It's not improving a lot. The change we see in 5 years is not massive. We see change, but it's not massive. The period Pele played football changed so much in 20 years. Like
Exactly.
completely. It became almost a different sport.
But you guys
So-
think it's necessary to say, well, he's not great because today.
No. We're not saying
no,
he's
he's
not
a
great.
Pele
We're saying
case,
he's
Roy.
great
He's
for
Pele
his
case.
era.
Roy, I don't recognize the 5 Champions League
look
Real
at
Madrid
this.
won in.
I'm saying, Roy,
1945.
for me, Pele is the greatest ever from 1960 to 70 or 80 or whatever. But after that, there is another football. For me, after that, Maradona is the
Fine.
best ever from whatever to whatever.
Fine, but to me, this
That's
stat
how
right
I
there
look at football, man.
says it all.
Yeah, but Roy, no one was playing football at that time.
Ma
Now the
cosa
world plays
dici?
football.
This is not true. What are you saying?
Yeah.
Roy, like the World Cup was
Roy,
played
it's
between
true.
8 teams or something.
No.
Even the Champions League was 8
You
teams.
cannot say this, guys, because
It
I'm going to
wasn't
click
different
on this,
football,
and then
Roy.
you're going to be
Roy.
Go,
proven wrong.
It
check
was a
check how many
different
teams
football.
played this World Cup.
All right.
Check how many teams.
Let's see.
Roy, the time that Uruguay won the World Cup, some countries didn't show up. Man. They didn't even go to the World
Like
Cup.
in some countries, football did not even exist. Like they didn't even have a
didn't
national
exist.
team at that time. Look at the
It's
teams
different.
who
All
played.
So you had 1, 2. Yeah, look at the teams. It's all great. It's all the.
You have no team from Africa, no
same
team from
teams.
Asia.
It's the
No,
same
come
teams
on.
that are still the best today. England, France, Hungary.
He's a
was
Euro, man. He was invited to Europe.
great. Argentina, Brazil,
Let's go-
Paraguay,
let's come and
Mexico.
That's what I'm saying, man. Lair, this is what I'm
Maybe
saying.
Argentina, Brazil, and Paraguay were invited in Europe to play football. Basically, that was the
Exactly.
You
like
guys
you-
are discounting.
We're not discrediting Roy.
that's
It
so
is-
bad.
No
It-
one. Oh Jesus Christ! See again. We're
Shame on
discrediting.
you.
Okay, shame on us. We're not saying, man, he didn't deserve what he won at that period. But he
Exactly.
cannot be called the best of the whole time because he won at that period.
But
That's
it was
not
still
fair.
still like. No, guys, we did
It
3
was
World
difficult.
Cups. To me, you're the best. If you won 3 World Cups, you're the best in the world. Period.
So would you agree that Benzema is better than Shevchenko?
Yeah, Roy.
Maybe Benzema is better than Shevchenko. Yeah.
Nah,
Roy,
I don't believe you.
he
I don't
was-
believe you believe that.
Why-
Roy.
why-
Roy,
why?
Roy,
Why?
Your hesitation.
No,
betrays
because
you.
if I look at Shevchenko, he did really well with Milan, but when he went to Chelsea, he just disappeared, right? Benzema
Benzema never moved to Real Madrid.
Benzema is still very consistent. and still-
Benzema never won a Ballon d'Or.
True. Shevchenko had a brilliant year. Benzema did not have a brilliant year, but in total, Benzema is just shown to be more consistent. Something happened to Shevchenko after he left Milan. Something happened to him. If he
But
would have
for-
continued,
This is how I see it, Roy. This is how I'm gonna.
Benzema
This
is for sure more consistent, right?
All right, this is how I'm gonna pin it for you, Roy.
Because
From
he never
2003,
If
for
Sheva
me,
doesn't change the team and stays
Yeah.
at AC Milan,
I would put it in this
he
way.
scores goals for
Fine.
10 years. In a row.
and that's what he should have done.
yeah,
But
for
it-
me, I would put it this way, Roy. From 2001 to 2007 or 2008, Shevchenko was probably one of the best in the world, next to Henry, to many other great strikers at that time. But after that period, I can no longer say that Shevchenko is the best. That's how you should look at football, because football changes.
No. But when
You cannot call someone the absolute best.
You can still do a standings of what the best players are.
I think that's a stretch. If you call someone the
Guys,
absolute best, you
look
need
at-
proof of that. You don't really have
Look
it.
at his awards and achievements. It's like crazy. Look at that. This is all
Against
Premier.
no one. We are saying you. Against no
okay,
one.
against-
Okay. Against
Yes,
who?
against
Okay,
no
Roy.
one.
All right. 1962.
right.
Let's see who
All right,
it was against.
Oh, before you check, against who they won the final. Before you check,
All right. So these were the teams in 1960, and we'll check it right now.
but I want you to answer my question.
I think in '62 they won it against Sweden or Uruguay.
No.
I can't remember.
It was Hungary, I believe. I think they played 2 finals.
Oh,
in a row.
Hungary was one of the best teams. in
Hungary-
the
Yeah,
world.
was a
they had
powerhouse.
Puskás. Yes.
Yeah. Hungary was a powerhouse. Yeah.
It's-
All I'm saying, Roy,
Imagine
we're not
what that-
discrediting Pele. We're saying he's the best in that time period. He was
Guys-
the absolute best in that
Guys,
time period.
this is '62. You got Russia, Yugoslavia, Uruguay, Colombia. That's a tough group.
That's
But do you know any of these other
West
players?
Germany,
Do you know
Italy,
any? Okay.
Italy, Switzerland.
Right. Look
West
at the
Germany,
names.
Chile,
Look at the names of the goal scorers of each game. Do you know any of these guys? Galic, Jerkovic, Melic. Who are
Well,
these guys?
If you were a connoisseur of football, you probably would.
Man, it's a far stretch, Roy. Come on, man.
It's true, man.
Guys,
Brazil,
Guys.
Czech, Mexico, Spain. Come on.
We don't want to take anything
Guys,
from Pele.
don't
Pele
be
is
ridiculous, guys.
Is great.
Guys, please. 100 years from now, no one's gonna know who the fuck Salamakers is or who the fuck X player
Salamakers
is.
is not winning World Cups, man. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
man. You know, but Salamakers plays for a national team that can win.
Brett John, listen,
Can
I'll
win the
tell you
World Cup.
something. No, I'll tell you something. When Maradona won his World Cup,
Czechoslovakia. guys.
fucking, when Maradona won his World Cup, people still remember how good was the Italy that he played against, the Germany that he played against, the players. The era Maradona played football, a lot of big players at that time were playing football. Players that made the history of this football, of this game. When Pele played football, literally was just him, and no one else was making.
Non
the
è
history of football.
vero.
No, but
Yes.
but I would say the
Guys, you had
whole Brazilian.
Eusebio before
Yeah.
that.
No.
You had
Eusebio is after.
Oh.
Roy.
no Eusebio's
Eusebio
before.
comes after.
No, Eusebio after Roy. Come on.
Oh my God, Eusebio was before Pele, guys.
No.
No, he came just after. And then anyway,
You wanna
Eusebio was
bet?
playing. Listen, anyway, Eusebio.
I think they were about the same time. I think.
No, Eusebio was.
I think both in the 60s. Both in the 60s.
No, Eusebio was part of the Real Madrid team. No, was part of the Benfica team
Benfica.
that was competed against Real Madrid when Real Madrid won the first 5 Champions League.
Yep.
So
Even
this
us,
is-
I think
this
we
is
won
before
over
Pele.
them.
This is before Pele.
No, we won the Champions League after Real and Benfica.
Right. So and we
Yeah,
played
so
against Eusebio. We
Benfica,
played against Eusebio.
so he played in Benfica around the same time as Pele, 1961. That's when
More or
Pele
less,
won.
but Eusebio
won the-
established himself as a superstar before Pele.
Roy.
Yeah, I give you that. I give you that.
Roy.
Mazzola,
Pele-
Mazzola, ragazzi, no Mazzola.
va a cagare, va.
Pioli, not Pioli. What the fuck was his name? What the fuck was his name? The guy, the Italian guy. What's his name?
Capello.
No, Capello.
Rivera. Rivera.
No.
Cappuccino.
The Argentinian
Guys, Meazza, the stadium that we're named
They are
after.
stadiums,
We are
man.
talking
Imagine.
about guys that the
No,
reason
no.
why Messi does
No.
what he does today is because
No.
of those players. You guys have to have respect for that.
No,
No, we
Roy.
do have respect. Roy, you always confuse things, man.
Roy, you know what? I'll ask you a question. Why Pele never came and played in Europe?
No, he chose not to come to Europe.
He never
Oh
went
yeah,
to
of coururse it chose.
No. Laird. He actually
Laird,
chose.
what are you about to say? But nobody in Europe wanted him? Come
They
on.
really wanted. They actually
No,
brought.
no. He
Santos.
never had the balls to play.
No. Laird. Listen, they actually brought Santos all over Europe. They played every major European team.
No.
And they tried. Ray, just let me finish, please. And they trashed every European team, like 4-0, 5-0, every European
On a
team.
friendly, yeah.
But still, it's a football game, man. You want to show that you are better than Pelé.
1970, guys. This one I know very well because it hurts a lot.
No, Santos had a very, very good team. They had a really, really, really strong.
Goes look here. 1970.
Yes,
Is-
this is
Morocco.
actually the first time an
Morocco's
African team went to the World Cup.
Morocco.
I don't. Are you sure?
Yes.
Wait, how is it
I'm
possible?
100% sure.
How is it possible that CONCACAF gets to have two teams, but Africa only one?
Yep. And then years later, people
Man,
speak
CONCACAF.
about
No, guys. But
Roger
we're talking
Milla.
about we're talking about the 70s. Okay.
Yeah,
Like,
but it's CONCACAF.
infrastructure in the 70s, different countries in the world was very different from now.
it is, but Roy, you need
Like,
to give a
some of
proper
those
chance
teams-
to everyone.
Like okay, for example, Kenya gained independence in 69, right?
Exactly,
So-
that is the world that Pelé was dominating, man. Man, people were getting.
But it is true, Roy. We're not
Guys,
saying
guys,
it's a
look
bad
at
thing.
these,
Sorry,
look at these,
man.
look at these
Fuck.
names, look at these teams. It's literally the same teams that today are competing. It's literally the
But
same.
I'm
but
saying
they're
they are
fucking
always
one
competing
discipline.
because they've always been there, Roy. That's what I'm saying. They're always competing because
No,
they're
no,
always
no,
been
guys.
there.
Brazil is not going to lose to most teams in the world, no matter where it's in the 70s or in 2021.
Brazil, they have a special gift for football. No other country have that.
Yeah, so there you go.
But it's
Right.
true. Like no other country
Right.
plays football like Brazil.
Bro, I wanna say,
No,
I wanna talk
guys.
seriously. I wanna talk seriously now. Bro,
Okay,
sorry, I
so
wanna talk-
do you have like do you
This
have
is
any
insane.
Italian player who actually played like Ronaldo or Ronaldinho?
Anwar, I wanna
Baggio,
talk. I wanna talk
Baggio.
seriously.
Baggio.
Baggio was not
Antonio
at the level of
Cassano,
Ronaldo.
Antonio
Come on.
Cassano,
Come on, man. Cassano,
Nah,
Cassano.
Right,
Gianni
right.
Rivera.
Come on,
Gianni
man.
Gianni
Nah, right.
Rivera.
Okay,
guys.
okay, Zico.
Anwar,
Rivera.
don't give him.
Co-
Don't give him.
Bruno
Don't give
Conti.
him.
No,
You
come
guys-
on.
have
Come
you
on.
ever seen
Roy,
Bruno
Roy,
Conti?
Roy. You
Bruno
cannot do that,
Conti.
man. You cannot do
Guys,
that, man.
Bruno
Anwar,
Conti.
he turned
Bruno
off the
Conti.
camera, so he was peeping a bit. He was.
Guys, have you ever seen?
He was-
Did you guys? Have
No,
you ever
I
seen?
need
Bruno Conti?
something
Have you,
now. I
have
need-
you guys? No. No,
He was
you guys
having a
don't know
joint.
this.
He turned off
You
the
guys
camera.
do not
I
know
saw
this.
him. He was
Have you
having
guys
a
ever
joint.
seen Bruno Conti play in 82?
I've seen Bruno Conti, man. I've seen Bruno Conti.
Okay,
Nothing
Bruno Conti
compared to
was
Zico,
dribbling
man.
everybody. He was
Come on.
Zico
Yeah.
could not beat Bruno Conti.
Are you serious,
Man,
man?
Yeah,
Literally,
because in
Roy.
82, Bruno Conti
You know that
beat
Zico with
Maradona's
Udinese.
Argentina.
Anwar, he's proving our point, man. He's proving our
Bruno
point.
Conti in
He's
82.
proving our point.
Bruno Conti in 82 destroyed Maradona's Argentina, Zico's
Okay,
and
okay.
Socrates' Brazil, and West Germany, and
All right.
Gerd Muller's West Germany.
All right.
What are
And
we
then
talking about? What are we
Maradona
talking
came, and then Maradona came to Napoli with a team who is normally relegated to Serie B and dominated Italy with the best players
They
in
did
Europe.
not dominate.
They did dominate. They dominated
Milan, they won
Right.
the Scudetto by a few points from Milan.
for 2
Okay,
years.
okay,
That's
okay.
domination for 2 years.
Sure, but it's also not okay. Yeah, Maradona was one of the
Yeah,
best. for
that's
sure.
that's not easy, man.
And that's what happens when you have one of the best players in the world.
No, but you
win
don't
championships.
have that player in Europe.
What are you talking about, man?
Man, you don't have a
Van
Maradona.
Basten won
Okay,
three
you have a
Ballon
Messi
d'Or.
in Europe.
A Messi. Yeah, we had Zidane. Was the last.
I
guy.
love Zidane. Please don't
We
bring
had
Zidane to
we
this.
had we had Sheva for 1 year. We had Henry.
Cruyff,
we had
guys.
Baggio. We had Cruyff.
Cruyff.
We
But
Europe had.
between Cruyff and Maradona, what most people would pick, or Ronaldinho or Ronaldo?
Cruyff, man.
It's a,
No,
I
Rachel.
would pick
I would pick
I would
Maradona
pick Maradona,
I'll
but
pick
it's
Maradona.
Most would pick Maradona or Ronaldinho
Man.
or Ronaldo.
Cruyff was.
I mean-
was.
The-
But the others they
At the same
created in
level, man.
football.
It was at the same level.
Yes,
It's
yes.
not like-
All I'm saying is that's only one team. I'm only looking at Brazil. Let's go
Listen,
look at Argentina.
this conversation started that you guys were discrediting Pelé because when he was
Roy,
competing,
I'm not discrediting
it was
anyone.
easy. It was easy. It's like you can go on a football pitch and you can do whatever you want.
Roy,
No,
Alright.
Roy,
that is just not fair.
I'm gonna say a fact. This is a fact, and you
Yeah.
cannot deny this.
Go ahead.
Europe and a lot of part of the world, they participate to really insane period, historical insane period. There was the Second World War. A lot of people died. There was a massive war. So basically, football completely stopped. And actually, it took 10 years. So from 1947 to 1957 for the European football to rebuild again and to create talent and to create youth and clubs and everything.
Okay.
So Pelé, the Brazil at that time, Spain, that didn't participate in the war, they had that advantage in terms of the national team as well. So that's what I say. I don't consider the achievement of Pelé. I'll take the achievement of Pelé with a pinch of salt because the world was not the same that it is right now.
What I'm hearing right now is insanity. Insanity.
No, it's not insanity. It's a fact. The world.
What I'm hearing right now is insanity. You're discrediting winning. Guys, these guys are the ones that made football what it is now. It's because of that.
No, I'm not discrediting, man.
Not the new generations.
The world at that time was a different
indirectly.
place. No, the world at that time was a different place. Not everyone had the luxury to play football.
Right.
Not everyone had the luxury.
Right.
Only the best play. Today you can be any kid with $3,000. Mommy pays for the academy, and you get to become a professional. Back then, only the best play. Only the best.
All right. I want to tell you something, Roy. Do you know who is Pelé? Do you know who is Pelé's best player ever?
I would say either Di Stefano or
no, it's not Di Stefano
or some Brazilian guy, but
no, it's a Moroccan guy. His name is Ben Barka, and he came and he played in his retirement here in Morocco.
Okay,
and he said that this dude is the best player, but because I play for Brazil and he never plays, that's why I'm the best. And I can even bring that up for you. Like there is a whole video about that.
I'm sure there's a lot of great. Look,
all I'm saying, this guy only showed up in French national team because Morocco was colonized by France.
Listen.
All I'm saying is that the world was different, right? Each era had their players.
I can promise you that right now you can go to the beaches of Ipanema and find better footballers there than in most of the Serie A. But it's not how good you are. It's the mentality of winning competitions or going through battle and coming on top.
But
that is what it is
for the battle, Roy.
Pelé is number one at that. Number one.
No, he was not. He had a very good team.
Winning
the team.
World Cups.
Okay. Roy, do you know that he came into a team that actually won a World Cup before? He was brought up in a team that actually won the World Cup.
Saying is that
I don't think you're right.
I think I'm very right.
Can you guys hear me?
Do you think that the first World Cup was Brazil, and they lost a final before that as well?
I don't think I think with Pelé was the first time they won the World Cup.
But
I don't know for sure.
Look at Brazil achievements before Pelé as well. Like I'm not discrediting him because he brought them 3 World Cups. He is the best in that period for sure.
No, best.
All I'm saying, each era has its players. You cannot compare players from eras and say this guy is better than this guy. They did not play
when
against.
You do compare the era,
you cannot because you're not playing against the same defenders, not playing against the same tactics. It's not the same football.
Not true. Not true.
Okay, so do you think Messi would actually play football in the 60s?
It's actually
because he would not have.
To play.
He was more difficult. Okay. You know that Messi actually only played football because he had several injections throughout his youth career.
Yeah, he takes steroids. I know.
Yeah. So back in the 60s, this dude would never play football. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But in the 60s, it was only the best, the most, the strongest.
I'm saying that Messi is the best, but he could not play. But I'm saying that Messi was the best, probably at that period, but he would never have the chance to play football.
No, he got artificially pumped.
Come on. Even we speak now about Van Basten injury. Van Basten injury right now, it is an injury that can be recovered and he can go into the pitch and play for 6 more years at the highest level. And back in Van Basten era, the dude had to retire. That's what I'm saying. Like each era has its players, has its conditions, and its own environment. You cannot compare, man.
Look. Look at Brazil here. First one they won was in 58, then 62, then this is when Pelé played. Look who's winning.
But look how many times they were look. They were runner-ups. They played quarterfinals. They finished third place as well. But now they're champions, and they're champions again. That's what I said. But what I said is true. I told you that he's playing in a team that actually won the World Cup before him.
No, they didn't.
58.
Yeah, that was his first World Cup.
Was it in 58 or 62?
Yeah, he did 58, 62, and 70.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Those three. Like you can
okay,
tell,
so they were runner-ups, right?
Obviously, 8 years before. Obviously, something was in the water in Brazil between 58 and 70, or maybe their food was really good, or something.
But they had
or maybe
very good
they had
team.
Pelé.
No, but they had Gareca. They had a lot of good players, man. It's not just Pelé. Like the whole 11 was very strong. It's still remembered. Like people still remember that team. They still speak about this Brazil of the 70s.
Roy, for me, football starts when Maradona starts.
Nice.
That's modern football, I believe.
That is modern football for me, man. Everything else, I don't care.
I think modern football was when the Italian, when Italian league started bringing players in.
Paolo Rossi, all this, man.
That's modern football.
That's the moment when I think modern football starts.
But it's not just us. I saw Ancelotti say that as well, Roy. He said that for him, Kaká is the first modern player. Like for him, modern football is late 2000s.
Guys, they're just selling shirts. That's why.
Come on.
He was told to say that.
Ancelotti is gonna sell shirts on a podcast.
No, for Kaká, so Ancelotti can get his $6 million a year.
No, I said like the podcast was a year ago.
Okay, I get it. But listen, I will not buy this discrediting of Pelé.
We're not discrediting. We're saying each era has its players.
I know, but if you were to compare, I'm not saying compare one era to the other. You compare what the players did in their own era. Today, Messi is definitely the number one.
Pelé never won the Champions League.
But eras are different. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Eras are different.
Never did it.
Right.
Guys,
This is logic speaking now, Roy.
You can
this is
logic every year. You have
these are not achievements. He never achieved that.
So what's easier to win? What's easier to win? What's easier?
He never won a Serie A with Napoli.
Okay. All I want to say.
What's easier? What's easier? Winning the Champions League or the World Cup?
What's easier, winning the World Cup with Brazil or the Serie A with Napoli?
No. Don't.
Don't
change the question.
No.
Answer the question. What is easier, winning the Champions League or winning the Serie A?
It depends on the eras. It depends on the eras.
Sorry. What is more difficult, winning the World Cup or winning the Serie A or the Champions League?
You have to be more specific. It's easier to win the World Cup with Brazil?
No.
Or it's easier to win the Champions League with Porto?
Yeah. What is easier? Yeah, that's a good
comparison. It's easier to win the World Cup with Brazil because they play it every time.
No. The thing is that the Champions League is every year. Porto every year can win the Champions League if they try. The World Cup is every 4 years. And there's a bunch of teams that really want to win the World Cup too. It's much more difficult to win.
But I believe that football in Champions League is a much higher level than the World Cup. Whatever I watch on the World Cup,
maybe technically, but
as far as I wanted to say, Roy,
as far as pressure and competition, no chance.
Roy, I'll tell you
what I wanted to say to you, Roy. I believe over the last maybe 10 years, Champions League has been more difficult than World Cup. But if you go to the 90s. Yes, the 90s was much harder to win the World Cup.
Roy, Mbappe probably can manage to win 2 World Cups.
Croatia got to the final, Roy.
Erling Haaland is never going to win a World Cup. He's a better player.
I get it that when you're facilitated by the team you play in, because Brazil is. I understand your point. I understand your point. Well, Hungary could have won the World Cup.
Yeah, but he never won because he was
they didn't win it because other teams won it, but it wasn't who won. Uruguay, Italy. Who beat Hungary? Italy beat Hungary, or
Brazil beat Hungary.
Or Brazil, right?
If Puskas was playing with Brazil and Pelé with Hungary, probably Puskas would have won the World Cup.
But no.
Liar. You never know, man. See, that's the funny thing.
Brazil won the World Cup because Pelé wasn't there.
No,
Otherwise,
let's
Hungary
put
would have won it.
Puskas there and put
Because
Pelé
then Brazil is supposed to win the World Cup every year, according to this mentality.
No, I'm saying that probably Puskas never won the World Cup.
How
because
come Germany has been even in more finals than Brazil?
Listen, Lewandowski is never going to win a World Cup, man. And he's a better striker than a lot of them that won a World Cup. He's a better striker than Giroud. He's a better striker than Mbappe.
No, but we're
He's
talking
a better
about
striker
than players.
Benzema.
Mamma mia, ragazzi! You win 3 World Cups as the main guy. Like you're
Brazil, if you win 3 World Cup with another national team, I agree with you. If you win 3 World Cup in a fucking 1960 with Brazil, yeah, it's magical.
No,
it's incredible.
You're wrong, because
everything.
it's players like Pelé that made Brazil what it is.
No, Roy. See, that's
because
another...
before Pelé, Brazil
stop
in
giving
one
credit
final
to the World Cup so much, because there is incredible players that never gonna win it.
No.
Because
this is where you're 100% wrong. Because the World Cup is the maximum competition in football.
No, because some
100%.
people play with a small country, man. They can never.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No, it matters because
playing for your country,
sport.
that kind of competition is irreplaceable. It doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter.
No, because just big national teams can win it. Just big national teams.
Laird, I want you to find me one football player today that will tell you that playing the World Cup is easier than playing club football.
I don't care what the football players say.
There you go. So it's just your opinion. Thank you.
It's not just about my opinion.
Are you telling me that there's more pressure playing for a whole country or for like a club? Like
Can you give me a country that has less than 20 million people that won a World Cup?
Uruguay.
In 100 years ago. And six team was playing that World Cup. 6 team was playing that World Cup.
It doesn't matter.
It was a group. It was a
matter.
Champions League group. Who wins the Champions League group?
This doesn't matter, guys.
No, it matters.
No competition. Guys, you cannot even compare the competition.
No, the World Cup. People like you, Roy, should stop giving credit to the World Cup, because
it's not giving credit.
A big country, never a small country.
Like you make your own greatness.
You don't make your own. Denmark is never gonna make your own greatness.
How do you know?
What are you talking about?
How do you know?
Denmark is never gonna do that.
How do you know?
Because it's never gonna happen. It's a statistical thing.
Football is not over. This is just first century. We have century 2, century 3, century 4. In 5 centuries from now, how the fuck do you don't know that Denmark can become?
Yeah, if the Nazis fucking win the war and they are bigger like fucking Brazil, they win the World Cup.
No,
what are you talking about?
How do you know that from 5 centuries from now, one of the big football clubs is going to be Cameroon? How the fuck you don't know that? If in 5 this is so wrong. It's so wrong because you do not understand the difference between no. The fact. No. The fact that
Messi winning the fucking American, what is the South American Cup?
I cannot have this discussion.
That is a competition between Argentina and Brazil.
Laird, the fact that you don't understand that competing for your country, that kind of pressure is nowhere close to the pressure that you get at club level is incredible. It is incredible. It is incredible that you even remotely believe that, because you know it's not true. This is just an agenda you have against the World Cup, whatever. I don't know what it is.
It's not an agenda against the World Cup. It's an agenda about people that use the World Cup as a matter of judgment. To think that, how good is a player.
Roy, I believe that's that. Can I say something, guys? I believe that the World Cup is, yes, like it comes every 4 years, so there is less chance to win it, and most of the teams who always win it end up winning it. So yes, it's hard to win it, but I believe in terms of technical ability, Champions League shows better football than the World Cup at the much more intense level.
It doesn't matter. I'm not.
But I agree with you, Roy, on terms of pressure. Yes, there is a much more.
And that's what it's.
I don't think that brings the best of football. I think that brings the worst of football.
Okay, but you're talking about aesthetics. I'm not talking about.
No, I'm not aesthetics, but that's football, man. We love football because of the game. It's not just
guys. Trust me, Brazil. If there's no way in hell you can compare the pressure of, let's say, a national team player playing a World Cup final against one that is playing a Champions League.
We're not comparing the pressure.
One every 4 years, man.
No, I'm not comparing
that's part of it. That's part of it.
Yeah, but
would you agree that's that the
It doesn't
technical
matter,
ability
man.
is better?
It doesn't say if a player is good or not because
Alright.
they didn't
No, it
won
does, man.
Okay,
No,
Roy,
Mbappe is not a better player
Man,
than Messi.
a player is not good because
No,
he can
Mbappe
fucking
is
do
not a better player
stepovers.
than Messi.
A
Alright.
player is good if he can
No,
win battles.
Mbappe is not a better player than fucking
All right,
Ronaldo.
Roy, I'm gonna ask you guys a very simple question.
Stop.
How many teams?
No, I'm not going to
do you
stop.
think?
You
okay,
need
okay.
to stop because you're the one talking total
Right.
bullshit.
I'm gonna ask you guys a question. Do you think that Bayern is better than France or Croatia?
Not France.
I think they're better than France.
I think France has a team that could win the Champions League.
Yes, but Bayern can win the World Cup every 4 years.
I don't know about that.
They have been consistent every 4 years.
I think it's more. When it comes to the World Cup, it's more than just
okay. Real Madrid or Messi or the Pep Guardiola Barcelona. Did you ever watch a national team play at that level?
Well, Barcelona was Spain pretty much. So
no, it was not Spain. When you take
mostly Spain.
Listen to me, Roy. When you're
70%
missing the
of
biggest.
Barcelona was Spain.
All right, when you miss Messi out of the equation, you're just like telling me that Messi is nowhere.
Bro, they had Xavi, Iniesta,
yeah.
Sergio Ramos, Piqué, Busquets.
All right. Listen, that team is very hard to
guys.
beat.
Have a good night.
All right, see you, man. I'm telling you, Roy, you have that team now. Add Messi to that team. Don't you think it's much more harder to win against? Add Dani Alves to that team. That's what I'm saying. Like Europe, in terms of club football, over the last 20 years, I think it developed at a higher speed than national football. When you have teams like Croatia go into the final, I'm not discrediting Croatia, but I think England is not strong enough.
Listen, let me tell you something. You brought up Croatia.
It's not just Croatia. You can look up at England. You can look up at any.
I promise you that if Dynamo Kiev get to, let's say, the final of the Champions League, and they lose it, the country's not going to do a parade for them.
I know. I'm not comparing pressure, Roy. I'm comparing the football technical ability.
That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about.
It's not just that, man. You gotta give credit to the gift of people who play better football than other people. There is some part of that. Like you go to a street, you just throw a ball there, right. You will find someone playing better football than the other. That's what I'm saying.
But if in a football team, it doesn't matter if there's people that know how to juggle the ball better than you. It's, are you willing to go to battle, be disciplined?
I'm saying the level of the football you watch when you watch a World Cup, and the level of football when you watch a Champions League is different. I watched the Euros. Yes, they were good, but I believe they had many goals because of the penalties for sure. But still, teams performed. But overall, I believe Champions League offers more
difficult. What is more difficult?
I'm not saying you cannot tell me that this is more difficult than the other, because when you go to Champions League, now you have 12 teams that can actually win it, or 10 teams who are very, very hard to beat, which is not true for the Euros.
Anwar, please, what is more difficult, to play in the Serie A or the EPL?
I don't know, man. Like I don't like to make these comparisons, Roy. I don't like to make these comparisons. Because you cannot when you play sports, Roy. When you play sports professionally, you don't go to someone and tell him what is more difficult, to play the Olympics or to play the World Cup. Both are difficult.
Okay, that's a good question. Is it more difficult to do track professionally, domestically in your country, or at the Olympics?
Of course, at the Olympics is going to be a much higher level.
So it's the same thing with the national
team. It's not the same, man. It's not. I'm telling you, it's not the same, because locally I'm playing only with the locals. In UCL, I'm playing with the whole world.
The best in the world.
No, in Champions League, you have the best. You have the best players from Africa, from Asia, from Europe, from South America. They all play Champions League football. And you mix all these teams, they make better teams than the national teams.
Well, first of all, South America is full of fantastic footballers, and so is Africa, right?
I believe so, yeah. But if you take Senegal,
you're not going to play them in the Champions League. You're only going
all I'm saying, if you play Senegal in the World Cup, it's not playing Mane with Senegal is not the same as playing Mane with Liverpool.
Okay, but
it's the same even for France or even for Italy.
But that's like saying, play Porto against Real Madrid, or play I don't know, freaking Sampdoria against Juve.
It's not Sampdoria. I'm not discrediting the national team level that much. I'm saying it's hard. It's so hard.
But let's be honest.
But I'm saying on the technical ability, the football is not great.
Can we?
It's not just because of pressure. It's also because of people. You have national teams. You have players who should not probably play in some national teams.
Can we just have a yes or no answer to this question?
Okay, go ahead.
Is it more difficult to play in the World Cup or the Champions League?
For me, right now, I think it's harder to win the Champions League.
That's insane.
I believe so, man. When I see Croatia going up there, I believe even Morocco can go up there. Because we have Hakimi, we have Ziyech, we have the same level of players that.
So why don't they?
All I'm saying is that the level is so.
If it's so easy, why don't they?
It's not so easy. I'm saying it's not as hard as it used to be. The level gap used to be so great between Morocco and Brazil in the past. Now it's much more closer, and we can actually fight them and win a game. That's what I'm saying. And it's not because Brazil are shit. No, Brazil City is a good team, okay, but this Brazil. I'm saying Neymar is not Ronaldinho. Willian is not Ronaldo. Kaká is not whatever they have right now.
Okay, first of all, when Brazil plays, they have all of those players all together. But let me ask you this. What is more difficult, to play a World Cup final or a Champions League final?
I believe a World Cup final is much more difficult. I'll never discredit that. But I don't think that playing the whole tournament is much more difficult than playing the Champions League.
Okay,
I think Champions League is harder. Because you play every 3 days. It's a much harder schedule.
Okay.
And the teams are very strong.
You can argue that in the Champions League, the group stages are maybe, I don't even know if that's completely
true. Even beyond group stages, right? Let's take it a notch up.
That's where I don't do
you play 2 games per round. In the World Cup, you play 1 game, which makes it harder. No, but it makes it harder in terms of pressure. But it does not make it. But the other makes it harder in terms of physicality, in terms of preparation, in terms of other aspects of the game. It's not just the pressure. There is not just
one chance to hit the top.
But you're looking at football from one variable. I'm looking at football from a multi-variable perspective. You cannot just look at pressure and tell me this is the main thing. It's not just that. You need to work on the mental aspect for sure, and you can prepare for it. And you have people who failed, people who succeeded in the World Cup. So it's possible. It's not something impossible to do. Like you cannot put it up there. It's not at that level yet. And when you have Mancini, who actually won the Euro and never done shit in Champions League, it can also give you another argument.
No, that does not give you an argument.
It is. Mancini has been playing Champions League for more than 20 years. He never got to the semifinals, I believe. I think we got there once.
That argument is a stretch. That's a stretch.
No, but he is the best coach in Europe now.
At national level.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But if you compare it to Champions League level, he's not the best coach.
But then you can also say Sacchi won the.
Okay, do you believe Guardiola is better than Mancini or not? Or Klopp is better than Mancini or not? Or even Antonio Conte?
I think Guardiola is better than Mancini, yeah.
I think all these 3 are better. I think Zidane is better.
No.
Of course Zidane is better, man.
No. Okay, I'm not saying that one is better. I'm just saying it's more difficult to compete in the Champions.
I'm saying when you get to the final square, like the semifinals or the quarterfinals in Champions League, it's very tight.
Once you get out of the group stages in the World Cup, it's the most difficult thing in football there is.
How many games you watch a team lose in the very? We lost a final, man, 3-3, the best final. They call it the best final ever. That shit never happens in World Cup. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, because of the technical level. No, it does not, man. When did it ever happen? When did you ever watch a World Cup game where you have two teams going at each other's neck for the whole 90 minutes? And I watched the 2014
every single World Cup.
The last World Cup, it was 2 calls from the VAR. They got a free kick, they scored, they got a penalty kick, and it's 2-0 for France, and that's how they won the game. You go to the World Cup before that, it's the final Germany-Argentina. It's overtime. You have Götze scoring a last-minute goal. Everyone is tired. And Higuain, he had 2 shots on target. And that's the whole game. That's the whole resume of the game. Yeah, but you want to go even beyond? Let's go to 2010. Overtime. Iniesta scoring 1 goal, 1-0 up.
You're talking about aesthetics.
Intensity level. No, it's not just aesthetics. Aesthetics comes with style, comes with football.
Intensity level? Intensity level is the reason why club players can go up until the 36, 37, and national team players stop at 34.
Okay,
maximum.
I saw a comment here. It said past Euros, Swiss vs France. Do you think Swiss is at the same level of Real Madrid? Imagine, would you be lucky or happier if you face a team like Switzerland or a team like Real Madrid?
I think if Switzerland had the whole country behind them in Switzerland, Real Madrid wouldn't be able to beat them.
Bro, I think they would.
I don't think so.
Well, Spain had the Barca team and they won the World Cup without Messi.
Right, exactly.
So it makes sense
when you have
that the club level.
Country
No, but it means that they dominated international football for almost 6 years. They won the Euros back to back. They won the World Cup and they won the Continental Cup. So that means Barca team dominated national team. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like
yeah. Absolutely.
But they did not dominate for that long at the club level. If you go to the club level, they dominated for like 2 years, 3 years.
No, more than that.
No, let's look at the Champions League winners.
6 years.
They won 2 Champions Leagues with Guardiola, and that's it.
From 2006 to 2012-13, they were the best team, man. They didn't win it every time.
No, I'm saying they did not dominate as much as in the international level. They won Italy 4-0. They beat.
Read this comment. What do you think about this comment?
No, I don't think he knows anything about sports, because if you play sports and you play a game every 3 days at that level, you're gonna feel pain in your feet. I'm not tripping. I know what I'm saying. The World Cup is like 3 weeks tournament, so it's different. You prepare for the 3 weeks. If you are the best team in those 3 weeks, you win the World Cup.
The question is it more difficult to win a World Cup or a Champions League?
I believe the Champions League is difficult. It's more difficult right now. Yes, I believe in the 90s probably winning the World Cup was more difficult than Champions League.
How many teams can win a Champions League this year?
How many teams? I believe Chelsea can win it because they're the past winners. Bayern, PSG, Real Madrid,
4,
Liverpool, Manchester City,
6.
That's
it.
Who else?
You're done.
I don't want to put Inter there because I fucking
that's it. You said it.
I don't think Inter is one of the best.
No, everybody else would be.
I think these are the best. Maybe Atletico can be the dark horse because they win ugly.
Everybody else would be a surprise. What about the World Cup? You have Portugal, you have Italy, you have Argentina.
No, Portugal never won it. Okay, Portugal.
Germany,
no. You cannot put teams that never won it.
Well, PSG never won the Champions League. So
let's move PSG and Atletico.
Okay, so then if only the teams that won it would be Germany,
because they're always
France,
the teams who actually win it. England, never have a new surprise.
Spain, Uruguay, Argentina, Brazil. So you have 7 teams. Apart from those 7 teams, you still have Belgium right now that is a very competitive.
But Belgium never won anything. This generation never won anything.
You have Holland that made a bunch of finals. You have Portugal. Then you have
Holland lost to Denmark, and you tell me they're gonna win the World Cup?
Who?
They were disqualified in the Euros to Denmark, right?
Who?
Holland.
Was it Denmark?
I think
so. Holland has made 3 finals in their history?
No, I believe Holland is a great national team of football and cultural football, and there is no question about that. But I believe that in the next World Cup, probably we're gonna see. I believe maybe we're gonna see Argentina there, or even maybe Spain. Spain have a very good rosters.
Spain, England, Argentina, Brazil.
England, I don't think so, man, because the coach they have, the way he plays football is always gonna when he comes up against the strongest teams, he's gonna get.
And if Italy make it,
punished.
They could also win it. If Italy makes it.
If Italy is the dark horse.
Well, Italy's always a dark horse. Always.
Nah, when they say Italy is prominent, Italy is the best team, they never do shit.
No. Listen, trust me. If Italy makes it to the World Cup, everybody's going to be saying that Italy is shit because it's always.
I hope they do, because when they do, they end up winning it.
Yeah,
they did the same for the Euros. They end up winning it,
and it's kind of been always like that. It's
every time it's the same. Even 2006, even with Rossi, all these guys, Italy was never the main competitor. It was always a dark horse.
Right.
Even 2000, the Euro. Now, 2000 Euro, they were actually the favorites. They were saying that Italy is going to win it against France.
Right. Yeah. Listen, I cannot accept that that club football is less difficult.
You're free to believe that, man. We're all entitled to our
And I have
opinion.
to hear, and I've never heard a football player say that either.
No, I've heard coaches say that Champions League football is much harder now because every mistake is a goal.
But what are they talking about?
They're talking about the level that you need in terms of and tactical understanding, in terms of physicality throughout the season, and managing your stamina throughout the season. I understand that World Cup is a short tournament; you need to manage that as well.
But the emotions that the World Cup gives you,
I understand.
and the country you're fighting.
I agree with you on that. I said that I agree with you on that, man.
It's impossible to match.
What did I say? I said that representing your national team is nowhere close to anything. So let's all get that on. But I said let's compare the football technical level.
And winning 3 World Cups makes you the best player in the world. No, technical football, yeah, I think you might have an argument for that. I'm not even that sure, to be honest with you, because essentially it's always the usual players. The same players that you see in Europe are basically the same players you see in the World Cup. And then plus the best players in South America and Africa and other continents. So I don't know if technically it could be a good argument. I don't know. This one here, I'm going to say, I don't know. But maybe you do have a point there. I don't know about
that. For me, it depends on eras. As I said, like I believe in the 90s, Champions League level was not the best. I watched the finals. They were not exceptional. Even like early 2000, they were not exceptional until the Milan-Liverpool final. But when you watch the World Cups, they were at a much higher level. I watched the Italy against Brazil final. That game was very strong. You need to have at least a very strong technical ability to play that game. Forget pressure, anything. You need to be at that level first. Then let's start talking about tactical understanding, where you need to be, how much closer you need to be to the opponents every time they touch the ball, and all of that. Before we get there, you need to have a certain requirement. I believe right now in national football, I don't know, man. For me, I think that Italy in 2000 or in the 90s was stronger than this Italy. Yeah, they never won the Euro.
I agree with
that. They
never
won the Euros. They never won the World Cup.
I definitely agree with that.
But this Italy can have a chance at actually winning it. So what does that mean? Does that mean that the level dropped?
No, no, I don't think the level dropped. I think it really comes down to this warrior-like mentality that.
But do you think that a team like Croatia would get to the finals of the World Cup in the 90s? They got to the semifinals and they had a much stronger team than right now.
Denmark winning the Euros.
They actually played the semifinals against France in 1998. Right. But they had a stacked team. They had a Ballon d'Or winner in the Croatia.
Well, and they have it this year too.
Yeah, but they had it after the World Cup. Let's be fair. I mean, I can give you a point for that, to be fair. Like they did about the same result.
Yeah, look, I cannot be convinced on this one, man. I'm sorry.
I think everyone is entitled to their opinion. For me, as I said, I see football in terms of eras. I don't see football as an absolute.
I'm going to take a
conclusion of my.
I'm going to take it a step further. If you don't acknowledge the fact, because Larry was trying to push this, if you don't acknowledge the fact that World Cup is a more difficult competition and you don't give it the respect it deserves, then you're always going to be in the wrong.
No, I didn't say any of this. I said for me, football is in terms of eras. I said in the 90s, maybe World Cup Euros were harder than right now. And I said also in the 90s, maybe UCL was much more feasible because Valencia was playing the finals. Borussia Dortmund won the final, actually. So all I'm saying is that in terms of eras, you can like take football 10 years per 10 years or just divide it that way and you see a lot of differences, a lot of shifts, sometimes Eastern football is dominating. You cannot just come and say in absolute manner, this is the best. No, that does not exist. This is a sport. You cannot compare two things from two eras just because logically.
All right, now you're talking about Pelé.
No, I'm saying that logically you need to put them at the same basis to start first comparing them. If they're not at the same basis, you cannot compare. You can compare Messi and Ronaldo. I agree with that. Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi, you can compare them because they played the same era. They played against the same teams, against the same defenders. They played the same football. That's what I'm saying. But comparing Cristiano with, I don't know, Maradona, no. Cristiano did not play Baresi. He did not play in that Italy. So I'm not sure what the outcome would be or how he would develop. Or there are so many things. Like each has a different story, and you cannot just take it and say in absolute, concrete, and like total answer. This is the best, and this is it.
But you can you can kind of make your own standings.
But for me,
according to certain metrics.
All right, I believe that Messi won 7 Ballon d'Ors. I believe Messi in the 90s, early 2000s would not have 7 Ballon d'Ors because there were so many good players.
Also because the rules were different.
Yeah.
It was more difficult to play then.
And Ballon d'Or was actually given to good players. Like it's not just about scoring goals or whatever. Like sometimes it depends. Like if I'm giving a Ballon d'Or to Cannavaro, it means that I don't just care about scoring. I care about the total outcome of the game, how much you develop the game, how much you impact the game.
But that okay, Ballon d'Or. So that makes me think, right? You have Italy, Germany, 2006. The World Cup is in Germany.
No. 2006?
Yeah, it was in Germany. It was in Germany.
Oh, yeah. Semifinals, right?
I've a Westfalen, a stadium where Germany has never lost. How can you compare the difficulty of trying to go over that with any Champions League game ever?
Sorry,
like, how can you compare the difficulty of trying to beat Germany in their own country in a stadium they've never lost in their history at the Westfalen Stadium? In a World Cup, a semifinal, how can you compare the difficulty of winning that game in relationship to any game that has ever been played in the Champions League ever?
How would you believe that Liverpool won against Milan 3-0?
What about that? That was.
Don't you think that's difficult, man?
That's because Milan fucking, I don't know, they're thinking.
Nah, you're discrediting now the efforts of the other team.
For 6 minutes, Milan was thinking about
clubbing. I don't care. No, we cannot do that. We can say the same thing about Germany. For the 15 minutes, they missed so many chances. I can find things like that in the game.
Okay, fine. Liverpool did a great job in getting.
All I'm saying is that every game has its special condition and environment. You cannot just. For me, 2007 game against Liverpool again was probably one of the scariest games for many players.
Okay, yeah, that was a great example.
Remembering the Istanbul final, that mental take on you, you cannot. Can you compare that to Italy, Germany, or something?
This is my point.
That's what I'm saying.
I can because you just said it. I had that same exact feeling because of the nightmares, right? The thinking back, that fear. You could tell the players were scared because they had all that pressure. That's the world. That's Roy, every game in the World Cup.
You're confusing emotions with what I'm trying to get to, which is technical level, which is different from the emotions that the game brings.
I understand the technical level. That's an argument where I'm not going to be so. I don't know about that one.
Do you think that Italy in 2006 had the best football in the world? I don't think so.
I don't think they have the best football, but I think they have the best footballers.
No, they had the best strategy to win a three-week tournament.
I think they won because at the time Buffon was the best goalkeeper, Cannavaro was the best.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. They had a fully prepared team. No media bullshit. No one stressing them out like with every game. So they had no pressure for the groups.
Well, they did have pressure.
I mean, it's not the same pressure that Maldini and Baresi had.
The Juventus players were.
Was it the same pressure as Italy playing the World Cup in their home and losing to Argentina?
No, not that.
That's what I'm trying to get to. Like each thing has its certain conditions and its certain environment. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like you can compare for sure. If you want to draw the comparisons, you can do that. But in the end, it does not mean anything because
but each thing has in the World Cup, you cannot compare any of those situations with anything at club level.
That's your understanding, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's your understanding. That's how you feel about it.
One game here, like the Liverpool Milan game. Aside that,
right. I'll tell you another example. The game where Leicester City won the EPL.
Okay.
Do you think that game was more crucial to Vardy than playing the semifinals with England?
Well, that is a very unique.
Do you think that's more difficult or not?
Then what exactly?
Then
Okay,
anything in football,
so
man.
winning that game.
No, winning the EPL with that Leicester City.
Was it more difficult than what?
Than winning any World Cup.
No,
throughout the years.
I think the World Cup is still more difficult to win.
Bro, that you should,
even though you're bringing up like, okay, we're Leicester, we never win it. This is once in a million.
No, this is a team who played championship 2 years ago.
Right.
And now they're winning EPL.
Yeah,
which is unbelievable.
Incredible achievement.
Yes.
I still don't think that
Do
compares.
you ever see Morocco winning the World Cup? That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Maybe.
I don't think so, man. Because it's not the same opportunity. It's not the same. It's not the same thing.
About that, man.
But I think Morocco has the same level as Croatia or any other European team. They can take the fight to them, or Algeria even, or Egypt. Yeah. But could they play a final? When I looked at Croatia and the way they got there,
maybe.
Yes, if you play similar football, you can get there.
It's everything is possible at the World Cup. Everything is possible.
It's not at the World Cup. At these World Cups, right now, yes, it's much more possible.
Yeah, listen, come on, my man. All right, I can't even concede any of these points. I just cannot even think of anything more difficult. It's like every player's dream is to literally do that.
I know. I'm not. You're bringing emotions again.
But emotions are important. Being able to handle those emotions.
I agree with you on the emotions.
Is what makes
the mental, emotional side. Right. I agree with you.
Right.
On that.
Yeah. When it comes to the football, to the difficulty in club football, there is a difficulty there that lies more in the technical aspect. But again, the technical aspect to me is secondary to the emotional aspect. The emotional aspect to me is much more
that's what I told you. This is an opinion, not a fact. Like for you, this is more important than this.
No, this is not an opinion.
It is, man. I don't support Italy. I don't support Argentina. When I watch the game, I want to watch football. I don't care about the emotions.
Okay,
because I'm not linked. Yes, that's what I'm telling you.
Not the guys on the pitch.
But why, when you feel that connection with your national team, why do you want me to feel the same connection to your national team?
You're not supposed to.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. So you cannot overgeneralize that feeling over everyone.
No, but we're talking about the players. When the players are singing their national anthem and then they have to go and play with their shirt, the emotional pressure that you have to go through is a million times bigger than club level.
I never disagreed with that.
Yeah, so that's it. That's why I think Pelé, having done that with his national team, it's good. I know that this is opinions. I think it's the right assessment to say he's still the number one. But listen, I'm not. I definitely want to continue this conversation. Unfortunately, I have to go.
Me too, man. I have to work tomorrow morning. But thanks for the chat for staying.
Yeah, it was a good chat. It was a good chat. Milan.
What do you think about tomorrow game?
I don't know. I am not.
You showed me the lineup like a while ago. This is
right,
right? Theo, Tamali, Ben Nasser. So Kessie is not playing.
I honestly do not know.
I hope he does not.
I don't know what's going on with Kessie. I know it's very strange.
He got the worst rating of the last game too.
According to who?
I think I saw it over 2 sources. I can't.
Yeah, he had a very poor game. There's no denying that. I don't know, man. Right now, Milan is clearly going through a poor form. So
but also Diaz, like, what the hell is going on with Diaz? Like, he just looks so lost now.
They tried him in today's training, so they're saying Kessie number 10. Instead, would you put Kessie number 10 instead of Diaz? Yeah, Diaz is definitely.
No, I would put Ben Nasser number 10 and Kessie back, or even Tonali number 10.
Yeah,
we need Kessie with his physicality to be on the back, not up front.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know. If we don't win tomorrow, I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest with you. Like, I wouldn't be like, oh fuck, I didn't expect that.
Thing is, if we lose tomorrow, Atalanta wins, we're back to 4th, and now we're fighting for fucking Juve, man. Fuck, like, but this was my. I hate to say this or take even credit for this shit, but I believe this scenario would happen in August, and you can testify for that, Roy. I said like I don't feel that confident.
Look,
I've always like said my worries about this team. I've always thought that they're gonna drop because for me the Mercato did not feel everything that we needed to feel.
Listen, this conversation here about the August, yeah, okay, you can have your. For me, my issue right now is the injuries, and like this team continues to have injuries.
Did you see Saki comments on the team?
What did he say?
Well, he said that the first problem for Milan right now is that they don't play as a team or as a
right
group.
Now they're not, yeah.
Which is true. Like you can see individual efforts. Ibra trying to score, and that's it. But you don't see the full team bringing together. And he said that if you look at Napoli, the way they pressured, like they were never that far from the Milan players. They were always like preying on Milan players. So you cannot really pass the ball the way you want to. You cannot build up the way you want to. And we did not do the same pressure. That's why I was so pissed at the players. Because for me, it's not just the coach. At some point, the coach is gonna start shouting. But at some point, as a player, you gotta start running. Why do you only start running for the last 5 minutes? And you did the same exact shit against Udinese.
Yeah, and this is why right now I'm not very confident in us beating Empoli tomorrow. But I don't know. Hopefully we've gone over. We've gone.
I hope Empoli like fucks over or we get a pen. That's we need like those those ugly.
Right, we need an ugly win tomorrow. Right.
That's it. Like because Empoli plays better football than us right now.
Yep. Hey, listen, I actually do have to go because I have an appointment right
What's
now.
your pronostic, Roy?
Pronostic.
Are we playing San Siro?
No.
Fuck.
Pronostic. I don't know. I really don't know, man. I don't know. But
I'm gonna give it to Giro. I'm gonna give it to Giro. I'm gonna say 2-0 for Milan. Forza Milan, everyone. Thank you for staying with us.
Sorry, guys. I have an appointment right now. I gotta go. Anwar, join us tomorrow for the post match. We need more of you. You don't join us enough.
I'll try, man. I'll try my best.
All right. See you guys.
See you guys.